The sounds and smells of spring are in the air. For Soda Springs, the birds are breaking out of their nest and taking to the field for some good old baseball and softball. If you listen close, you can hear it. Baseball and softball in the Idaho Rocky Mountains can be as unpredictable as the weather, but the hopes of a strong season are high for the Cardinals of Soda Springs as they pursue a trip to the state championship later this spring. KBRV is bringing you every step of that trip. Every diving catch, every line drive to the gap, every run of the season can be heard right here on your home for Cardinal Sports. Live local sports are brought to you on the Bear by Monsanto, Silver Star Communications, and by MyLocalRadio.com. We're about 20 minutes away from the first pitch, so hold on to your seats and turn your radios loud as we send you to the field for all the action with the voice of Caribou County Sports, Caleb Burgraff, on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at MyLocalRadio.com.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, once more out to another game of baseball as the Soda Springs Cardinals get set to take on the West Jefferson Panthers. These two teams played each other several times last year, with the Soda Springs Cardinals getting the best of the Panthers. But it's a new season, and the West Jefferson Panthers are coming in with a slightly better record than the Cardinals, sitting at 2-2 on the season as they look to try and keep that success rolling along. We have just about 20 minutes until the start of today's game, as here at Toffus Park in Idaho Falls, a neutral field for these two teams, and hopefully we're going to end up seeing a fantastic contest between these two teams as well. We'll keep it right here, but first we're going to take a little break and come back with our standout student, Wyatt Reeder, a junior at Soda Springs High School, will be joining us. Also a senior, Mason Smith, will be chatting with us on the pregame show on KBRV, the Co-op, and online at MyLocalRadio.com.
This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by State Farm Insurance of Montpelier, Idaho. State Farm is here to help life go right. Call Scott at 208-847-0141 for personal service.
Let technology make life a little easier and give you peace of mind about your home. With affordable security and smart home options, Silver Star makes it easy to take the first step. Keep an eye on what's important to you and be able to act before an incident becomes an emergency. You're in good hands when you choose Silver Star. We've been bringing cutting-edge technology and star treatment customer service to Eastern Idaho and Western Wyoming for nearly 70 years. Call us today and ask about our starter security and smart home packages.
Get it to go at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs and Patterson Easy Way in Grace, Idaho. From pizza to potato wedges, from burritos to the jalapeno-flavored corn dogs, from candy, clothing, car accessories, and fountain drinks, convenience is fun. And Patterson Quick Stop and Patterson Easy Way help to fill your needs conveniently. They have something for everyone. Food, fuel, and fun at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs and Patterson Easy Way in Grace. Right here, right now.
If you're looking for live local sports, local news, weather, live classifieds, and free photo downloads, search no more. MyLocalRadio.com has what you want. Watch your teams live or browse the tens of thousands of photographs of Wyoming, Utah, and Idaho high school events, from speech and drama competitions, rodeo, an array of different athletics, activities, community events, and so much more. Visit MyLocalRadio.com today and find what you're looking for. Whether it's warm outside and you need an air conditioning system, or cold outside and you need a new natural gas furnace, Reed's Plumbing and Heating has what you need to keep your family comfortable, and there's never been a better time to convert to natural gas. With great service and expertise, Reed's is your all-weather friend in southeastern Idaho. Call us today, 208-547-4466, and we'll get right to work making your home comfortable and cozy. That's Reed's Plumbing and Heating at 208-547-4466. Natural gas, it's worth asking for.
This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by Caribou Jack's Trading Company in Soda Springs, supplying you with everything for your home and your one-stop shop for all of your barbecue needs this spring and summer. Stop by at 50 East 2nd South in Soda Springs or call 208-547-4326 today.
Caleb Burgraff joined here with junior Wyatt Reeder, who is one of the students and a standout student, in fact, at Soda Springs High School. And first of all, Wyatt, as a junior, how's the year been going for you?
It's been pretty good, you know. It's just pushing along, trying to get all my work done, trying to pass.
I hear the junior year from a lot of kids is one of the toughest years that you have in high school. Would you agree with that from the ones that you've been able to, or from the previous years that you've had?
Yeah, it's definitely one of the most difficult years that I've had, but, you know, I'm pushing through and I'm going to do my best.
What are some of the classes that you've been taking so far this year?
Some of the classes I've been taking is Photoshop classes, some classes to get me into technology, taking speech just to get it out of the way. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
And you were saying those technology classes and the math classes are some of your favorite subjects to get into. What makes those something that you really enjoy delving into and learning more about?
I don't know. It's something that I like, the problem solving and the connectivity that I have with it. It's so easy for me to do.
Are there any teachers that have really helped you along on that process of discovering more in those classes?
I would have to say big thumbs up to Mr. Uskotsky for helping me through math, and Mr. Jensen for helping me through chemistry.
What makes a good teacher to you? If you could go out and you could go into a lab and create one, and create their mentality and the way that they taught, what makes a good learning environment for you to step into?
A good teacher to me is someone who really connects with you and really knows what they're talking about, but really gets to your level and really teaches you how to do it right and how to do it your own way.
You're getting set for the senior year now. Is there anything you're particularly excited for about the senior year coming up?
Getting out of school is one of the big ones. And just, finishing out the school year strong.
What are some of the things that you've enjoyed about Soda Springs High School this year? Are there any things that this school brings that other schools might not?
It's smaller than most of the schools I've been to, but it really has a connectivity feel where you feel like you're connected to other people.
You said you kind of like to slide under the radar at schools, not involved in a lot of clubs or groups. But what are some of the things you like to do for fun outside of school? What are things that keep you entertained?
I don't know. I just like to play games on my computer and all that stuff to kind of broaden my horizons to the new career that I might join into.
Talking about that, where do you think that the next path might be after high school? Have you given thought to what might be next for you?
After college, I'm definitely looking into different options. I'm thinking the computer field is basically what I'm looking for.
To wrap it all up, what makes being a Soda Springs Cardinal great? What makes where you're at and where this school is at a great school?
It's a great school to me because you're all connected, and it's just so small where you feel like everyone's involved.
Wyatt, thank you so much for the time, and good luck as you continue on through this year and get into that senior year, and best of luck to you as you move on through life.
Thank you, yeah.
This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by Crop Production Services of Bancroft. Call 208-648-7891 to learn how to get the best production out of your crops.
When the time comes, you'll want true compassion balanced with clinical care for your mom or dad, grandma or grandpa. Edgewood Assisted Living Center in Soda Springs provides a warm, caring, and secure environment for individuals who need medication assistance, healthy meals, and assistance with daily activities. You can help by introducing them to our Assisted Living Center. Come on in for a tour and consultation. Find out about our monthly move-in specials and respite visits. Furnished suites are available. Call 208-547-0257. The Edgewood Assisted Living Center in Soda Springs, Idaho, a place to call home.
Hi, I'm Todd Hunziker. Most dealers focus on the experience you have just a few moments that you're in their store. At Hunziker Ford, we want to keep you happy forever, and to prove it, we offer warranty forever at no cost to you. So here's the deal. All you have to do is follow the maintenance schedule on virtually anything you buy from us, and the expensive powertrain components are covered forever. That's Todd Hunziker Ford, just east of Lava Hot Springs on Highway 30. It's just that simple.
Here's a look at some of your Lalaton's food specials for the week of March 29th through April 4th in Soda Springs. Crab beef London broil steaks for $2.49 a pound. Honeysuckle white frozen turkey breasts are just $1.49 a pound. Also, grab yourself some fresh fruit with whole pineapples at 99 cents a pound. Pears are just 89 cents a pound, and 2-pound packages of fresh strawberries are $2.88 each. Wrap your shopping trip up with their big bake sale, as they have flour, sugar, eggs, chocolate chips, cake mixes, and brownie mixes all on sale throughout the store. All at Lalaton's in Soda Springs.
Imagine a mining company who nurtures butterflies. At Monsanto, we plant wildflower seeds on recently mined land. The flowers support a thriving butterfly population, which then feeds small birds, who are in turn hunted by eagles and hawks. By paying attention to nature's detail, Monsanto sustains a broader ecosystem. That's one reason why 6 federal and state agencies have honored us with their highest award for excellence in annual operations. Monsanto. Imagine.
This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by Mountain States Insurance Company. Stop in for help with all of your insurance needs at 30 East, 2nd South next to Caribou Jacks in Soda Springs, or call 208-547-2141 and talk to an agent today.
Caleb Burgraff here with Mason Smith from the Soda Springs Cardinals. And Mason, you came out there and pitched today against the American Falls Beavers and were able to help the team along to a 16-6 win. First of all, what was it like being out there on the mounds? 3 really solid innings of work.
It was kind of stressful at the beginning. I being 2 people, the first 2 pitches, but then I kind of got my mind into it and calmed down and relaxed and pitched a good game.
What are some of the things that you've really learned from pitching? I know that you haven't necessarily had a lot of time in that pitching role. What's given you some of the confidence in that?
It's mostly just practicing every day. I started my sophomore year and wasn't really doing that well. I was just mainly JV, but then I kind of stepped it up this year. I felt like I gotten a lot better.
On the offensive side, you also had 3 hits as well. Where were you at in the mind state coming into this game? You said you were a little bit nervous coming into it, but do you feel like you're starting to hit that midseason form?
Yeah, I feel like Skoski said to me, I need to be a little more aggressive at the plate, and I feel like that's helped me a lot.
As a team, getting that first win of the season, it's a team that you guys expect to get the win against with American Falls, but when you get that, when you're able to bounce back from being 10-run by Snake River, what does that do for you guys as you get ready for West Jefferson?
It boosts our confidence a lot, especially to 10-run a team like that. It gives the team a lot more confidence going in the next game.
What are some of the things the coaches have been talking to you guys about? I know obviously practices have been a little bit here and there just because of the weather, but what are some of the things that they've been mentioning to you guys in practice to work on and really focus on?
Our batting was a big situation. Not a lot of us were getting good hits in, especially at the bottom of the order, so just still something we need to work on and we'll get better.
Who are some of the other kids that you've really been impressed with so far this year that have really stepped up and not only been influential in the field but also been leaders on the team?
I feel like Peyton's been, I guess, more confident out on the field. He's been working a lot harder than he has, and I think he's playing good at first base.
West Jefferson's going to be another big team to play from District 6. It's actually your first look at a team from District 6 as well. When you think about the fact that might be a team you'll be in a playing game with, does that bring any more importance to the games coming up this weekend?
Not really. It's just more confidence. We just got to go in with a mind state that we got to win and play our best.
To wrap it all up, what's the biggest thing the team still needs to work on? Obviously, in every game, there's chances for you guys to look at and improve on things. What's the biggest piece that you think is still lacking from this team after today?
Like the bottom of the batting order and kind of the errors that we made on the field, but that's just something to work on. We've only had, 6 days out on the field to practice, so we'll get better.
Mason, thank you so much for the time. Good luck as you guys continue on through the season, and congratulations on the fantastic game today.
Thank you.
This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by Arctic Circle of Soda Springs, where you can get burgers made from premium Black Angus beef, as well as fries and onion rings with their delicious fry sauce. Be sure to top it all off with a soft serve cone piled high and dipped with their delicious chocolate topping.
In a word, breastfeeding is amazing.
It's empowering. It's the best thing I can do for my baby.
It's rewarding.
While every mom has a different way of describing breastfeeding, we all need help and encouragement. So know that support is there for you, from your family or from your friends. And at womenshealth.gov/it's only natural.
Breastfeeding. It's only natural.
Mother's love, mother's milk. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
I'm just a kid, and I've got asthma. You know just how upset I can get when I have an asthma attack.
But you can help me
To fight my asthma, put my teddy bear in the freezer to wipe out dust mites.
Dry off my rubber duckies and bath toys to get rid of mold.
Discover other simple ways to prevent an asthma attack. Visit noattacks.org, brought to you by the U.S. EPA and the Ad Council.
Because I don't want to feel like a fish with no water.
Caribou County Athletics on KBRV are brought to you by Bear Lake Dental, where their commitment is to provide you with the highest standard of personalized dental care in a gentle, efficient, and professional manner. Call 208-847-0153 to schedule your appointment with Bear Lake Dental.
Are you among the millions of Americans living with chronic pain? If so, you may think prescription opioids are the solution. Truth is, opioids only mask the pain, and they come with serious side effects, from nausea to withdrawal symptoms to overdose. There is another choice: physical therapy. Physical therapists treat pain through movement and exercise. Choose physical therapy. Visit moveforwardpt.com. This public service announcement is brought to you by the American Physical Therapy Association.
This production of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by London Drug and Grace, your good neighbor pharmacy. Locally owned, locally loved.
Welcome once again out to the home of the game today. No real home team, but it's a neutral site between the Soda Springs Cardinals and the West Jefferson Panthers. Caleb Burgraff here on KBRV The Bear, as well as online at mylocalradio.com, hoping that you will join us for what is one of the best weather games that we've had so far, and what hopefully will be win number 2 and possibly win number 3 for the Soda Springs Cardinals. As we continue to make our way towards first pitch, let's look at our starting lineups for today's ball game, starting with the Soda Springs Cardinals, who will be the home team and will be starting in the field. They're going to send Peyton Lish out onto the bump for his first official start of the season at the varsity level. Jacob Housley will be behind home plate as the starting catcher. He is going to be the main starting catcher and the only starting catcher over at Glens Ferry next week, so getting him a couple of extra reps behind the plate before they make the trip next week on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Zach Housley, switching from his normal position at short, is going to be tested at first base today. At second base, Case Griffiths will be fielding, and shortstop will be played by Kyle Durstella, with Jaron Johnson standing at third base. In the outfield, from left field to right field, Mason Smith moves over to the left field position. Dylan Downs will be patrolling center field, and Taylor Adam moves away from the first base position and goes to right field himself. As for the West Jefferson Panthers, a team with a lot of youth on it, they do still have a very loaded senior talent base, 5 seniors. They had 6 juniors to that list, but mostly sophomores on this roster of 18 kids that they bring out to each game. They are going to be led off with Zane Meacham. He is the center fielder wearing the number 27 in that leadoff spot. Number 10 is third baseman Edgar Esquivel. Number 59 is catcher Riley Cottle. Number 16, and pitching today, is Gabe Pancheri. Shad Pancheri, the senior brother of Gabe Pancheri, will be over at first base wearing the number 21. Number 69 is shortstop Kyler Albertson. Number 15 is the second baseman Dalton Robbins. Batting in the 8th spot and playing right field is Dylan Jacobs. And in left field, Eugenio Lemus will be wrapping up the order, trying to flip things around and get it to the top of the lineup for the West Jefferson Panthers. Both teams will be wearing darker uniforms for today's game, which will be a good thing for the two teams, as the sun shining down brightly here in Idaho Falls will add a little bit of warmth to what they have, and the temperatures are supposed to reach the mid-50s, even into the lower 60s by the time today wraps up and is done. Right now, the temperatures hovering in the upper 40s as they try to make their way into those lower 50s by the time the first pitch rolls around. Just a couple of minutes away from that first pitch as the Cardinals get set to take the field. As I said, they're darker uniforms. The home and road uniforms from last year are the ones that they're sporting. The big S on the front with baseball stitching across it. Soda Springs written as well. And black all across the uniform with digicam along the sides and white numbers as well as they sprint out to their positions. And Peyton Lish will take to the mound. Lish, a wide variety of pitches that he can throw, as the fastball as well as the changeup, and then mixes in an off-speed pitch that he likes to use, the knuckleball, a very rare pitch, but one that he's been able to use with some consistency out there on the mound as he gets set for his warm-up pitches. And Jacob Housley steps into the catcher's crouch behind home plate. Cardinals trying to expand their depth on where people can play this year because they have a lot of depth in pitching. So we'll see how long Peyton Lish ends up being left out on the mound. Nobody's really been left out this year for more than 3 innings, as the Cardinals have really been trying to give people as many opportunities as they can to take to the field and to see what they can do. And so that's why you have a couple of position shifts and shuffles out there on the field. And we'll also probably see some of the JV players for the Cardinals making their way onto the field as well. Todd Hunsaker, who's been splitting some of the catching duties, will play in the second game. Brian Atterbury, Logan Mumford, Easton Pendlebury, and Caleb Peterson all also expecting to possibly get some time out there on the field throughout today's game. And hopefully we'll get a wide variety of Cardinals out there to show what they can do on this bright and sunny day in Idaho Falls. Coaches taking their positions on either side. Zane Meacham getting set in the on-deck circle as the speed for West Jefferson mixed with quite a bit of power for the Panthers as well, especially that middle of the order. Shad Pancheri's shown us what he can do as far as swinging the bat. Also his brother Gabe, a lot of power. Those two linemen on the football team, and you can tell every time you have a lineman stepping out there that has that 250-pound, 300-pound build, that when they connect with one, it's going to go a long ways if they can get it into the sweet spot of that bat. And that'll be a test for the Cardinals today of maneuvering their way around the speed as well as around the power that the West Jefferson Panthers present. West Jefferson, again, 2-2. Their two losses to Sugar Salem and to Teton, with wins against Bonneville and Hillcrest High School's freshman teams. There's a throw down to second base from Jacob Housley. Will wrap up the warm-ups, and with that, Zane Meacham steps into the right-handed batter's box for the first pitch of today's ball game. As 0-0 the score on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard, and we'll get you the rest of our sponsors throughout this game. Happy to have all of them with us and you with us, as Peyton Lish, the right-handed sophomore for the Cardinals, winds and fires the first pitch strike that catches the outside corner, and the Cardinals are off to a wonderful start. Lish looks in, eye black underneath the white front panel and the black hat, as a pitch swung on and missed by Meacham. That's down in the dirt, and Peyton Lish quickly up in the count, 0-2. See what he does to play around with Meacham at the plate. Holds the bat almost vertical as he awaits the first pitch, back elbow high as he swings and misses, and Peyton Lish starts out with a strikeout to get himself underway on his first strikeout of today's ball game. Brings up Edgar Esquivel, the third baseman for the West Jefferson Panthers, another right-handed batter. Stands middle of the box, tight to the plate. The first pitch outside and low from Peyton Lish is taken for a ball. Lish has pitched already this season, got hit around a little bit when they went to Snake River. Also pitched in the varsity game at Marsh Valley, got an inning in that game and looked very good in that Marsh Valley contest, as he gets a swing and a miss from Edgar Esquivel, and the count evens at 1-1, 1 out, top of the first inning. 0-0 the score on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. Second batter of the game as the Panthers look to try and strike early in this one. And the pitch to Esquivel fouled off of the screen, and the count goes to 1-2. Peyton Lish continuing to work ahead of batters early on in this one, as he got an 0-2 count against Zane Meacham and was able to record the strikeout as he looks for back-to-back punch-outs. The right-hander stands in the middle of the rubber, rocks to his right, strides to the plate, and a pitch down to the dirt. Good block by Housley behind the plate, and the count goes to 2-2 as he kept it in front of him, skipping forward. Esquivel again steps in, the right-hander. Another one of those stocky, big, powerful players. Not quite as big as the batters coming up. Definitely has some power he can swing with as he ducks underneath the 2-2 pitch, and the count goes to 3-2. Full count. Not something you like to see if you're a coach right now, especially with the new pitch count numbers that have been brought into play. As Lish will again rock, steps to the plate, fires. This one just fouled, and the count goes, or stays at 3-2, I should say, on the sixth pitch of this at-bat. Lish in a battle with Edgar Esquivel. And number 7 coming up. Lish again takes his place on the mound. Outfield playing straight up. Dylan Downs just shifted a little bit to the right side of the pitcher's mound in center field. Infield playing straight up as well, as a swing and a miss from Esquivel will record the second strikeout for Peyton Lish in the game. And he is off to a roaring start in this one. 10 pitches into the game and already with 2 outs recorded on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. Trying to avoid getting into any trouble early and give the offense a chance to strike first in the bottom of this frame. Brings up Riley Caudill, the catcher for the West Jefferson Panthers. Another right-handed batter stands upright in the box as the pitch delivered, crouches down, and takes it low and away for ball number 1. 2 outs. Lish working well right now, and yet to have a ball put in play to the infield or outfield. 2 foul balls back to the screen, both of them, as Lish has had a lot of success in keeping the West Jefferson Panthers off balance, but he misses with the pitch here, and the count goes to 2-0. Falling behind the batter, and first time he's really struggled to find that strike zone consistently. Again looks in, black glove on the left hand, fanned out as he steps to the plate once again. This is a pitch, a strike down the heart of the plate. Took a little bit off of it and was able to direct it right to the glove of Jacob Housley behind the plate, and the count goes to 2-1. On deck, Gabe Pancheri, the number 4 batter in the lineup for the Panthers, hoping to get an opportunity, but he is seeing his chances of batting in this inning slip away as another pitch swung on and missed in the count after going to 2-0. Swings back to 2-2. Peyton Lish fighting his way back, and with pitch number 15 of this first inning coming up, he stares once more at Riley Caudle. The right-hander awaits the pitch. This one, strike 3 at the knees, called a backwards K, and Peyton Lish strikes out the side. 3 Ks on 3 batters, and the Cardinals will have an opportunity to strike first in this game as they take to the field, or take to the batter's box in the bottom of the first inning on KBRV The Co-op and online with live video streaming at mylocalradio.com.
This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by State Farm Insurance of Montpelier, Idaho. State Farm is here to help life go right. Call Scott at 208-847-0141 for personal service.
Let technology make life a little easier and give you peace of mind about your home. With affordable security and smart home options, SilverStar makes it easy to take the first step. Keep an eye on what's important to you and be able to act before an incident becomes an emergency. You're in good hands when you choose SilverStar. We've been bringing cutting-edge technology and star treatment customer service to Eastern Idaho and Western Wyoming for nearly 70 years. Call us today and ask about our starter security and smart home packages.
Welcome back out to Idaho Falls and Topfus Field. The Soda Springs Cardinals will get their first look at Gabe Pancheri on the mound, the senior wearing the number 16 in today's ball game. We'll be looking to try and get return the favor, I should say, of what Peyton Lish was able to do and keep the Cardinals off of the base paths in the bottom of this first inning. Give you a heads up, all runs in today's game being brought to you by Ricky Wood and Gate City Real Estate. Give her a call at 208-547-7012. Let her find a way to get you home. Also, walks are being brought to you by Davis Repair, home of the equipment and diesel specialists. Give them a call at 208-221-9403 or stop by 600 West Highway 30 in Soda Springs today. Pancheri continues to work through his warm-up pitches, I should say. Is in the field, it looks like this. Pancheri doing the pitching, Riley Caudle behind the plate. Shad Pancheri stands at first. Dalton Robbins will be playing second base. The third baseman is Edgar Esquivel, and the shortstop is Kyler Albertson on the infield. In the outfield, from left to right, Eugenio Lem is playing in left. The center fielder is Zane Meacham, and Dylan Jacobs is playing in right field. For the Cardinals, it'll be Zach Housley in his traditional leadoff spot to get things started. Taylor Adams behind him in the 2-hole. The lone lefty in the Cardinals order will be followed by Jaron Johnson. Those are scheduled 3. On deck is Kyle Dursteller, hoping for an opportunity to get himself some swings in this first inning as well. Housley looks out, right-handed batter for the Cardinals as Gabe Pancheri stares in, rocks, and the big man on the mound fires a pitch upstairs and away for ball 1 to Zach Housley as he gets ahead in the count early on. West Jefferson playing a little bit shallow on the infield, trying to cut off the speed of Housley as Zach will take this pitch low and inside, skips back to the screen as it gets past the catcher Riley Caudle, and the count goes to 2-0. Taylor Adams comes by, gets the ball, flips it back to the umpire behind home plate, and Pancheri with a fresh baseball will look in once more. Catcher Crouch showing the glove inside, and the pitch going to float away from Housley as he's fooled on an off-speed pitch way out in front, and Zach gives the first strike back to Pancheri, the count to 2-1. Got to show patience in these moments early on in a game as Pancheri again will fire outside, and the patience will pay off for Housley as he gets a 3-1 count and right on the edge of our first Davis Repair walk. Zach with the red gloves contrasting against the black helmet, black uniform top, pitch inside, taken for ball 4. And there is your first Davis Repair walk of the game. Housley making his way down to first base gives the Soda Springs Cardinals their first runner of the game. And Soda Springs will have a chance to strike first with the leadoff man on base. They worked on bunting quite a lot yesterday. We'll see if they put that into play in today's contest as Taylor Adams will move up. Chance to move up the runner. Instead, they're just going to send Housley. Stolen base attempt, slides head first and safely into second base. The stolen base, his first of the game. And the stolen base brought to you by MySpace Storage. Call them at 208-547-4774. Zach Housley getting the uniform dirty and already moving into scoring position. Count goes to 0-1 to Taylor Adams as he swung at that first pitch, takes a strike down the center of the plate, and the count goes to 0-2 to the junior left-hander for the Cardinals. Batting second in their order, bottom of the first inning. Nothing to score, but a runner in scoring position for the Cardinals with nobody out. Pancheri to the plate once again, sees a pitch fouled off, lifted to our left. That one just going to nearly reach a tree. A weeping willow sitting over there, and the count goes to 0-2. Sun gleaming down, shadows just starting to move away from the players. Almost at high noon today, 12-11. Bottom of the first inning, no score yet. As Adams with an 0-2 count against him waits for Pancheri's delivery. This one lifted into shallow center field, coming on and making a play, falling away is the center fielder Zane Meacham, and he puts it away on a softly struck ball to center field coming from the Cardinals right fielder in Taylor Adams, and the first out is recorded. Looks like Meacham came in a little bit too much, but was able to adjust well, put it away into the glove, and that brings up Jaron Johnson, who will look to try and respond with that runner still in scoring position as Housley leads off of second base. Fakes going, and as the pitch is fouled off, Jaron Johnson falls behind in the count, 0-1. Kyle Dursteller again stands on deck. Johnson, Dursteller, Downs, those three big leaders for this team, two of them juniors and one of them a senior, looking to try and carry this team a long ways this season, further than they got last year, although last year got a win in that district tournament as another ball fouled off down the right side, moves the count to 0-2 once again. It was Jaron Johnson, the second straight batter to hit that 0-2 mark after walking the opening man. Gabe Pancheri starting to settle in on the mound as the big fella stares in. Sets up, uses more of a slide step delivery, kicks the leg back softly as this one popped up by Jaron Johnson, shallow center field once again underneath it, and putting the ball away once again as Meacham back-to-back outs into the center field grass. The Cardinals trying not to let an early opportunity to hit the scoreboard go to waste, and it'll be up to Kyle Dursteller to bring home Zach Housley, who still stands back on second base. Had the stolen base earlier and looking for another 180 feet to move himself into the running column or the score column and get the Cardinals that early lead on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. 0-0, bottom of the first, 2 outs. Dursteller at the plate awaiting the first pitch to him as it swung on, gets away from the catcher. No, they'll say a foul ball. And Dursteller also down to the count, 0-1. That's 8 straight strikes coming from Gabe Pancheri, doing a very good job of settling himself down here in this inning. After giving up that leadoff walk, that can always be something that can haunt you as a pitcher, especially when he steals on the first pitch after. But Pancheri handling the pressure of a runner on base very well. Checks Housley. He's going to take off on the pitch, swung on and missed by Dursteller, but Housley's safe again. Another stolen base by Zach Housley gives him 2 as he snags third. The pitch was swung on and missed by Kyle Dursteller, and the count goes to 0-2. But Housley now stands 90 feet away, and a mistake by the West Jefferson Panthers could bring him home. That stolen base, again, brought to you by MySpace Storage in Soda Springs. Pancheri with an 0-2 count to Dursteller. 2 outs in the bottom of the first. Winds, fires. This one lifted into left center field. Right there, though, is Meacham, positioned perfectly, and he puts it away for the out. That's 3 straight balls lifted into center field, and the Cardinals go down in order after getting the leadoff walk. Zach Housley left stranded at third base after stealing his way into scoring position. And with that, we head to the top of the second inning. Still 0-0 between the West Jefferson Panthers of District 6 and the Soda Springs Cardinals of District 5 on KBRV The Bear and online with our live video stream at mylocalradio.com.
This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by Arctic Circle of Soda Springs, where you can get burgers made from premium Black Angus beef, as well as fries and onion rings with their delicious fry sauce. Be sure to top it all off with a soft serve cone piled high and dipped with their delicious chocolate topping.
Whether it's warm outside and you need an air conditioning system, or cold outside and you need a new natural gas furnace, Reed's Plumbing and Heating has what you need to keep your family comfortable, and there's never been a better time to convert to natural gas. With great service and expertise, Reed's is your all-weather friend in southeastern Idaho. Call us today, 208-547-4466, and we'll get right to work making your home comfortable and cozy. That's Reed's Plumbing and Heating at 208-547-4466. Natural gas, it's worth asking for.
Welcome back out to the home of today's contest at Totfus Field. Soda Springs Cardinals taking on the West Jefferson Panthers here on KBRV The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com. Here in the second inning, with the score still at 0-0, Peyton Lish out for his second inning of work, hoping for some more punch-outs, as he got 3 strikeouts to strike out the side in that first inning of work. And we'll look to try and put another 0 on the board as the heart of the order comes up for the West Jefferson Panthers. It'll be Gabe Pancheri, Shad Pancheri, and Kyler Albertson to face the Cardinals sophomore hurler on the mound. Peyton Lish, times we've gotten to see him, has looked very, very good as he stretches out the right arm a bit. And Gabe Pancheri, his counterpart on the mound, steps in to the right-handed batter's box. And Lish will see this one fouled off to the right side, bouncing back into the pine trees surrounding the field, and the count goes to 0-1. Shad Pancheri again standing in the on-deck circle. And behind him, Kyler Albertson will await his opportunity as well, as another pitch fouled off by Gabe Pancheri, and the count quickly to 0-2. Peyton Lish in the start of the top of the second and continuing the work that he did in the top of the first as he struck out the side. Infield and outfield really haven't had a lot to do yet. One of those times when you're bored and you're okay with being bored out there in the field, but you got to stay on your toes as everyone stares in. Gabe Pancheri awaits another pitch. He swings, grounds this one towards second. Fielded on the run by Zach Housley. Flips to the pitcher, and Peyton Lish puts it away. Housley, ranging off of his first base position, ends up snaring that one, sliding away to his right, and the putout goes 3-1 as Peyton Lish records the out at first. Housley showing off his shortstop skills as he slid to his right in order to snare that one, and the first out of this second inning is recorded, and Shad Pancheri will get his chance. See again, a right-handed batter for the West Jefferson Panthers strides in. First pitch to him off the outside corner and taken for ball 1. Peyton Lish up to 19 pitches now in the game. We'll see how long Coach Yuskoski decides to allow him to go in today's contest. And Lish will once again wind fire. And a pitch swung on and missed down in the dirt. And Pancheri sees the count go back even at 1-1. Beautiful day for baseball, and the fans making a day of it as well. West Jefferson bringing a healthy contingent. Also, the Soda Springs Cardinals bringing a healthy contingent. Softball being played just about a quarter-mile away here in Totfus Park. Another pitch to Shad Pancheri, taken away and low for a ball, and the count goes to 2-1. Infield. Backed up near the outfield grass all along. Outfield playing straight up once again as a pitch swung on and missed. Shad Pancheri took a big healthy cut at that one. The count goes to 2-2. And the outfield creeping in just a little bit, knowing he's got to be defensive, playing a little bit more shallow in their depth. Dylan Downs playing right about straightaway center. Anywhere in between as Peyton Lish comes inside and ends up hitting Shad Pancheri, first hit batsman of the game for the Soda Springs Cardinals. And for Peyton Lish, not something you want to necessarily see. At least one out, though, in this game, but on a 2-2 count, not the location you want to see. And we'll see what West Jefferson decides to do. Shad Pancheri with a little bit of speed out there on the base paths. Could see if they test the arm of Jacob Housley behind home plate. As I said, they were really working with him as well yesterday on his transition, his throw down to first base. So this is an opportunity for him to maybe work on this. And a pickoff move goes over to first. Peyton Lish forcing Shad Pancheri back to that first base bag. Lish needs to direct his attention to Kyler Albertson, though. As Albertson, the big right-hander, tall right-hander, fouls one off to the screen, rolls along the chain link fence before bouncing back behind home plate, and the count goes to 0-1 to Albertson. Where's the number 69? West Jefferson, a couple of different players with the higher numbers along their backs. Kyler wears 69. Riley Cottle wears the number 59. Lish up in the count, 0-1. Again, picks off over towards first, but back to the bag is Shad Pancheri. And the count stays at 0-1 as Pancheri dances his way back to first base once again. Chatter coming from the dugout. Coach Yuskoski calling out to his team as Jacob Housley keeps the ball near home plate as it dances away from the strike zone. The count goes to 1-1. And it sends once again Albertson into the box. 1-1 count. Runner off first base. Lish once again winds and fires another strike. That one past Albertson. Good movement on his pitches so far. West Jefferson really having trouble making solid contact, if any contact, against Peyton Lish. As a sophomore steps with another chance at a strikeout. He's got 3 of them in a game. And a 1-2 count with one out here in the top of the second inning. And a chance at another one. Swing and a miss again. Albertson goes down. That's 4 strikeouts for Peyton Lish in the game. And Peyton Lish on a roll as he gets the second out of this inning with that runner still at first base. Shad Pancheri, after being hit by a pitch, just remaining there, has not tried to attempt that stolen base yet. Dalton Robbins will step forward now, the second baseman for the West Jefferson Panthers, the number 7 batter, trying to keep the inning moving along. Cardinals still playing at double play depth as Robbins swings and misses at a pitch that moves the count to 0-1. Lish is seeing that pitch count start to rise a little bit, but hasn't had any severely tested innings quite yet. 15 pitches in that first inning. Pancheri is still off of first base, not going as a pitch outside of the zone, snared by the glove of the catcher, Jacob Housley, who once more crouches behind home plate. Umpire flashes the count 1-1 to each of the coaches on the sideline, then to Peyton Lish. As Peyton will try that pickoff move again, the ball squeaks past Zach Housley, but he quickly recovers it, retrieves it, and flips it back to the pitcher, Lish. That's 3 pickoff moves, and not a bad pickoff move for Lish. He's got a lot of quickness out there on the mound with his feet. He can make that turn rather quickly, particularly for a right-hander, and is accurate with that throw to first base as well, at least in the moves that we've seen so far today. Winds to the plate this time. Swing and a miss. Robbins down 1-2 in the count. And with 2 outs, Lish looking for another punch-out. It'd be his 5th to try and get out of this second inning with the score still at 0-0 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. Lish stares in for the sign, checks the runner back at first. Pancheri with the lead, short lead, dances off once again, and just catching a piece as Dalton Robbins to keep the count at 1-2. As Lish gets the ball back from Jacob Housley, and will once more try to get something past Dalton Robbins. Most of the pitches have been away so far. See if they try to tempt him inside. Last time Lish tried to do that, though, he ended up hitting Shad Pancheri. We'll See if he has the wherewithal to come inside again. He does, and waiting for it and flaring one over towards third base where Jaron Johnson dives for it is Dalton Robbins. It hits in front of him. It's an infield single for Dalton Robbins. And the first base hit of the game against Peyton Lish is delivered. It moves Shad Pancheri up as he moves into scoring position at second base. And with 2 outs, Dylan Jacobs, the right fielder for the Panthers, will have an opportunity of his own to try and drive home a run. Jacobs, another right-handed batter for the Panthers, awaits the pitch. This one swung on a miss, tied him up inside as he is down to the count 0-1. Dalton Robbins, give him some credit, waiting for that inside pitch. He was looking for it and was able to just get it in play. Getting it in play is Jaron Johnson dove for a ball that maybe would have been better off just trying to field and throw to first to get him out with the ground out. Ends up getting himself on base, and now another hit batsman. Peyton Lish hits his second of the inning. And on 2 pitches, Dylan Jacobs makes his way over to first base. And the bases are loaded for the West Jefferson Panthers and nowhere to put Eugenio Lemus. And Lemus, the number 9 batter, will try and flip the order over. And get West Jefferson onto the board as well. Just has to reach base. No matter what, a walk, hit by pitch, single, error, whatever it is, as he takes a strike on the outside. And Peyton Lish again up in the count. The bad thing for Peyton Lish is not only has he hit 2 batters, both of them have been hit with him either even in the count with 2 strikes or up in the count with an 0-1 count. Those are the worst times to hit somebody, as you're up in the count already, as another ball in the dirt kept around home plate by Housley as the count moves to 1-1. Sun continuing to warm the field around Totfus Park. Continues to be a wonderful day for baseball. Cardinals hoping to try and keep it that way for themselves and knock this run down. Keep this rally from getting any runs across as the ball fouled off into the dugout, ducking out of the way. And Cardinals all along the right side showing some athleticism as that one hit against the wall of the dugout and went in. Dugouts here with chain link all along except for a small doorway at the far right side of each of them, or the far side away from home plate of each of them, and that one catching that doorway where the Cardinals are standing gathered. Moves the count to 1-2, 2 outs. Bases loaded in the bottom of the top of the second inning as Lish winds, fires, and swing and a miss. Strike 3 as Eugenio Lemus late on a pitch. 5 strikeouts for Peyton Lish, a big one there to get out of the frame, and the Cardinals will escape giving up any runs as we head to the bottom of the second inning, still tied 0-0 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard on KBRV, The Bear, and MyLocalRadio.com.
Caribou County Athletics on KBRV are brought to you by Bear Lake Dental, where their commitment is to provide you with the highest standard of personalized dental care in a gentle, efficient, and professional manner. Call 208-847-0153 to schedule your appointment with Bear Lake Dental.
Get it to go at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs and Patterson Easy Way in Grace, Idaho. From pizza to potato wedges, from burritos to the jalapeno flavored corn dogs, from candy, clothing, car accessories, and fountain drinks, convenience is fun. And Patterson Quick Stop and Patterson Easy Way help to fill your needs conveniently. They have something for everyone: food, fuel, and fun at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs and Patterson Easy Way in Grace. Right here, right now.
This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by Mountain States Insurance Company. Stop in for help with all of your insurance needs at 30 East, 2nd South next to Caribou Jacks in Soda Springs, or call 208-547-2141 and talk to an agent today. Welcome back out to the home of the Soda Springs Cardinals. At least right now they're the home team. Tied up with the West Jefferson Panthers with the bottom half of the order coming up. 5, 6, and 7 set to come to the plate for the Cardinals. Dylan Downs, Mason Smith, and Peyton Lish will be the scheduled 3 hitters. On the outside looking in, Jacob Housley will be the 4th to bat in this inning against Gabe Pancheri, who gave up a leadoff walk to open up the game and misses to Dylan Downs to open up the second inning of play. But he was able to dance around it and got 3 flyouts to center field, 2 flyouts and a lineout, rather, as Dursteller got good contact on one, but positioned well was the center fielder Zane Meacham. Count goes to 2-0 on another pitch that just misses on the outside. Gabe Pancheri will wind and fire once more as Downs lines one up the middle on the ground, takes a big bounce into the hands of the second baseman who doesn't even have to crouch over to glove it. Dalton Robbins with a strong throw over to first, and the 4-3 putout is recorded, and Downs, who got decent contact on the ball, is served up as the first out. And the Soda Springs Cardinals will have to see if Mason Smith can get the inning off with a rally and put a runner on base. Mason had 3 hits in their game against the American Falls Beavers. He'll check his swing and takes that one high for a ball. Count goes to 1-0 as they'll check the first base umpire, says he did hold up, and now Mason with a count in his favor, a ball and no strikes. We'll look out to Gabe Pancheri again as this pitch swung on and fouled back to the screen, got it with the end of the bat. And the count evens at 1-1. 1 out, bottom of the second inning. Nothing still on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard between West Jefferson and Soda Springs. West Jefferson looking to get above 500 as they sit right now at 2-2. That pitch just inside. Very close pitch. Mason Smith, though, getting the benefit of the doubt from the home plate umpire and saved on that one as the count goes to 2-1. 2-1 delivery from Pancheri as he winds. That pitch on the outside corner is called a strike, and the count goes back to 2-2. The umpire giving that outside corner a little bit more than the inside corner. We'll see if the pitchers adjust to that, as with the 2-2 count, Mason Smith looks out, but Pancheri steps off of the bag, or the rubber, and now gets back on. Infield playing shallow. Outfield shifted to the left side, with center field playing into the right field side. Another pitch upstairs and outside moves the count full. And now with nowhere to go in the count, Mason Smith and Gabe Pancheri will have to have a decision made here. 3-2. Pancheri again winds, fires. This ball lifted to foul territory down the left side. That one is going to be tracked and off of the glove of the left fielder, but in foul territory. And the count will just remain at 3-2. The left fielder, Eugenio Lemus, came in, had a beat on it, but could not secure the ball in his glove. And Mason Smith, despite popping that one up, gets one more opportunity. And we'll see if he can take advantage of it for the Soda Springs Cardinals. Cardinals left fielder. Also a little bit of a pitcher for the Cardinals who joined us in the pregame show, looking out. 3-2 delivery from Pancheri. Winds, fires. That's behind Mason Smith, and the mistake in left field will allow Mason Smith to make his way on base with another Davis repair walk. They are the equipment diesel specialists in Soda Springs at 600 West Highway 30. Bringing you all of our walks in today's game. And that walk sends Mason Smith to first base for Peyton Lish, who will step up and try and keep the inning moving along in a positive way for the Cardinals, and fouls one outside of the chain link fence around the field here at Topfus Park, and the count goes to 0-1 to Peyton Lish. Second walk issued by Gabe Pancheri in today's game. No strikeouts. Has yet to give up a hit, though, as he'll do a quick pickoff move to first base. Back easily, though, the tall and lanky Mason Smith, who's able to fall down and reach out to the bag. Doesn't even really have to slide with the short lead that he's got. Not a speed threat necessarily. Good to keep him close to the bag, though, as another pitch swung on and fouled back behind us into the grass. And the count goes to 0-2 on Peyton Lish, as he'll have to buckle down and battle to keep this at-bat alive. On deck, Jacob Housley, the catcher for the Cardinals, will get an opportunity. Another pickoff move to first base has Mason Smith easily back in time. Coach Uskoski stands over at third. Looking to give some signs, but really hasn't had a lot of opportunities to put people into motion. Housley got a couple of stolen bases. Lish turns on one, but too much as he sends it into the pine trees down the left side. And the count stays at 0-2. Couple of fresh baseballs being sent to the home plate umpire from the West Jefferson dugout. So I'll have to send another couple players to go track those down. Count still at 0-2. Gabe Pancheri checks over at Mason Smith at first. Now steps to the plate, and this one just off the end of the bat from Peyton Lish. He's chugging his way down to first. It's a race to the bag. Diving and making the grab to record the out. Is Gabe Pancheri? No. They're going to say Lish is safe as he beat it out on the hustle down the line. Peyton Lish, on the 5th pitch he sees, ends up getting that single and moving everybody up a base with only 1 out. So Lish gets his first hit of the game and gives Jacob Housley an opportunity with runners at first and second. Not a ton of speed, but Housley has a big open field in right center. Nobody standing near that gap. If you just loop one that way, instead they'll have him bunt. That's a good one. Out of position is Gabe Pancheri, and Housley hustles his way down for the infield bunt single. Bases chock full of Cardinals and only 1 out as Housley puts down a beautiful bunt. And Case Griffiths now will step up to the plate with the bases loaded and only 1 away in the bottom of this 2nd inning. Cardinals last for a pinch runner as well as Easton Pendlebury will have an opportunity to run for the Soda Springs Cardinals. And also, Peyton Lish will be replaced as Caleb Peterson will make his way to second base, adding a bit of speed onto the base pass for the Soda Springs Cardinals. As Case Griffiths will look out. Infield being brought in to the edge of the infield grass here at Topfus Park, and the first pitch to Case Griffiths upstairs for ball 1. Both teams have loaded the bases here in the 2nd inning. Cardinals were able to work out of it as it happened with 2 outs to Peyton Lish. Now Gabe Pancheri trying to tiptoe his way around some danger as he's given up 2 hits and walked a man. Bases full as Case Griffiths swings. That's into that right center field area, straight up to center field. Scores 1 run as Mason Smith easily across home plate. Everybody else just moves up position to position, and 3 straight hits along with a walk for the Soda Springs Cardinals have given them a run, and the bases remain chock full as the Cardinals strike first against Gabe Pancheri with their 3rd hit, and Case Griffiths gets an early RBI. Brings up Zach Housley, one of the more dangerous bats for the Cardinals. He'll take a first pitch on the outside for a strike. Housley walked his first time up, looking to try and continue to move people along. And with a 0-1 count against him, Pancheri from the stretch winds and fires a pitch upstairs that misses for a ball. Count evens at 1-1. And Housley will again look out. Pancheri stretches, fires. Housley, big cut at that one. Quick bat through the zone and almost too quick as he went over the top of it. And the count goes to 1-2 to the Cardinals senior playing first base today, looking to drive home an RBI. At least 1, maybe get a couple if he can hit one of those gaps with a deep shot. Base is full here in the bottom of the 2nd. He'll lift one to that right center field area. Over and trying to track it down as it's going to bounce beyond all of the outfielders was Dylan Jacobs. Housley's going to stop back at first with a long single. The Cardinals will score a pair of runs, though, on another RBI single to that right center field gap. Moving all the way to 3rd base on the play is Case Griffiths, and Zach Housley makes it a 3-0 game in favor of the Soda Springs Cardinals on the 4th straight base hit against Gabe Pancheri. Brings up Taylor Adams with another opportunity to keep this inning going along and keeping on going smoothly. Runners on the corner, still only 1 out, 3-0. The Cardinals on top on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. As Housley's going to take off on the play, they'll try and pick off over towards 3rd. It's going to get away as the throw from Riley Cottle did not even come near the 3rd baseman. Housley on another base storage stolen base moves up to 3rd on the throwing error. And we'll have the stolen base. And coming home to score is Case Griffiths. That's the 4th run allowed in this inning. And the 4th earned run against Gabe Pancheri as Zach Housley now moves into scoring position for Taylor Adams. The pitch, I believe, ended up being a ball. As Taylor Adams will await another one from Gabe Pancheri. Grounds one over towards the right side. It gets past the first baseman, and a throw from the second baseman, Dalton Robbins, takes Shad Pancheri off of the bag. It's another infield single for Housley, or for, excuse me, Taylor Adams. Another RBI, and Taylor gets on base to keep this inning moving along for the Soda Springs Cardinals against Gabe Pancheri on the mound. That's 4 runs. All those runs, again, brought to you by Ricky Wood and Gate City Real Estate. And 5 runs now in the inning for the Soda Springs Cardinals. The pitch inside will get away from the catcher behind home plate. Sliding up and getting up safely on the wild pitch is Taylor Adams, as he makes his way into scoring position now at second base after the 5th straight single for the Soda Springs Cardinals. The only out of this inning was the opening out, as there was a ground out to second. But since then, the Cardinals have kept the carousel moving and have moved Taylor Adams up into scoring position as well. Gabe Pancheri awaits, looks in, and another pitch to Johnson down in the dirt, and the count goes to 2-0 to the junior for the Cardinals, playing at third base today. 5 Gate City Real Estate runs in the inning so far. A 6th standing out at second base, towing the bag with the left foot. It's Taylor Adams, as he will walk out to a small lead. Jaron Johnson, the righty, looks out to Gabe Pancheri, checks the runner, winds, fires this one off the outside corner as well. And the count now to 3-0 to Jaron Johnson. Looking to get on base any way he can and keep this momentum moving in the favor of the Cardinals. Keep Gabe Pancheri in trouble here in the second inning, as he'll wind this one inside, forces Jaron Johnson to dance out of the way. And ball 4 or hit by pitch, doesn't matter. It's a walk, another Davis Repair walk to put Jaron Johnson onto the base paths and put runners onto first and second, with Kyle Dursteller stepping to the plate for his second at bat. 9th batter for the Soda Springs Cardinals in this game, or in this inning. Dursteller, the cleanup hitter, number 4 in the order, takes the pitch upstairs for a ball. 5 straight out of the zone by Gabe Pancheri, as he looks to find that comfort zone. He had it in the first inning as he worked a rather quick first inning, but now the Cardinals starting to lace some hits and have seen 7 straight reach base, and 2 of those on base will move forward as another wild pitch will get past the catcher Riley Caudill and up to second and third go Jaron Johnson and Taylor Adams, and the count goes to 2-0 to Kyle Dursteller, who head down to the third base coaching box to talk with Coach Jeff Yuskoski, as they're going to have a meeting on the mounds and a meeting of the minds, as Coach Chase Beckman will wander out to the mound and discuss things with his pitcher Gabe Pancheri. Pancheri seeing his pitch count start to elevate in this inning as well, as he's seen it rise to 28 pitches, now 30 pitches, with 2 pitches to Kyle Dursteller, up to 45 in the game. That's after a 15-pitch first inning. He's given up 3 walks in the game so far, all of those brought to you by Davis Repair. He's given up 5 runs to the Cardinals, but 2 more standing out there with only 1 out here in the second inning, as another inside pitch to Dursteller misses. Count goes to 3-0 to Pancheri, or from Pancheri to Dursteller. And Dursteller looking to try and get on base with first base open. Could earn that walk. Pancheri winds, fires, swing and a miss. Big cut by Dursteller. What probably would have been ball 4. He wanted to get that one in play and bring home a run. On deck, Dylan Downs, who led this inning off with this ground out to second base. He's got to be hoping for an opportunity to get some runs home, and a pitch upstairs to Dursteller will give him just that. Another walk, another Davis Repair walk, moves Dursteller down to first base, and the base is once more chock full of Cardinals. 8 straight Cardinals have reached base, and guess what? The one who didn't is Dylan Downs, who's at the plate right now. Dillon awaits as Gabe Pancheri into the windup again. Bounces one to the plate. That gets away from the catcher, Caudle. And coming across home plate is Taylor Adams with yet another run, brought to you by Ricky Wood and Gate City Real Estate. Call Ricky for all of your real estate needs, 208-547-7012. Downs ahead in the count now, 1-0. He had a 2-0 count when he grounded out to second. Runners at second and third base. And this one grounded towards short. Good pick over there by the shortstop, and a strong throw to first base will record the out. It is an RBI ground out for Dylan Downs, but it does record that second out of the inning. Coming across, Jaron Johnson, as he ends up scoring on the play. Dursteller moves up to third base on the play as the 7th run of the inning for the Soda Springs Cardinals comes across home plate. All these runs have been earned. A swing and a miss by Mason Smith at the plate. He was the first one to come around in this inning and score as he walked. Another Davis Repair walk to bring that run home. 7-0 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. Mason Smith takes a pitch there for a ball, and the count goes to 1-1. Runner at third base is Kyle Dursteller, hoping to come home and make this an 8-run second inning for the Cardinals. Upstairs, Mason Smith backs away from ball number 2. 2 outs, bottom of the second, 7-0. The Cardinals on top. Pancheri looks in again. Gabe fires. That's a strike on the inside, and the count goes to even 2-2. Deuces wild to Mason Smith, the left fielder for the Cardinals. Again, he was the second batter in this inning and becomes the 11th batter to come to the plate for Soda Springs in the frame. Pancheri to the mound again, or from the mound again. Wines fires. That one misses as well. 3-2 goes the count. Full to Mason Smith. Back-to-back times he's had full counts against Gabe Pancheri. First time again he got that walk. As Gabe will set at the chest. And this one just fouled off. Mason Smith just keeping himself alive at the plate. Dursteller continues to stand over at third base in this long second inning. Both teams spent a lot of time on the field, but right now Gabe Pancheri has had the worst of it. He'll set once again at the chest, fires. This one ripped by Mason Smith to left field, but getting over there to put it away is the left fielder Eugenio Lemus. What a rocket off the bat of Mason Smith, but just not away from the outfielder enough. The Cardinals, though, do strike for a 7-run frame, and have a 7-0 lead over the West Jefferson Panthers as we head to the top of the third inning. Third inning being brought to you by Sanders Furniture and Appliance on KBRV The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com.
This production of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by London Drug and Grace, your good neighbor pharmacy, locally owned, locally loved.
If you're looking for live local sports, local news, weather, live classifieds, and free photo downloads, search no more. MyLocalRadio.com has what you want. Watch your teams live or browse the tens of thousands of photographs of Wyoming, Utah, and Idaho high school events, from speech and drama competitions, rodeo, an array of different athletics, activities, community events, and so much more. Visit MyLocalRadio.com today and find what you're looking for.
This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by Caribou Jack's Trading Company in Soda Springs, supplying you with everything for your home and your one-stop shop for all of your barbecue needs this spring and summer. Stop by at 50 East 2nd South in Soda Springs or call 208-547-4326 today. Welcome back out to Topfus Field on KBRV The Bear and MyLocalRadio.com. The Soda Springs Cardinals exploding for 7 runs in the bottom of the second inning as they put the West Jefferson Panthers onto the ropes. Here in this frame, we have a frozen video. We apologize for that. We'll see if that ends up fixing itself. See if we can correct that anyways. We might just do that in between games of our double header here. So we apologize for those of you watching at home online for the frozen video screen that you're watching. As up to the plate will step Zane Meacham, Edgar Esquivel, and Riley Cottle. The top three in the order for the West Jefferson Panthers will be due up as a ball missing away from Peyton Lish will start it off with an 0-1 count. Lish up to 38 pitches here in this inning, or in the game so far, I should say. And Lish to the plate will get a swing and a miss from Zane Meacham. Meacham struck out swinging his first time up on 3 straight pitches. That won't happen, as he already is even in the count 1-1, but he's trying to avoid that second strikeout. Lish winds. Again comes to the plate. This one upstairs and in. The count to 2-1. And this can be the danger of having spent that much time in the dugout in between chances to throw, is you can lose your rhythm. See if Peyton Lish can get back into that groove as he will once more wind, step to the plate, and this one fouled off to the right side. Bounces towards the cars, and the count goes back to even at 2-2. Top of the third inning being brought to you by Sanders Furniture and Appliance in Soda Springs, where they carry only the best brands, including Lazy Boy, Amana, Maytag, Crosley, GE, and more. Sanders Furniture and Appliance is making your house a home. Lish back to the plate, inside and upstairs. The count goes full to the leadoff batter for the West Jefferson Panthers, and now Lish trying to avoid the first Davis repair walk of this inning and of the game for himself. Has 5 strikeouts but no walks, has only given up the 1 hit. Is this a pitch? Strike 3 called right down the heart of the plate with a fastball, and Meacham wasn't ready for it, as he is the 5th victim to go down on strikes to Peyton Lish. He's had a fantastic game on the mound so far, as he does have a couple of batters that he plunked, but those have not come around to hurt him. The hit has not hurt him as well, and still yet to give up any runs. Gabe Pancheri, on the other hand, hoping that a few runs will make their way across. Edgar Esquivel, he struck out swinging his first time up as well. He awaits the first pitch inside, bends out of the way, and he gets ahead in the count for 1-0. The right-hander stands tight to the plate. Lish will rock the right-hander pitcher. Winds, fires that an off-speed pitch just a little bit high. Couldn't bend it down enough on the curveball, and the count goes to 2-0. Lish looks over to the dugout. Now back to the mound. He wanders up and looks back to Jacob Housley, sophomore catcher behind home plate. The sophomore duo working well right now as this pitch inside, snared by Housley, but the count goes to 3-0 to Esquivel, and after striking out the opening batter of this top of the third inning, now Peyton Lish battling with Esquivel in the number 2 spot. Lish will wind, step to the plate. That's the ball that bounces to the plate. Housley moves over to get it, but making his way down to first on another Davis repair walk is Edgar Esquivel. That's the first walk surrendered by Peyton Lish in today's ball game. And it brings up Riley Cottle, the catcher, with a couple of mistakes in that second inning. Had a wild pitch get past him, also threw the ball away down the third base line that allowed a run to score. He'll pop one up to the right side. That's going to get free of the field, though, and bounces beyond the chain-link fence, and the count will go to 0-1. 11 pitches into this inning. Peyton Lish up to 49 in this game. Still check back to the runner at first base. Now looks to the plate. All sent back into play as they'll wait for everyone to get set, including the home plate umpire. Lish will once more come to the plate. This one taken for a strike on the inside, and the count goes to 0-2 to Riley Cottle. Lish on the verge of another strikeout. Update from the softball game. The Lady Cardinals up 9-5 in that contest right now to the West Jefferson Panthers. Big game for the Lady Cardinals, trying to go for back-to-back wins as the ball fouled off, spoiled well behind the field here, back towards the houses that line Topfus Park. And the count stays at 0-2. West Jefferson dugout trying to pull along Cottle. Runner at first base is Edgar Esquivel, reached on a 4-pitch walk. He is off to a very small lead. Lish looks to the plate, winds, fires this one, laced into left field. Moving over, though, easily as Mason Smith puts it away. The runner took off from first base, and the throw gets away from Housley at first, or else they could have doubled him up. But the Cardinals do record 1 out on a fly ball out to left field, where Mason Smith able to get it in quickly, and it's now 2 outs here in the 3rd inning of play, the top of the 3rd, with the Cardinals leading 7-0 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. And despite a runner over at first base, the Cardinals have a golden opportunity to take that 7-0 lead into the bottom of this frame and give the offense more chances to build on. As Lish back to first, almost able to pick off Esquivel. Seeing if they could get him being a little bit jumpy there, looking for a secondary lead. Paying attention, though, gets back quickly, and we'll once again return our attention to Gabe Pancheri, the pitcher for the West Jefferson Panthers. Batting in the 4 spot, takes a pitch down in the dirt. Good scoop behind the plate by Housley. Fakes a throw back over to first to chase Esquivel back to the bag. And Esquivel will oblige. Pancheri looks out, up in the count, 1-0. Lish to the plate for the Cardinals, fires a strike. Another fake throw back to first base by Jacob Housley, keeping Esquivel close, making sure he doesn't wander too far away from the bag. And with a 1-1 count, Lish will once more direct his attention to Pancheri. Gabe looks out, slaps one foul down the right field side. Quick wrist by Pancheri, but couldn't keep it inside the chalk lines, and the count now falls against him, 1-2. He grounded out to first base his first time up. And trying to avoid a similar fate and get on base and keep this top of the 3rd inning alive. 1-2 count, 2 outs, top of the 3rd inning. Lish looks in, steps to the plate. That's inside, and again, another hit batsman by Peyton Lish will move runners forward and keep the inning alive, and again, ahead in the count. Poor timing on when Peyton Lish has hit those batsmen. Gabe Pancheri will be pinch run for. Coming onto the field for the Panthers is Cash Sullivan. The sophomore wears the number 9, stands at first base. Step off to his lead, and into the plate will come Shad Pancheri. He was hit by a pitch his first time up. No bat officially, swings and misses at the first pitch to him, and the count goes to 0-1. The hit batsman. The worst part about that for the Cardinals is the fact that they're extending the pitch count of Peyton Lish. It's up to 19 in this inning, up to 57 overall. Now Lish misses badly. Both runners going to try and move up. Throw down to third base. Not in time as it's off the mark. Sliding in safely as Esquivel as he moves to 90 feet within home plate. Also, Sullivan moves up as he makes his way to second base. Shad Pancheri, with a 1-1 count facing him, an opportunity to get the West Jefferson Panthers onto the scoreboard. Peyton rocks the 1-1 delivery. Swung on. That's laced into left field. Mason Smith's going to have to turn on his horse. He watches this one fly all the way to the fence and over the fence, as that is a 3-run bomb by Shad Pancheri. A 3-run home run by Shad Pancheri, greeted by high fives from the West Jefferson Panthers as he clears the bases with a no-doubter, making it 7-3 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. And just like that, this game turned onto its heel, and the West Jefferson Panthers take advantage of the mistakes made by Peyton Lish, the walk and the hit batsman, come around to score. And the Panthers get their first 3 runs back within 4 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard, 7-3. Tell you what, Pancheri rocked that one to left center field and cleared the fence with Mason Smith jogging to the fence at the end to make sure, but I'll see how Peyton Lish bounces back after serving up the dinger. First pitch to Kyler Albertson, wearing the number 69, is outside for a ball. Lish will set up once again. Enfield playing straight up with 2 outs in the top of the 3rd inning. Another pitch off the outside, taken for a ball, and the count goes to 2-0. Lish here in his 3rd inning of work, looking to escape it and get out of this one without giving up any more damage. Pitch fouled off to the right side. That's to the cars and bounces between a pair of them. Windshield's taking a breath of relief as a pair of cars and a pair of parents around here, I'm sure, were taking a very deep breath. One delivery from Lish behind the batter, Kyler Albertson. That makes it 3-1. 7-3 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. Cardinals still well in front, but the West Jefferson Panthers finding some holes in the armor of Peyton Lish as he is going to walk Kyler Albertson. Almost hit him again, but the second walk of the inning by Peyton Lish will keep the West Jefferson Panthers at the plate, as this will be the 7th batter of the inning coming up. Dalton Robbins will take his strides to the plate. He singled. Has one of the 2 hits for the West Jefferson Panthers. Singled back in the 2nd inning. Quick pickoff move over towards first. Gets away from Housley, but just dribbles into foul territory as he picks it up and flips it back over to Peyton Lish on the mound. And the count will stay at 0-0 as Lish will once again decide how he wants to approach Dalton Robbins. First pitch to Robbins, inside, just missing on the inside corner, and the count goes to 1-0. Lish struggling to find the plate. And he once more looks back over to first base. This pitch, a strike on the outside corner. 1-1 the count goes. Dylan Jacobs, who was hit by a pitch, stands in the on-deck circle. Again, Albertson leads off of first. 7-3 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. Cardinals leading in the top of the 3rd inning. West Jefferson at the plate. Lish will again set, fires, and a ball bounced over towards the right side, scooped up, and Jaron Johnson's throw gets past Housley. That's going to allow both runners to move up. No, just the one runner moving up, and almost coming all the way home on the play, and trying to come home, I should say, is Kyler Albertson. But reaching on the E5 is Dalton Robbins, as he will remain at first base. Runners on the corners now for the West Jefferson Panthers after the mistake made. If any more runs come across in this inning, they will be unearned runs. As Dylan Jacobs comes back into the batter's box. Excuse me, now this brings up Dylan Jacobs for the first time as a pickoff move back to first base by Lish will be just a little bit late, and Dalton Robbins dives back to the bag. 8th batter now to come to the plate in this inning. Lish checks both corners, steps to the plate, pitch well upstairs. Runners both come off of their bags, and Housley looks back over to third base to force Kyler Albertson back to the plate, or back to the base, as he now moves off to his lead. Lish once again will check the runners. 0-1 count. Steps to the plate, inside, called for a strike. Runner leaves, and a stolen base is taken by Dalton Robbins. Stolen base is brought to you by MySpace Storage, but the pitch inside for a strike will move the count to 1-1, and the lead runner, the one that really matters the most, will have to stay where he's at, over at third. Lish sets again at the chest. to the plate, swung on and missed. Dylan Jacobs behind the count, now 1-2. This again, though, where Peyton Lish has struggled to try and find the zone consistently. Lish now sets at the chest once more, to the plate, behind the batter, Dylan Jacobs, who just calmly waited for it to hit him, but it never dropped into his back, and the count goes to 2-2. 7-3, but 2 more runs sitting out there on the base pass for the West Jefferson Panthers here in the top of the 3rd inning. Lish will again come set at the chest, steps to the plate, swung on and missed, strike 3. That's going to do it as the inning comes to an end with out number 3. Cardinals escape giving up too much damage. Peyton Lish, though, serves up a 3-run home run to the West Jefferson Panthers and Shad Pancheri. It's 7-3 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard as we move along and take you to the bottom of the 3rd, and the Cardinals coming back to the plate.
This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by Crop Production Services of Bancroft. Call 208-648-7891 to learn how to get the best production out of your crops.
When the time comes, you'll want true compassion balanced with clinical care for your mom or dad, grandma, or grandpa. Edgewood Assisted Living Center in Soda Springs provides a warm, caring, and secure environment for individuals who need medication assistance, healthy meals, and assistance with daily activities. You can help by introducing them to our Assisted Living Center. Come on in for a tour and consultation. Find out about our monthly move-in specials and respite visits. Furnished suites are available. Call 208-547-0257. The Edgewood Assisted Living Center in Soda Springs, Idaho, a place to call home.
Shad Pancheri back onto the mound for the, Gabe Pancheri back onto the mound for the West Jefferson Panthers as they will return to the field after getting a little bit more momentum back in their favor. They trailed 7-0 after the 2nd inning, but 3 runs on a Shad Pancheri jack to the left center field corner ends up giving them some points on the board and also gives them a little bit of momentum in their side as they face the bottom 3rd of the order for the Cardinals. Peyton Lish, Jacob Housey, and Case Griffiths, all 3 with singles their first time up, will step back to the plate. Lish, the right-hander, looking to try and amend his mistakes and make up for the home run that he gave up. Will take the first pitch for a ball. Lish, as I said, singled his last time up on an 0-2 count, spoiled off a couple of pitches from Pancheri. Now gets to work ahead in the count. Here in the bottom of the 3rd inning, brought to you by Sanders Furniture and Appliance. Another pitch bounced up to Peyton Lish, and the count goes to 2-0. Sanders Furniture and Appliance, carrying only the best brands, including Lazy Boy, Amana, Maytag, Crosley, GE, and more. Let Sanders Furniture and Appliance in Soda Springs make your house a home. Pancheri rocks once more. This one outside as well, and the count to 3-0. Pancheri up to 60 pitches now, really struggling with his control. We'll see if he can settle himself down. Peyton Lish, you would assume, would be done. 34 pitches in that last inning, almost doubled his pitch count. Another strike to Lish as the count will set up to 3-1 to Lish, who took that pitch all the way. Now once more, Pancheri to the plate will catch Lish swing and chopped at one. Not great form at the swing. Saw a pitch that he liked, though, and decided to take the cut. It was a strike over the middle of the plate. And with a 3-2 count, the payoff pitch swung on and missed again by Lish. That's held on to by the catcher. And the first strikeout for Gabe Pancheri comes against his counterpart, Peyton Lish. Brings up Jacob Housley, and Case Griffith stands in the on-deck circle. As I said, the bottom 3rd of the order for the Soda Springs Cardinals. We'll see Pancheri again wind, fire on to the outside, and the count goes to 0-1. And Housley falls behind. Housley singled on the first pitch he saw as he laid down a bunt and was able to get on base safely. Now fouls a pitch back to the screen, and the count goes to 0-2 to the sophomore catcher. Housley getting the start behind home plate ahead of Todd Hunsaker. The two of them have rotated catching duties at the varsity level. Another pitch to the plate outside of the dish, and the count goes to 1-2. More in favor of Housley, but still has to battle, shorten that swing up a little bit as he crouches over the top of the plate. Holds the bat over his right shoulder, almost behind his head, as he cuts and misses at another high fastball. And that's back-to-back strikeouts for Gabe Pancheri. And maybe the rough inning was what he needed as motivation, as he now has back-to-back punch-outs to the bottom of the order, which he did not handle that well in that second inning. And we'll see if Case Griffiths, who has an RBI single to his credit and a run, can change that. First pitch to Case taken outside for a ball. Bottom of the third inning, brought to you as always by Sanders Furniture and Appliance in Soda Springs. 7-3, Cardinals up by 4, looking to try and add a few more to their total, but nobody on base. Case Griffiths now seeing a 2-0 count with 2 outs in this inning. Once more hunches over the plate. Pitch from Pancheri is taken for a ball, 3-0. And much like Peyton Lish, the count goes into the favor of Case Griffiths without a strike. To his credit, Pancheri will have to try and fight back from a 3-0 count. He did it with Lish to get the strikeout. Griffiths now looks out, and he takes a pitch upstairs and away. And a Davis repair walk moves Griffiths along to first base. And the inning will continue for the top of the order. Zach Housley had a deep single his last time up. He's 1 for 1 officially, has reached base twice, scored once, and has 2 RBIs to his credit, as well as 3 stolen bases. He's had a heck of a game. A pickoff move over to first base has Case Griffiths diving back to the bag. As Pancheri definitely aware of the speed the Cardinals have and possess, as he's seen them on the bases several times. In fact, everybody for the Cardinals except Dylan Downs has reached base. Another pitch to the plate down low, and the count goes to 1-0 to Zach Housley. Sun gleaming down. Faint clouds high overhead, and a couple of cotton balls off in the distance just above the tree line around Topfus Park. Crowds lining the side of the field here. As another pickoff move over to first base has Case Griffiths back to the bag once again, and the count will stay frozen at 1-1. A lot of people out to enjoy this summer day. Near summer day, at least that's what it feels like for Idaho. Really just a spring day. But with the weather that we've had this last week, it's definitely a change, as a stolen base by Case Griffiths will be a reward as the ball gets away from the catcher Caudle. Griffiths was off on the play and ends up swiping it. Count goes to 2-0 to Zach Housley. That's another MySpace Storage stolen base and a runner in scoring position for the Cardinals as they look to try and get a run back. There's a pitch down and away once again from Housley. This time the count goes to 3-0. And with 2 outs, Housley in a golden situation that a hitter loves to be in. 3-0 count. We'll see if they give Housley the green light. It's one of the better contact hitters. He does, and he's going to lift one into center field. That has Meacham on the run. He's turning his back. He's going to see it bounce against the fence. All the way home is Case Griffiths heading for third base as Housley. The throw from Meacham gets away from the second baseman. Housley on his way home dives head first into the bag. The triple, along with the throwing error, scores a run, and Zach Housley with an RBI comes all the way home, and the Cardinals return the favor and get 2 runs back in the top, or from the top of the third inning, get him in the bottom of the third inning. 2 runs coming across to score, and it is a 9-3 lead for the Cardinals, and with nobody on base, Taylor Adams will try his luck with Gabe Pancheri, and the first pitch to him is fouled off to the left side. 0-1 your count. Gabe Pancheri was cruising through this inning, struck out the first 2 batters of the frame for his first punch outs of the day, but now the Cardinals offense waking up, a walk and a triple, resulting in some more runs as Taylor Adams grounds one foul. down the right side and will jog back to the home plate area. Right now, 8 of the runs served up by Pancheri have been earned. If Adams gets a base hit here of some sort, then it would remain, and it would go to 9 of the runs being earned, although if Adams is recorded as an out, it would only be the 2 earned runs, or the 1 of the runs in this inning being earned. 9-3 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard, as Adams slaps one to left field. Opposite field single for Taylor. He's 2 for 3, and he has had a very consistent bat, not a ton of power, but definitely has had the ability to put the ball in play. The 7th hit for the Soda Springs Cardinals in the game. And with Jaron Johnson coming up to the plate, we'll see how Gabe Pancheri approaches with speed on base. All those runs, by the way, all 9 of them brought to you by Ricky Wood and Gate City Real Estate. Call her at 208-547-7012. Adams on the way to second base. Throw late. Sees Adams sliding in safely with another MySpace Storage stolen base. Second stolen base of the inning. Pitch was, I believe, ball, but I'm not positive. No scoreboard here at Topfus Field. Jaron Johnson awaits the delivery. He'll swing and miss, and see what the count moves to here. At least be 1-1, possibly. It is 1-1. Had to wait on the umpire to flash the signals. Runner on second base, 2 outs. Ball dips low. Jaron Johnson gets ahead in the count, 2-1. He's 0 for 1 officially. Did reach base with a walk and came around to score. Trying to give himself an RBI and bring Taylor Adams home from third base. This pitch inside. The count goes to 3-1 to Johnson. He's in position for another Davis repair walk. Your equipment and diesel specialists in Soda Springs. 3-1 count, bottom of the third, 2 outs. Cardinals already have scored a pair, and the inning will continue as Johnson does take a pitch well off the outside corner for that Davis repair walk. He moves on to first base, and Gabe Pancheri will watch and see the Cardinals start to get another rally rolling. Kyle Dursteller walked his last time up. He's 0 for 1 officially. That walk left him stranded at third base by the time that all was said and done. As Dylan Downs grounded in Jaron Johnson, but Mason Smith on a laser to left field was put out. See if Dursteller can get the bat onto the ball here. Takes a strike on the outside corner. 9-3, the Cardinals on top on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard, charting across a couple more in this inning. Gabe Pancheri misses to the plate as it dips into the dirt. Kyle Dursteller gets back ahead in the count, or even in the count, 1-1. Third inning's been a long one, but a good one for the Cardinals at the tail end as they recapture 2 of the 3 runs they've given up. Chance to try and get all 3 back as Dursteller flares one foul. That's going to get beyond the fence and into the crowd as there is quite a few lawn chairs starting to open up along the right field side here at Topfus Park. Count goes to 1-2 to Dursteller. He's got to battle his way back to avoid going to 0 for 2 on the day. Johnson leads off first base. Taylor Adams leads off of second. Infield playing straight up. Pitch inside is not going to hit Dursteller, as the umpire is saying just a ball, and the count goes to 2-2. So 2-2 count. Dursteller still on the right side. Just missed getting plunked with that pitch by Pancheri. 2-2 delivery from Gabe. Swung on, flared foul behind us. Just poked and tags a tree straight on the trunk behind us. Good swing by Dursteller, but just could not put it in front of him. Just missing on a couple of his swings so far today. Count stays at 2-2 with 2 outs. Bottom of your Standards Furniture and Appliance third inning. Pancheri sets, looks behind him, fires this ball, grounded towards the gap between short and second, or third and short. It's going to get past the shortstop. Throw comes home. It's not cut off, and all the way in is Taylor Adams. Now Jaron Johnson gets caught between the bags, but he's going to slide in safely to second. It's an infield single for Dursteller. It will not be an RBI for Dursteller, though, as Adams would not have scored had the ball not gotten through. A play by the shortstop Kyler Albertson, who did not keep the ball on the infield. It dribbled past his glove and into left field. Does result in a hit, though. And it keeps the inning going as another run comes across. Another pitch gets past the catcher now. Both runners will move up. Dursteller easily jogging up to second base as Johnson moves up to third. And the inning continues to progress for the Soda Springs Cardinals as Dylan Downs looks for his first hit of the game. 0 for 2. Does have an RBI ground out to his credit. 2 runs looking to try and come home. 10-3, the Cardinals on top. Downs grounds another one. That is towards short. Anderson up with it, or Albertson, excuse me, up with it. And for the second straight inning, Dylan Downs grounds out to the shortstop for the West Jefferson Panthers. And we head to the fourth, the Cardinals regaining all 3 runs that they gave up against the West Jefferson Panthers. It's a 10-3 lead for Soda Springs on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard here on KBRV The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com.
This broadcast of high school sports is being made possible by the Mound Valley Cattle Company in Thatcher, Idaho, serving Utah, Idaho, and Wyoming.
Hi, I'm Todd Hunziker. Most dealers focus on the experience you have just a few moments that you're in their store. At Hunziker Ford, we want to keep you happy forever. And to prove it, we offer warranty forever at no cost to you. So here's the deal. All you have to do is follow the maintenance schedule on virtually anything you buy from us. And the expensive powertrain components are covered forever. That's Todd Hunziker Ford, just east of Lava Hot Springs on Highway 30. It's just that simple.
Welcome back out to the home of today's game between the Soda Springs Cardinals and the West Jefferson Panthers, as the Soda Springs Cardinals with a 10-3 lead on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. They had 3 more Gate City Real Estate runs come across in that frame. Peyton Lish is being relieved now. Caleb Peterson will make his way to the mound as the freshman hurler for the Soda Springs Cardinals will get his first opportunities. The line score for Peyton Lish: 3 innings pitched, 7 strikeouts, 2 walks, 2 hits, 3 hit batsmen, and 3 runs. All that on 72 pitches for the Cardinals sophomore starter. And the youth movement continues to show its stuff as Peterson on to the mound for his first inning of work. And the right-hander will face Eugenio Lemus before Zane Meacham and Edgar Esquivel flip the order back over. Lemus, the number 9 hitter, shows bunt and takes it as the pitch is upstairs for a ball. Peterson pitched in the JV game on Thursday. There's another bunt shown and missed by Lemus as that one just bunted foul, and the count goes to 1-1 to the number 9 batter in the order. 10-3, Cardinals on top on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. We'll see how Peterson can fare against his counterparts. He's going to have a lot of seniors coming against him in the top half of this order. Outfield straight up, infield playing in on the corners as the pitch just drifts off of the zone, and the count goes to 2-1. And Lemus backs out, looks to the coach's box on the third base side. Peterson to the plate, bunt put down. It's a good one. Creeping in was Johnson. Good pick, and he makes the throw over to first base and records the out. Johnson knew the bunt was coming and cheated up all the way to within about 40 feet of home plate, and as the bunt was put down, it rolled about 30 feet. It wasn't a bad bunt, but because of Johnson's smart placement, he was able to make the play quickly and record the out, as Caleb Peterson off to a good start. First pitch now is fouled off by Zane Meacham. Zane's 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts at the top of the order for the West Jefferson Panthers. Peterson cutting his teeth early on the varsity level. He's gotten several opportunities to pitch at the varsity level. So wind and fire, and a pitch on the outside. Meacham took it, flinched at it, and I think now he thinks better of the fact that he didn't take a swing and ends up seeing the count go to 0-2. Top of the 4th inning, 1 out, 0-2 count, as the Panthers trying to get the offense back into gear. Scored 3 runs on the Shad Pancheri home run last inning. And a foul ball by Zane Meacham moves the count, or keeps the count at 0-2. Just staying alive, with Peterson looking for his second straight out as he's come in out of the bullpen to replace Peyton Lish. And another pitch just missing on the outside corner. The crowd, you could probably hear groaning a little bit for that one, as the Cardinal faithful were hoping to see that one recorded as a strike. Instead, Peterson will work with a 1-2 count. Wines fires, swung on and fouled off, they'll say, by Meacham. And Peterson will again have to deliver with 2 strikes. Edgar Esquivel, who's 0 for 1 with a walk and a run scored today in the on-deck circle, awaiting another right-handed batter for the West Jefferson Panthers. As Peterson rocks, working from the right side of the rubber, fires a curveball that bends in and catches the inside corner, and Zane Meacham gets the hat trick, and a hat trick that he does not want to have as he strikes out. That's the first victim by Caleb Peterson in today's game, and it comes on 6 pitches as Peterson worked well, dancing around the outside corners, and Meacham was a complimentary partner to that dance, as the first pitch now to Edgar Esquivel ends up missing off the outside for a ball. Count goes to 1-0. Peterson trying to make quick work of this top of the 4th inning, get the offense back up. Swing and a miss by Esquivel moves the count back to 1-1, even to the number 2 batter in the lineup for the West Jefferson Panthers. Caleb with the white and black hat stares into home plate and just misses with a pitch off the outside corner. Jacob Housley keeping it in front of him. Shakes off his right hand. Now waits for Esquivel to get back and Peterson to get set on the mound once again. Still working from the right side of the rubber, left from his point of view, as a ball flared up into shallow right field. Moving over and getting underneath it is Taylor Adams, puts it away for the out, and it's a harmless top of the 4th inning for the Soda Springs Cardinals as they continue to hold a 10-3 lead on the Caribou Memorial High School Hospital scoreboard. We'll be back after this with more Cardinal baseball on KBRV The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com.
Athletics are being brought to you by Bear River Head Start, where they are now accepting applications for preschool. Call 435-755-0181 and enroll your 3- or 4-year-old children today.
Here's a look at some of your Lalaton's food specials for the week of March 29th through April 4th in Soda Springs. Crab beef London broil steaks for $2.49 a pound. Honeysuckle white frozen turkey breasts are just $1.49 a pound. Also, grab yourself some fresh fruit with whole pineapples at 99 cents a pound. Pears are just 89 cents a pound, and 2-pound packages of fresh strawberries are $2.88 each. Wrap your shopping trip up with their big bake sale, as they have flour, sugar, eggs, chocolate chips, cake mixes, and brownie mixes all on sale throughout the store. All at Lalaton's in Soda Springs. This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by Ricky Wood and Gate City Real Estate. Call Ricky today at 208-547-7012 and let her help you find your way home. Welcome back out to the home of the ball game between the Soda Springs Cardinals and the West Jefferson Panthers. We apologize for those of you online that are watching the frozen video, as we had a little problem with our technology, but that happens, and the way technology runs, we'll hopefully get that fixed in between games. We're going to be carrying both games of today's doubleheaders. Both will be varsity tallies, although both teams will start to sub in a few more of their JV kids, but not many kids on either of the rosters. Just 19 on the West Jefferson rosters and just 14 kids brought today by the Soda Springs Cardinals to today's ball games. Gabe Pancheri back out onto the mound, 90 pitches in. This will most likely be his last inning of work, as Mason Smith lasers one high into the sky into the left field corner, but it ends up dropping foul for a very long strike. I'd say probably about 330 feet worth of a strike, as that one ends up catching the fence and staying just inside the park but outside of the reach of the left fielder Eugenio Lemus, and the count goes to 0-1 to Mason Smith. Pancheri had a long rest in the dugout, did not have to bat in that inning as well, as he misses the zone, and the count goes to 1-1. Mason Smith. Smith so far today 0 for 1, has walked and scored a run. Had a loud fly ball to left field, as he'll pop another one high up into the Saturday sky here in Idaho Falls, but staying under it is Albertson as he puts it away, and the pop out to the shortstop is recorded as the first out of the 4th inning, and it brings up Peyton Lish with nobody on and 1 out. And excuse me, Lish replaced with Caleb Peterson here in this 4th inning. So Peterson will get his first at-bats, and the first pitch to him is bounced up the middle. Albertson up with it again. He's been busy at short, but on one pitch he records the out. Peterson not being shy despite that being his first at-bat of the game, and ends up being a ground out up the middle, and 2 quick outs for Gabe Pancheri, helping out the senior on the mound and keeping his hopes of staying alive in this game and keeping this game in his hands on the mound. Pancheri to Jacob Housley now, who swings and misses at the pitch. We'll see the count go to 0-1. Housley has a bunt single to his credit today and also has struck out swinging. Pancheri again to the plate, upstairs and away, sees the count go to 1-1. 10-3 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. Cardinals have scored in the 2nd and 3rd innings, 7 in the 2nd inning, 3 in the 3rd inning. That answered back 3 runs in the top of the 3rd inning by the Panthers as Housley gets a called strike on the outside corner to go against him, and the count goes to 1-2. Checked his swing, it looked like, but the pitch is called strike anyways. Gabe Pancheri back up onto the rubber as he looks in from the bump. Holds the glove well out in front of him before going into his windup, and a foul ball fought off of the hands by Housley. Good swing in order to just make contact with that one to spoil the pitch off, as Housley really does crowd the plate a little bit, so he's got to really fight those hands through on those inside pitches, but it allows him to cover the outside of the plate easier. Back into the windup goes Pancheri. This one taken just a little bit low as the count goes to 2-2. Quick inning for Pancheri, only 9 pitches so far for Gabe. And the right-hander will look in once again. The 10th pitch of this inning, the 100th pitch of the game for Pancheri. Swung on and missed. That does it for the inning. That does it for Jacob Housley. And the Cardinals will have to settle for the 10-3 lead as they head to the top of the 5th. Your 5th inning coming up, and brought to you by Bear Lake Drug, where they have everything you need to get better quick and carry durable medical equipment for purchase or rent. Enjoy their gift shop to surprise that someone special. Call them at 208-847-1421. Back with your 5th inning after this on KBRV The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com.
This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by Troy Young Plumbing and Heating. Call 208-221-0581 for all your plumbing needs, including new installs and remodels, repairs, furnace installation, and more.
Imagine a mining company who nurtures butterflies. At Monsanto, we plant wildflower seeds on recently mined land. The flowers support a thriving butterfly population, which then feeds small birds, who are in turn hunted by eagles and hawks. By paying attention to nature's detail, Monsanto sustains a broader ecosystem. That's one reason why 6 federal and state agencies have honored us with their highest award for excellence in annual operations. Monsanto. Imagine.
Welcome back out to Topfus Field, Topfus Park. Caleb Peterson back out onto the mound as he will begin his 2nd inning of work. Worked a 1-2-3 top of the 4th inning. And the freshman, 14 pitches into his appearance, in relief for Peyton Lish, will look to try and set down the heart of the order, number 3, 4, and 5 in the order coming up for the West Jefferson Panthers. Riley Cottle, Gabe Pancheri, and then the ever-dangerous Shad Pancheri, who hit a 3-run home run in the top of the 3rd inning. Riley Cottle, right-handed batter, looks out. First time he's seen Caleb Peterson. Grounds one to short. Big hop. Fielded cleanly by Kyle Dursteller. The throw to first base, though, hops away from Zach Housley and making his way up to second. on the error is Riley Caudill. And on the first pitch that he sees, Caudill makes his way onto the base paths. Second error of the game by the Soda Springs Cardinals in the field. Brings up Gabe Pancheri, the starting pitcher. And still the pitcher out on the mound for the West Jefferson Panthers will stride into the right-handed batter's box. Waves the bat through the zone. Now takes a pitch that is just low and missing for ball one. Riley Caudill stands at second base now. Nobody out here in the top of the fifth inning. 10-3 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard after a scoreless fourth. The Soda Springs Cardinals hoping to dance around some danger here as another pitch taken inside and low. Gabe Pancheri able to avoid being knocked with that one. The count goes to 2-0. On deck, Shad Pancheri hoping for another chance with runners on base. Although I'm sure he would take only one runner on base if it meant that Caudill gets to come home. Pancheri swings at a pitch inside. Big cut, but couldn't make contact. And the count goes to 2-1. Caleb Peterson trying to work around the leadoff error. As Riley Caudill reached base on the throwing error by Dursteller, who switched to a different position he's not used to. And that can sometimes affect how you make your throws. Dursteller playing in short today instead of third base. As a pitch off the outside corner misses, and the count goes to 3-1. Jaron normally the second baseman for the Cardinals. Dursteller normally the third baseman for Soda Springs. The two of them moving over to the left as Case Griff has taken over that second base position. Caleb Peterson stands in the mound working from the stretch. Looks back to second, comes to the plate, swing and a miss. A big cut by Gabe Pancheri moves the count to a full count, 3-2. As Coach Yuskoski asking for his outfield to shift to the left. Taylor Adams in particular standing a little bit close to the line for Yuskoski's preference as a ball four pitch gets back to the screen. Housley up with it, throws over to third, and the ball bounces into the glove of Jaron Johnson, but not before Riley Caudill moves up to third base on the pass ball. And another Davis Repair walk puts runners onto the corners for the West Jefferson Panthers. And that dangerous bat, Shad Pancheri, who has yet to be retired, has been hit by a pitch and has hit a home run. A 3-run bomb back in the top of the third inning will step to the plate once again. 3-run bomb came on a 1-1 pitch from Peyton Lish here with a brand new pitcher to face. We'll see how Shad Pancheri attacks Caleb Peterson. And we'll see the opposite as well as how Peterson attacks Shad Pancheri. And the first pitch fouled off. Aggressive first swing coming from Shad, and the count goes to 0-1. Shad in that 5 spot. The order for the West Jefferson Panthers. Steps once more into the right-handed batter's box and deftly waves the bat through the zone. Sees Peterson set at the chin. And a pitch inside. Runner goes. Throw goes down to second. Instead, they're going to come back home. And coming home on the play is Riley Caudill. He's cut down. He tried to move up as Gabe Pancheri, or excuse me, the pinch runner for Gabe Pancheri. Cash Sullivans was moving up to second. The Cardinals ran the pickoff play as they threw it to Dursteller, who crept in front of second base, came straight back home to Housley as soon as he saw the runner breaking, and the Cardinals end up cutting down the lead man. Gabe Pancheri moves up on the play, but with 1 out now, Shad Pancheri only has 1 runner on base with the ability to drive in. Pitch to the plate is a strike, and the count moves to 1-2 to Shad Pancheri. Well-run defense by the Soda Springs Cardinals. That play worked seamlessly to perfection. As the ball got to home plate several feet before Riley Caudill, and swinging and missing, Shad Pancheri goes down with the second strikeout of the game for Caleb Peterson. He's walked 1 man, and has 2 strikeouts in his inning and 2/3 of work, yet to give up any runs. Kyler Albertson will step to the plate now. He's 0 for 1. Walked and reached base, came around to third, but did not come around to score. As the first pitch to Kyler is taken for a ball outside from the right-handed batter. Sun glints off of his helmet, dark blue uniform, camouflage sleeves, with Panthers written across for West Jefferson. Pickoff move by Caleb Peterson has Cash Sullivan, dancing back to first base and sliding head first. And once more, Kyler Albertson will look out. From the right-handed batter's box, Peterson to the plate. Swing and a miss by Albertson moves the count back to 1-1. Wind starting to pick up a little bit as the tailings of clouds up above starting to expand slightly. A few more of the cotton ball clouds, the cumulus clouds, popping up in the distance. And another pitch to the plate, well outside, snared by the catcher, Jacob Housley. 10-3 still the score on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. Neither team scored since the 3rd inning. Both teams put up 3 runs there. The Cardinals riding a 7-run second inning to that 10-3 lead on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. Peterson checks the back to second base again and fires a pitch that's a strike. Gets away from Housley, and instead of throwing to third base, they'll just allow Sullivan to move up to third as the count evens at 2-2. All you got to do if you're the Cardinals is retire Albertson when this game is done, or this inning is over, I should say, and you get the offense back up to the plate. Peterson with a 2-2 count still has a pitch to play with. Sets at the chin, stretches to the plate, inside, the ball taken, and the count does go full to Kyler Albertson. First full count he's faced, second full count of the inning, and second full count that Caleb Peterson has seen. Top of the 5th inning being brought to you by Bear Lake Drug. 2 outs, runner on third base, nobody across as we still sit 10-3, and the pitch is strike 3. Dropped, the throw will go down to first as Jacob Housley makes the throw, and the strikeout is recorded. Caleb Peterson through his 2nd inning of work, and the Cardinals still leading 10-3 on this Saturday afternoon in Idaho Falls. Back with your bottom of the 5th inning, brought to you by Bear Lake Drug on KBRV The Bear and MyLocalRadio.com.
This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by State Farm Insurance of Montpelier, Idaho. State Farm is here to help life go right. Call Scott at 208-847-0141 for personal service.
Let technology make life a little easier and give you peace of mind about your home. With affordable security and smart home options, SilverStar makes it easy to take the first step. Keep an eye on what's important to you and be able to act before an incident becomes an emergency. You're in good hands when you choose SilverStar. We've been bringing cutting-edge technology and star treatment customer service to Eastern Idaho and Western Wyoming for nearly 70 years. Call us today and ask about our starter security and smart home packages.
New pitcher for the West Jefferson Panthers is Dalton Robbins, as he will replace Gabe Pancheri here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Gabe Pancheri moves over to third base, and moving to second base, I believe, is the former third baseman Edgar Esquivel, and that does look like that is the case, as Dalton Robbins will get his first opportunity in this game. Gabe Pancheri wraps up with 100 pitches in the game, gave up 10 runs, 9 of those runs ended up being earned, did not hit a batter, gave up 8 hits to the Cardinals, 5 walks, and 3 strikeouts for Gabe Pancheri in his 4 innings of work. Cardinals will be sending up Case Griffiths, Zach Housley, and Taylor Adams as they'll flip the lineup over for a chance to try and add some more runs. Over on the softball field, 16-11, the Lady Cardinals on top of West Jefferson. A 5-run advantage. They're in the bottom of the 6th, with the Cardinals leading that game, looking for win number 2 on the season. That'll be a big one for them to come away with as well against West Jefferson, a team they could end up seeing later on this season. Case Griffiths, as I said, will lead things off. We'll see what Dalton Robbins has to deliver. Griffiths, 1 for 1 so far, has walked, reached base both times, has an RBI and 2 runs out of the 9-hole. A very productive 9 spot as a pitch inside misses, and the count goes to 1-0 early on. Looking back in, Robbins, winds, fires. This one, swung, no, taken for a strike. Case checks up his swing, but the umpire says, yeah, it was a strike anyways, so we're just going to ring that one forward, and the count goes to 1-1. Bottom of the 5th inning being brought to you by Bear Lake Drug. Another pitch to the plate, bounces, and the count to 2-1 to the leadoff batter for the Cardinals. Case Griffiths looking to try and move to and remain perfect on the day and set up Zach Housley with more runners on. Housley also perfect on the day, a triple, a single, and a walk to reach base as Griffiths reaches out at a pitch down in the zone, and the count goes to 2-2 as he could not make contact. First batter for the Cardinals here in this 5th inning of work. Housley in the on-deck circle, as I said, has had a heck of a game in his own right as a pitch inside fooled Case Griffiths. He goes down looking, and a first strikeout of the game goes to Dalton Robbins as he looks really good out there on the mound in the start. Had a lot of movement on that curveball as it dropped into the plate and earns his first strikeout. Case Griffiths, for the first time in the game, is set down on strikes. Zach Housley walked his first time up, has 3 stolen bases, has a 2 RBI single, and now is going to lace one to left field. That one caught well, back towards the fence, and watching this one bounce up against the fence is the left fielder Eugenio Loomis up to second base with his 3rd hit and his first double of the game is Zach Housley as he raked one into the left center field gap. First pitch he saw from Robbins, and he took it nearly out of the park. Twice now, Housley has come near hitting a home run, but has not quite been able to reach the top of the yellow mark of the fence around the field at Toffus Park. Either way, though, it puts him in scoring position with 1 out and a chance for Taylor Adams to bring him in. Adams has an RBI single to his credit, scored a pair of runs, and is 2 for 3. He'll swing. He's going to push a ball into the right field grass as that bounces all the way into the glove of the right fielder. Throw comes home. Housley slides safely. Taylor Adams stays at first, but it's another run brought to you by Ricky Wood and Gate City Real Estate, and a single for Taylor Adams has his day continuing in a very positive direction. He is now 3 for 4. And the Cardinals, with 1 out, starting to put pressure back onto the West Jefferson Panthers, now up 11-3. 2 runs away from ending this game with a 10-run lead after 5 innings. Jaron Johnson hoping to keep the push towards that going. A first pitch to him well upstairs and taken for a ball. Snaring it back down was Riley Cottle, the catcher. 2 hits in a row for the Cardinals. A run across as well. And again, 11-3 your lead on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard as Robbins makes a pickoff move to first base. Back safely is Taylor Adams. 5th inning again being brought to you by Bear Lake Drug, where they have everything you need to get better quick. Call them in Montpelier today at 208-847-1421. And now a stolen base by Taylor Adams will move him further up into scoring position. Cardinals plan to close this one out. Stolen base is brought to you by MySpace Storage. Jaron Johnson steps back into the right-handed batter's box. 2-0 count. He looks out to Robbins, who fires a bender down in the dirt. Good block behind home plate by Cottle, the catcher. And the count goes to 3-0, I believe. And Johnson with a hitter's count in his favor. On deck, Kyle Dursteller, waiting his opportunity. Should get one unless the odd change of events keeps that from happening as another pitch misses. And I believe the count actually at 3-1, excuse me. It is 3-1, so I missed a strike there. And Johnson will have to see one more. Right-handed batter looks out. Robbins to the plate. Bounces a curveball, and Johnson on base with another Davis repair walk, as that's the first walk surrendered by Dalton Robbins in the game. 6th walk overall the Cardinals have been able to earn to get themselves on base, and Jaron Johnson sets up 2 runners on base for Kyle Dursteller. Dursteller, 1 for 2, has a walk and a single. Has not scored a run, has been stranded at second and been stranded at third. First pitch to him is outside as the count goes to 1-0. 11-3, the winning run and the game-ending run standing at first base for the Soda Springs Cardinals. Dursteller looks out. This pitch inside and taken for a ball once again. Bent out of the way, and the off-speed curveball ends up floating across for ball number 2. 2-0 count as Dursteller stares out Dylan Downs, who's had an off game, 0 for 3, stands in the on-deck circle. Dursteller flies one way up into the elevator chute. Infield fly, no, back onto the grass, and dancing back to catch is Kyler Albertson. And the pop out to the shortstop will bring Dursteller's attempt at bringing home another run short. And Dylan Downs will get his opportunity. Trying to make up for an 0 for 3, does have an RBI, but is grounded out 3 times, just swinging over the top of the ball. We'll see if he makes an adjustment to try and put a ball into the outfield. Big gap in right center field. And there's a flare to right center field, pulling the outfielder back, but making the grab as the ball was nearly over his head is Dylan Jacobs, and the inning comes to an end as the Soda Springs Cardinals do strike for one more run on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard, but it remains an 11-3 game on KBRV, the co-op, and online at mylocalradio.com as we head to the 6th inning of work. We'll see who the Cardinals send to the mound on your home for Cardinal Athletics.
Presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by Arctic Circle of Soda Springs, where you can get burgers made from premium Black Angus beef, as well as fries and onion rings with their delicious fry sauce. Be sure to top it all off with a soft serve cone piled high and dipped with their delicious chocolate topping.
Whether it's warm outside and you need an air conditioning system, or cold outside and you need a new natural gas furnace, Reed's Plumbing and Heating has what you need to keep your family comfortable, and there's never been a better time to convert to natural gas. With great service and expertise, Reed's is your all-weather friend in southeastern Idaho. Call us today, 208-547-4466, and we'll get right to work making your home comfortable and cozy. That's Reed's Plumbing and Heating at 208-547-4466. Natural gas, it's worth asking for.
Welcome back out to Topfus Park here in Idaho Falls. The Soda Springs Cardinals taking on the West Jefferson Panthers as we move to the 6th inning of work. Your 5th inning had been brought to you by Bear Lake Drug, where they have everything you need to get better quick, as well as carry durable medical equipment for purchase or rent. While you're there, enjoy their gift shop for the surprise for someone special. Bear Lake Drug in Montpelier. Call them at 208-847-1421. Cardinals still with Caleb Peterson on the mound as he will attempt to work through another clean inning. Has yet to give up any runs. Tiptoed around an error that led off the 5th inning for the West Jefferson Panthers. Looking for another update from the softball field. 16-10, the Lady Cardinals come away with a win in game number 1. So the Lady Cardinals cruise their way to a 2-2 start to the season. And the first pitch of the 6th inning from Caleb Peterson to Dalton Robbins is taken for a strike. Robbins took over the pitching duties for the West Jefferson Panthers. And from the right-handed batter's box awaits Caleb Peterson's pitch. That's taken for a strike on the outside, and the count goes to 0-2. This umpire, again, has been giving that outside corner to pitchers all game long. It's up to the batters to adjust. Pitchers definitely have adjusted, as that's been where they've been living. As another pitch fouled off, and if I had about a 6-foot glove, I might have been able to snare that one. Peterson stays ahead in the count, 0-2 to the first batter of the inning. 7, 8, and 9 due up for the West Jefferson Panthers. Robbins, who is 1 for 2, has a single and reached on an error. His second time up will ground one foul towards the on-deck circle. Spearing it is Dylan Jacobs, and he'll flip it back to Caleb Peterson. Eugenio Lemus will also have an opportunity. Next two batters officially 0 for 3 and one reaching with a hit by pitch is Dylan Jacobs. Big attempt for Dalton Robbins as he takes a pitch behind his head, and the count goes to 1-2. And this 11-3 game, 1-2 count as Robbins, right-handed batter's box, looks out. And the pitch to him is flared into left field. Not good contact, but Mason Smith cruises underneath it and puts it away over in left field. That's another put out for the Cardinals. And on 5 pitches, Caleb Peterson continues to work a clean slate in his time out there in the field. Mason Smith with his second put out of the game today. Cardinals have struck out 10 West Jefferson Panthers. There's another pitch just off the outside corner from Caleb Peterson. Had the umpire flinching. He stuck the arm out for a moment, but pulled it back in and did not grant the punch out or grant the strike. Dylan Jacobs ahead in the count, 1-0. Peterson to the plate this time, gets a big swing and a miss on an off-speed pitch, and the count goes to 1-1. Bottom of the order trying to spark some life for West Jefferson, flip it over for the top of the order. And while their leadoff batter has not had a ton of success, after him, Edgar Esquivel, Riley Cottle, Gabe Pancheri, Shad Pancheri, those 4 have led rallies for the West Jefferson Panther. They were the leaders in that rally back in the 3rd inning that gave them their 3 runs. 11-3 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. 1-2 count. Peterson to the plate, bounces a hard fastball into the dirt. Dylan Jacobs takes it, and the count goes to 2-2. Good patience shown by Dylan Jacobs there. Peterson up to 40 pitches in the game. Not rough on the pitch count yet. Hasn't had any bad innings. So wind and fire. This ball grounded over towards short. Big hop and picked up easily, but missed on the play by Zach Housley at first. Goes straight through his glove. Moving up to second base and sliding in safely ahead of the ball, which got away, is Dylan Jacobs. That's an error on Housley, as that's going to be his first error over at first base, and another error allowing a runner on base. That's the 3rd error by the Soda Springs Cardinals today. Throw was perfect coming from Dursteller. Zach Housley just didn't watch it into the glove over at first base. Pitch to the plate. Caleb Peterson responds well. Eugenio Lemus falling behind in the count now, 0-1. 11th pitch of this inning for Caleb Peterson on the mound. Again, pitch counts normally not a huge issue, but with the new pitch count rules that Idaho has implemented instead of innings rules, something coaches have to be aware of. As the ball gets past Housley, he's going to pick it up, flings one to third base, and the tag just a little bit late, as the ball outside missed, and the pass ball will allow Dylan Jacobs to move up another 90 feet. He stands at third base with 1 out here in the top of the 6th inning. 11-3 the score on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. Cardinals comfortably ahead. There's a swing and a miss by Lemus. Will have him down to the count now, 1-2. Right-handed batter, wearing the football cleats in the right-handed batter's box. Silver football cleats, pants tucked into the top of those. Swings and just catches a piece. And now they'll tag him, they're just going to say a drop third strike. So swing and a miss for Eugenio Lemus. That's the 4th strikeout for Caleb Peterson in the game now. And it strands or keeps that runner over at third base, as Dylan Jacobs will have to hope Zane Meacham can bring him home. Meacham 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts, and he'll take a strike on the outside. Peterson continuing to pound the strike zone here in his 3rd inning of work. Meacham struck out looking twice and struck out swinging in the 1st inning. Stands calmly and coolly in the right-handed batter's box as the right-handed Peterson fires the curveball that bounces in the dirt for a ball. Peterson has struck out at least 1 batter in every inning. He's pitched so far. Struck out Shad Pancheri and Kyler Albertson in the last inning. As this pitch off the outside corner, Housley tried to frame it, but well off of the plate, and the count goes to 2-1 to Zane Meacham. Trying to put a ball in play, as Zane has not had success in getting anything to fall in between the lines. He's fouled off a few pitches, but has not had much guaranteed success. Grounds the ball up. That gets underneath the glove of Dursteller. Another error on the Soda Springs Cardinals, and that will allow another run to come home. Puts a runner on to first base as well. That's an unearned run for the West Jefferson Panthers, and makes it 11-4 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. First run for the West Jefferson Panthers since the third inning. Peterson looks over to first base, checks the runner there, is to the plate, and taking a pitch is Edgar Esquivel. Runner taking off, and the throw late from Jacob Housley, late popping up out of the crouch. The pitch, I believe, was taken for a strike. Not positive on that. It is a MySpace storage stolen base for Zane Meacham. Puts him into scoring position with 2 outs. Both base runners in this inning on errors by the Soda Springs Cardinals. Peterson checks the runner, sends him back over to second base as he steps off of the rubber and looks him back. Edgar Esquivel, 0 for 2, has walked and come around to score in the game so far. Flew out to right field and struck out swinging in his other 2 appearances. Takes a strike on the outside, and the count moves on that pitch to 0-2, I believe. It's no, 1-1, excuse me. Peterson again sets. The freshman looks back to the runner, not worried about him. Now a ground ball towards second. Case Griffiths picks it up cleanly and fires onto first base where the out is recorded. Cardinals do surrender a run. It's an unearned run against Caleb Peterson as he continues to be clean through his 3 innings of work. It is now 11-4. Still a 7-run lead for the Cardinals as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning on KVRV The Bear and online with live video streaming at mylocalradio.com.
Caribou County Athletics on KBRV are brought to you by Bear Lake Dental, where their commitment is to provide you with the highest standard of personalized dental care in a gentle, efficient, and professional manner. Call 208-847-0153 to schedule your appointment with Bear Lake Dental.
Get it to go at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs and Patterson Easy Way in Grace, Idaho. From pizza to potato wedges, from burritos to the jalapeno flavored corn dogs, from candy, clothing, car accessories, and fountain drinks, convenience is fun. And Patterson Quick Stop and Patterson Easy Way help to fill your needs conveniently. They have something for everyone: food, fuel, and fun at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs and Patterson Easy Way in Grace. Right here, right now.
This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by Mountain States Insurance Company. Stop in for help with all of your insurance needs at 30 East, 2nd South next to Caribou Jacks in Soda Springs, or call 208-547-2141 and talk to an agent today. Welcome once more to Totfus Field and Totfus Park here in Idaho Falls on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. Sun shining down brightly and warming up some of the people here from Soda Springs and West Jefferson who have dealt with what was a brutal winter, and one that people, I'm sure, are excited to be able to see sunshine back down once again. Still out on the mound, Dalton Robbins, working through his warm-up pitches, getting set for the heart of the order for the bottom half of the order for the Soda Springs Cardinals. 6, 7, and 8 coming up. Mason Smith, Caleb Peterson, and Jacob Housley will be the scheduled 3 for the Soda Springs Cardinals. Looking to score 3 runs and close this game out and send the Cardinals to the break between the 2 games. Mason Smith hoping to try and do that quickly. Step in to lead things off. Smith so far in the game has a walk and then has flown out to left field and popped out to the shortstop Albertson. And the first pitch to Smith is swung on, and May cuts and misses for strike 1. Cardinals softball, by the way, winning 16-10 in their first game, in case you missed that update, as they come away with a victory this year. They'll wind up again and firing to the plate and seeing a swing and a miss as once more Dalton Robbins and Mason Smith falls behind 0-2 in the count. Here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Cardinals have played well so far and looking to try and take this one all the way home. Just need to avoid any major problems. Robbins again from the stretch, winds, bounced up to the plate. That one taken for a ball is Mason Smith showing patience at the plate on that swing, or on that pitch, I should say, after swinging at the last couple. Infield brought in over at third base with Gabe Pancheri. Robbins to the plate again, bounces one forward. He's missed low on all 4 pitches. He was bailed out by Smith on the first 2 with swings and misses. But all of a sudden, Smith showing that patience, and with a 2-2 count, has some opportunities to maybe make a mistake. As this pitch, strike 3 called. That curveball bent down, and Mason Smith goes down looking. Got too passive at the plate, and that is the 2nd strikeout for Dalton Robbins here in the game. 5 pitches into this inning, 21 pitches into his appearance out there on the mound. Caleb Peterson will step back to the plate. Right-handed batter. 2nd at bat for him as he ground out to shortstop his first time up and takes a big healthy cut at an off-speed pitch up in the zone and could not make contact as the count goes to 0-1. Not a lot to cheer about these last couple innings. After an offensive explosion through 3, it looked like this one would be a high-scoring affair when it was 10-3. Since then, the 2 teams have played to a 1-1 draw, and that'll continue as Peterson laces one to the second baseman, and reaching out is Edgar Esquivel to snare it, as that line-out will be out number 2. When the Cardinals down to their last out here in the 7th, Jacob Housley will step up. He's 1 for 3 with a single and a pair of strikeouts. Waves the green bat with the white tip over his right shoulder as he steps into the batter's box. First pitch to him, taken for a strike on the inside. A little bit of inside bend, going back door with the curveball. And the count goes to 0-1. As Dalton Robbins will again look in. Working from the middle of the rubber on the mound. Winds and fires. That pitch bounced up to the plate, and the count goes to 1-1. West Jefferson hoping to get this last out and give the offense one more chance. They'll have the middle of their order coming up in that top of the 7th inning. As a strike taken by Jacob Housley. Not sure he agreed with it as he looked into the dugout with a confused look on his face, but that one bent in. And the count will settle to 1-2. 2 outs, bottom of the 6th, an 11-4 game, and another curveball just misses on the inside corner to Jacob Housley with the count going to 2-2. Both catchers around the plate. Housley, the catcher for the Cardinals today. Caudle, catcher for the West Jefferson Panthers, turning and talking to the umpires. This ball is flared up and makes it just past us here behind home plate as the count will remain at 2-2. That one just making it over the top of the bleachers here and bouncing into a grove of trees behind us. Good contact made on a curveball. We'll see if Robbins comes back with a fastball. No, another curveball that's way behind Housley, and count goes full to 3-2. Patience for Housley paying off. Full count, opportunity to get on base with a walk and set up Case Griffiths to come up to the plate as he stands in the on-deck circle. Pitch swung on and missed. Housley sees the drop, 3rd strike. It's lofted back to first base, and tapping the bag simply is the first baseman, Chad Pancheri. And we head to the top of the 7th inning. The Soda Springs Cardinals up 11-4 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard as they look to try and close this one out with another victory on their tally and get their 2nd win of the season on KBRV The Bear and online, where you can watch this game at mylocalradio.com.
This production of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by London Drug and Grace, your good neighbor pharmacy, locally owned, locally loved.
If you're looking for live local sports, local news, weather, live classifieds, and free photo downloads, search no more. MyLocalRadio.com has what you want. Watch your teams live or browse the tens of thousands of photographs of Wyoming, Utah, and Idaho high school events, from speech and drama competitions, rodeo, an array of different athletics, activities, community events, and so much more. Visit MyLocalRadio.com today and find what you're looking for.
This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by Caribou Jack's Trading Company in Soda Springs, supplying you with everything for your home and your one-stop shop for all of your barbecue needs this spring and summer. Stop by at 50 East 2nd South in Soda Springs or call 208-547-4326 today. Caleb Peterson hoping to close this one out for the Cardinals. And excuse me, another pitching change as Peterson's day is done. It is actually going to be Zach Housley who steps out into the pitcher's mound, as he is going to trade places with Peterson, and Peterson moves over to first base for the Soda Springs Cardinals as he will take over his role there. Final line score for Peterson ends up going 3 innings, 4 strikeouts, 1 walk, did not give up a hit, gave up a run, but it was an unearned run, as he did a good job in relief of Peyton Lish. And now Zach Housley will get his opportunity, the third pitcher for the Cardinals in today's contest, as he wants to close this one out and get this win home quickly for the Cardinals. 52 pitches for Caleb Peterson. Not a bad number to show. As Wes Jefferson will send Riley Cottle, Gabe Pancheri, and Shad Pancheri to the plate, the heart of the order. If you want to start a rally, this is the part of the lineup to try and do it in. As Riley Cottle has been on base, reached on an error by the Cardinals shortstop, Kyle Dursteller. Flown out to left field and is struck out looking. That strikeout began the game against Peyton Lish. And here he is the first to see the new pitcher, Zach Housley, and he flares the ball foul. Reached at one that might have been out of the zone, and the count goes to 0-1. Housley, a senior for the Cardinals, has been the player of the game so far, 3 for 3. A single, a double, and a triple, 3 RBIs and 3 runs scored, along with 3 stolen bases. Give him all the threes, and we'll see if he can get 3 outs here. Swing and a miss on a jam job. Riley Cottle didn't know what to do with a fastball high and tight, and the bat crosses the zone, and the count goes to 0-2. Housley sets, working with his brother behind the plate, and the count will move to 1-2 as this ball misses inside, or downstairs I should say, and away. Count goes to 1-2. Nobody out. Top of the 7th inning. Cardinals trying to close this one out with a win. And another pitch way outside goes to 2-2 now. Housley trying to settle himself down, keeping those pitch counts low for the Soda Springs Cardinals, and hoping to avoid having to send more batters to the plate in the 7th inning. And another pitch misses downstairs, 3-2. So after getting ahead 2-0 or 0-2, Housley sees it move to a 3-2 count. And will once more set at the chest, winds, fires. This one hits the batter, and on a hit pitch, Riley Cottle will move his way over to first base. And Zach Housley has an ominous start to his day on the mound here in the 7th inning, hitting the first batter he sees on 6 pitches. Not only did you hit the batter, but you took a lot of pitches to do it. Brings up Gabe Pancheri. Gabe so far 0 for 1, has been hit by a pitch and walked. Scored a run. Came around on the home run as the first pitch to him, a strike for a fastball down the outside corner of the plate, and the count goes now to 0-1. Pancheri floats the bat through the zone several times as he awaits another pitch from Housley. This one swung on. That's lasered into the right field glove of Taylor Adams. Gets it in quickly. As a runner trying to make his way up to third, the throw is going to not be in time, and sliding in safely as Riley Cottle, who got hung up between second and third base, ends up making it up on the throws. It's a single for Gabe Pancheri, though, and now runners on the corners have the West Jefferson Panthers in action here with the heart of their order, looking to try and make that big push and give them some runs and close this gap. Down 11-4. They need 7 runs, and getting these first 2 men on has definitely been a help Shad Pancheri has a home run in the game already. He is 1 for 2. And the first pitch to him inside. Gabe Pancheri trying to steal a base, is going to slide in safe. And a throw comes home, is kicked away from the catcher, Jacob Housley. He's going to have to get up quickly. And not only does a run score on the play as Riley Cottle comes home, also it's a stolen base for Gabe Pancheri. Indecision from Jake Housley to make the throw ends up costing the Cardinals. It was also slow getting out of his glove. Count goes to 1-0. And Gabe Pancheri limping his way towards the dugout as he ends up hurting himself, it looks like, on his way on the slide. I believe it'll once more be Sullivan, Cash Sullivan, to replace him over at third base, and it is number 9, the sophomore for the West Jefferson Panthers. Shad Pancheri with a runner just 90 feet away. 1 run already home for West Jefferson as they cut it to an 11-5 game now. And Zach Housley misses outside with another pitch. And the count, I believe, goes to 2-0. Pitch upstairs and inside, and now make it 3-0, I believe, to the West Jefferson first baseman, Shad Pancheri. Housley needing to settle down out there on the mound. Looks in. This pitch taken outside again, and it's a 4-pitch walk to Shad Pancheri. Walks brought to you again by Davis Repair, your equipment and diesel specialists in Soda Springs. Runners on the corners with Kyler Albertson stepping up now. Already a run across the plate, making this game a 11-5 contest. Zach Housley trying to close it out for the Soda Springs Cardinals and bring them their second victory. Runner goes. Housley lofts one deep down towards second base. The runner does not take off from third. And sliding in safely with another MySpace Storage stolen base is Shad Pancheri. Pitch was taken for a strike. Housley ahead in the count now, but now sees that disappear as he misses with the ball in the dirt, and the count goes to 1-1. Zach struggling right now to find his consistent place and Happy's place in the zone. No outs yet. And he gets a swing and a miss from Kyler Albertson, hearing some more support coming from the Cardinal fans along the field. Pitch inside. We'll say a foul ball off the butt of the bat by Kyler Albertson. And Housley will again have to look in with a 1-2 count to Kyler Albertson. Steps, fires, the ball bounces past Jacob Housley, loses it, finds it again, gets the ball to his brother, but not before another run slides in safely. 2 runs in the inning now for the West Jefferson Panthers, and only 1 hit, a hit batsman, as well as a walk. And the Soda Springs Cardinals desperate for answers now. Out in the field of play as Housley steps back up onto the rubber. Moving up to third base, Shad Pancheri. It's now 11-6. It's trimmed down to a 5-run game. West Jefferson causing the Cardinals some fits here in the top of the 7th inning. Umpire steps off, looks over to the crowd, now gets back behind. Another pitch in the dirt. And the count goes to 3-2. Kyler Albertson with a second 3-2 count of the inning. We'll see how much longer Housley is left out there for the Soda Springs Cardinals. Still has a 5-run lead, so plenty of time to try and calm himself down. And the right-hander looks in and fires another pitch that misses, and again puts runners onto the corners with another Davis Repair walk on 6 more pitches. And Housley starting to really wear himself out on the mound, and it looks like that is going to do it for him as he does not record an out. And Coach Jeff Yuskoski out onto the mound, and they're going to switch it off to Kyle Dursteller, who is going to get some time to pitch. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll have more coming up on KBRV The Bear. Give Kyle Dursteller some chances to warm his arm up, as it'll be a straight-up switch with Zach Housley moving to shortstop on KBRV The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com.
This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by Crop Production Services of Bancroft. Call 208-648-7891 to learn how to get the best production out of your crops.
When the time comes, you'll want true compassion balanced with clinical care for your mom or dad, grandma, or grandpa. Edgewood Assisted Living Center in Soda Springs provides a warm, caring, and secure environment for individuals who need medication assistance, healthy meals, and assistance with daily activities. You can help by introducing them to our Assisted Living Center. Come on in for a tour and consultation. Find out about our monthly move-in specials and respite visits. Furnished suites are available. Call 208-547-0257. The Edgewood Assisted Living Center in Soda Springs, Idaho, a place to call home.
Bottom of the order for the West Jefferson Panthers as they are going to try and make their way a little bit closer in this one, as they already have seen 2 runs score. Runners on the corners. Jacob Housley behind the plate with Dalton Robbins stepping up. Dalton's got a single, has reached on an error. Another pitch will get past Housley. It's behind him at the screen. Still hasn't found it yet, and making his way all the way up to third base on the pass ball is Kyler Albertson. So another run comes across. Give 3 runs credited to Zach Housley. All of them have been earned. And Kyler Albertson stands at third base with the 8th run. It's 11-7 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. And a pitch misses from Dursteller. Count to 0-2 on Dalton or 2-0, excuse me, on Dalton Robbins. Dursteller trying to clean this one up. A little bit of a mess out there on the field. Dalton Robbins flew out to left field his last time up, as the umpire calls time for himself and now steps back, adjusts the mask. Dursteller takes the moment to step off the rubber as well. Everybody meets back at their proper positions, and Dursteller to the plate fires a straw. No, not getting the call on the inside, and the count goes to 3-0. Popping the glove was Dursteller, but not getting the call. And again, the outside corner is the one that's gotten the call from the umpire today, not the inside necessarily. As this pitch downstairs misses, and that I thought was ball 4, and it is ball 4. And another Davis Repair walk, and Dursteller walks the first batter he sees. And that is the 6th walk of the game the Cardinals have surrendered. Only 3 hits for West Jefferson in the game so far. They've had 4 batters reached via the hit by pitch and have had 6 batters reached by the walk. Dursteller, after 4 pitches, make a pickoff over to first base, but getting back safely and easily is Dalton Robbins. Runners on the corners for West Jefferson, still down by 4, but it's 11-7 after they had a 7-run lead to the Soda Springs Cardinals coming into this inning. Defense trying to close it out, and they always say those final 3 outs are the toughest ones to get. It's another pickoff move to first base from Dursteller, has the runner diving back safely, trying to keep him from taking off and stealing second base, or trying to steal second base. Kyle looks down, checks the runner once again. To the plate this time, runner goes. Housley throws it back to second. Zach Housley cuts it off, and it'll be instead just a stolen base, brought to you by MySpace Storage. That puts runners at second and third. Third stolen base of the inning for the West Jefferson Panthers. Pitch missed low for a ball. 3 runs already across in the inning, 11-7. There's another pitch that catches the outside corner for a strike, and the count should go to 1-1, I believe. No scoreboard here at Topfus Field. Dursteller again winds up, fires this pitch inside, missing for a ball. And the count goes to 2-1. Dylan Jacobs at the plate, still yet to get a hit, has reached on an error and was hit by a pitch. Now swings at a pitch inside, jams him, and the count goes to 2-2. As Kyle Dursteller will look to try and finish this one off. Even count. Pitch just a little bit low, misses, and the count goes to 3-2. Cardinals not able to find the strike zone with the consistency they saw from Caleb Peterson and from Peyton Lish. Back half of these two here in the 7th inning. It's taken 2 pitchers already, and a swing and a miss from Dursteller. Sits down Dylan Jacobs. Big punch out for Dursteller as he records the first out of the inning. Gets his first strikeout of the day. And it'll bring up Eugenio Lemus, a pinch hitter, as they are going to send up number 11, Jed Torgerson, a sophomore, for Eugenio. Eugenio had been 0 for 3. Torgerson, big body. Saw him last year rake one into the right field gap, right field corner in the JV game. Here getting a varsity at bat, takes a pitch low again, and the count goes to 2-0. Dursteller now struggling to find the zone again. And a 4-pitch walk to Dalton Robbins, went full to Dylan Jacobs. Now to Torgerson, misses way upstairs with the ball. Coming to the plate, the flip from Jacob Housley well late. And another run will score. All 4 base runners that were given up by Zach Housley come across to score. And coming up to third base is Dalton Robbins. And with 3 balls and no strikes, another runner possibly going to make their way on base. It's now 11-8 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. Cardinals still up by 3, but trouble closing out the Panthers. Trying to cage them as another pitch will get away from Jacob Housley. Gets the ball back to Dursteller, who sees it pop out of his glove, and we'll see the count go. Thought that was 4 balls, but instead I guess it is 3-1. So a 3-1 count to Jed Torgerson. Dursteller trying to fight his way back. This ball pounced high off of the plate, goes foul. Torgerson just getting a piece of that one. Jed will step forward once again. Holds the bat high above his head, wiggling the fingers of his bottom left hand. Now swings, and this one popped up over towards right field. Taylor Adams got the beat on it, puts it away. He's going to bring this ball in, gets through everybody, and it's a sacrifice fly that will score a run. But the Cardinals happy to get the out. That's 2 outs now. Coming across, as I said, is Dalton Robbins, though. And Dursteller gives up his first run of the game. Gets the out. Now the Panthers down to their final out. Down by 2 runs, though. And if Zane Meacham can get on base, could make things different, as the first pitch to Meacham misses high and upstairs for ball 1. Second pitch on the outside corner. Count goes to 1-1. Dursteller looking to close this one out. Housley has to retrieve the ball from Jacob Housley's throw back to Dursteller as it gets past him. As Kyle once more looks in. Dursteller looks in from the mound, stands feet together, now splays them apart as he winds, fires. This ball bounced over towards third, and it goes foul. Jaron Johnson watches that one roll foul the line, and the count goes to 1-2. Good thing for the Cardinals, too, as that was going to be a tough play and a very speedy center fielder in Zane Meacham running down the line. So Zane will step back into the right-handed batter's box. With a 1-2 count against him, 2 outs, top of the 7th inning. Cardinals trying to close it out. Dursteller with an 11-9 lead behind him. Winds, fires. That's a swing, and that's a grounder towards third. That's going to stay in play. Johnson's got to hurry the throw. Up with it, and the ball trickles away from Caleb Peterson, but it was an infield single anyways. Just a tough placement for that one, and it ends up being a base knock for the West Jefferson Panthers, and they keep the inning alive once again. just not able to close out this team. A never say die attitude from the Panthers, as now Edgar Esquivel, who's 0 for 3 with a walk, will step up. Runner on first base, not important as he is not the tying run. The tying run, however, has made its way into the batter's box. 11-9 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard after the first 5 batters of this inning reached. 1 via hit by pitch, 3 via the walk, and 1 via a single. Now another single has a opportunity for the tying run to come home if that batter in Esquivel can make his way away from home plate. Another pitch misses. The first pitch of this at-bat misses, and Dursteller sees it go to a 1-0 count. Kyle wanders back up onto the mound, now taking his time. Cardinals just hoping for that out. Pickoff move to first. The runner sent back, but Dursteller, really, the focus just needs to be on one batter and one player. That's Edgar Esquivel at the plate, who struck out, grounded out, flown out. He's also walked. The only thing he hasn't gotten to his repertoire is a base knock. Inside, a pitch will have him flinching away, and the count goes to 2-0. Riley Cottle, who started this inning off on deck, hoping for an opportunity for himself to keep it alive. He's reached bases last 2 times on an error and a hit batsman. Dursteller again sets at the chest. Winds, fires inside. That hits Esquivel. He makes his way on base, and now the tying run is on the base paths. And Dursteller's inning continues as it flips around. The 10th batter of the inning coming to the plate. Dursteller now struck out a batter, walked a batter, hit a batter, given up a hit, and given up 1 run officially, 1 of the 5 runs across in this 7th inning, as the West Jefferson Panthers refusing to say die. And Riley Cottle, who led this inning off with a hit by pitch, will step into the right-handed batter's box again. He takes one on the right shoulder as well. And the Soda Springs Cardinals looking very, very rough here in these final couple innings after looking very good in their first few innings. That is the 6th hit batsman, along with 6 walks by the Cardinals. Another pinch runner will make his way onto the base paths. And I believe that is Jose Mendoza, I believe. Base is chock full of Panthers. Tying run at second base will be pinch run for as well. Jogging out there is number 13, Arvel Ashcraft. The winning run stands at first, and Gabe Pancheri, who started this game out as the starting pitcher, would love to take his name off of that loss. And he's got the power to send one over a fence. The West Jefferson Panthers already have 1 home run. Dursteller to the plate. This one flared up to right field. Over there and making a run to it is Taylor Adams, but he loses the ball. It drops off his glove. Coming around is 1 run. There's the 2nd run, and the winning run is left at third base. West Jefferson has tied the game up on a dropped fly ball to left field, or right field, excuse me, that brings home a pair of runs and leaves the winning run standing just 90 feet away for the go-ahead run, I should say, standing just 90 feet away for the West Jefferson Panthers. They've scored 7 runs in this inning, courtesy of 2 hits. Both those unearned runs, and now Dursteller's got to buckle down. Right-handed pitcher fires a pitch downstairs and low, and Shad Pancheri is ahead in the count, 1-0. He reached on a walk his first time up. Runners on the corners for the West Jefferson Panthers. Not a lot of speed at first, but that run is inconsequential right now. As this game tied up in a pitch inside, Dursteller missing the zone, moving up. Gabe Pancheri limps his way to second base as he continues to hobble with a left foot injury. The count goes to 2-0. Cardinals giving up 7 runs here in the 7th inning. And 2 more runs stand out there in scoring position. Although with Shad's injury to his left ankle, it looks like it would take something deep into one of the gaps in order to bring him home. But again, The go-ahead run stands at third base for the West Jefferson Panthers as Dursteller walks up to the mound once again. Rocks, winds, fires, and a strike on the outside brings the count to 2-1. Cardinals just not able to close this one out. This game been going on for 2.5 hours. A long game for high school baseball. It's a long time to be out there on the field, and a lot of it's been because of innings like this. This is the second 7-run inning of the game, and another 3-1 count as Shad Pancheri gets ahead of Kyle Dursteller. Trying to give West Jefferson a lead for the first time in the game. He'll swing and miss at a 3-1 pitch in the dirt. Had a chance to walk and get himself on base and set it up for Kyler Albertson, who is 0 for 2, but has reached base twice via the walk and load the bases up. 3-2 count. 2 out, 7th inning. And strike 3 called on the inside corner. Kyle Dursteller able to tightrope his way out of danger with his second strikeout of the inning. But the West Jefferson Panthers score 7 runs, and we are knotted up at 11. As the West Jefferson Panthers a chance to try and take this one home and send it to extras, as back out onto the mound is going to be Dalton Robbins for another inning of work, as this one knotted up, and the Cardinals will be sending up 9-1-2 in their order. Back after this on KBRV The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com with your bottom of the 7th.
Presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by State Farm Insurance of Montpelier, Idaho. State Farm is here to help life go right. Call Scott at 208-847-0141 for personal service.
Let technology make life a little easier and give you peace of mind about your home. With affordable security and smart home options, SilverStar makes it easy to take the first step. Keep an eye on what's important to you and be able to act before an incident becomes an emergency. You're in good hands when you choose SilverStar. We've been bringing cutting-edge technology and star treatment customer service to Eastern Idaho and Western Wyoming for nearly 70 years. Call us today and ask about our starter security and smart home packages.
Welcome back out to West Jefferson High School, or excuse me, Topfus Park. As the Soda Spring Cardinals trying to send this game or keep this game from going to extras. They see the game tied 11-11. And they will again have number 9, 1, and 2 in the order coming up. Case Griffiths, Zach Housley, and Taylor Adams will be the scheduled batters as they'll go against Dalton Robbins, who's pitched 2 innings so far and looks for inning number 3 to wrap up his repertoire and send this game to extras and give the offense another chance to come up to the plate. Case Griffiths will look out at him first. Corner brought in, and Gabe Pancheri, who's still out there with a hobbling left ankle, as Case Griffiths swings and fouls the first pitch to him off. Once more, Robbins looks in. Dalton, wearing the number 15 Wines, fires in a curveball off the outside corner, taken for a ball by Case. Good patience shown by the Cardinals junior. Griffiths will again await another delivery. And this one taken for a ball as well. Count goes to 2-1. Leadoff runner, big deal in this game, as Case Griffiths, actually a senior for the Soda Springs Cardinals. Apologize for that. And he'll swing and foul one down the first base line. That's going to roll foul where it's fielded, and count goes to 2-2. Just got a piece, and that's the thing about Robbins. He's got a curveball that drops off of the table, and the Cardinals have had trouble finding the timing on that curveball so far since he's come into the game. Soda Springs still riding the momentum from that 7-run second inning. Since then, they've scored 4 runs, both teams with a 7-run inning, a 1-run inning, and a 3-run inning. Just different orders. As this pitch upstairs and outside misses, and the count goes full to Case Griffiths, 3-2. Case so far a single, a walk. He's scored twice, has an RBI, and he's struck out looking. The right-hander looks out once again. As Robbins winds, fires, bounces one to the plate. That's ball 4, and the Cardinals put the winning run on base with some speed on 6 pitches. As Case gets over onto first base, bringing up Zach Housley, who has been a Panther trapper, as he has gone looking for skins every time to the plate. 3 for 3, 3 runs, 3 RBIs. A triple, a double, and a single to his credit. 11 all on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. Runner on first base via the Davis repair walk. And Robinson to the plate again, catches the outside corner with his first pitch to Zach Housley. 0-1 the count goes to on the 7th pitch of this inning by Robinson. He's up to 26 pitches coming into this inning, up to 33 overall. Another pickoff move back to first base has Case Griffiths diving back easily to the first base bag. And Zach Housley will again look out from the right-handed batter's box. Takes a pitch upstairs. Count evens at 1-1. Walks have also been a hindrance to the West Jefferson Panthers. They've also walked 6 batters, but the hit batsmen have really been the biggest problem in today's game. That's why the Cardinals have struggled. Also, the Cardinals have made more errors in the field as Housley gets caught chasing after a 1-1 curveball down in the dirt. Looks foolish going after it, and the count goes to 1-2. He'll look to remain perfect, and he's got to battle his way back to do so. Coach Jeff Uskoski stands in the third base coach's box, winds his way around as he looks out to Housley. Zach takes this one and taters it to left. That's going back to the fence and over the head of the left fielder. Case Griffiths making his way up to third is going to be held up with nobody out. Zach House with his second double of the game takes it to the fence. If Case Griffiths hadn't had to wait to see if it was going to be caught, he would have scored easily. But a good, smart play of waiting to make sure it did not make it into the glove, and it gives Taylor Adams a chance to walk it off for the Soda Springs Cardinals if he can put the ball in play. 11 all here in the bottom of the 7th inning. And out by the fence, it looks like diving for the ball, the left fielder, Eugenio Lemus, ended up hurting himself. And excuse me, that is not Eugenio. That is one of the substitutions that came in for him. And we'll see if the West Jefferson Panthers have to make another substitution. As he is a little bit slow, he took a tumble going for that ball out in left field. Check and see if we can find a number and let you know who that is out in left field. As the coaching staff around him, and now the West Jefferson coaching staff is going to bring everybody close by. Cardinals have several options available to them right now. With runners on second and third and nobody out, Taylor Adams can try and lay down the suicide squeeze and bring the run home that way. A base knock would obviously do the trick. A sacrifice fly would also be something that would possibly help bring that run home, as everyone looks to be all right. West Jefferson is going to bring their outfield well inside of the normal distance as they need to try and make a play at a plate in case of a sacrifice fly. A deep fly ball does the trick again with speed for the Cardinals standing at third base. 11 all. Bottom of the 7th inning, Cardinals looking for the win, and West Jefferson will intentionally walk Taylor Adams, putting him on first base. That is another Davis repair walk, and now Jaron Johnson will have the duty of trying to bring home a run. Trying not to give up that run as the infield's brought in as well. Standing at the infield grass, just got to get something into the outfield if you're the Cardinals. And the first pitch to Johnson taken for a strike on the inside corner. Got to watch for that pitch. 0-1. Again, make contact if you're Jaron Johnson. Trying to walk this game off for the Cardinals. All he needs is a single. And the ball bounces to the plate. Good block behind home plate by Riley Cottle to keep that one in front of him. That's another way the Cardinals could score here. Again, nobody out. Jaron Johnson standing in the right-handed batter's box. Waits, and this pitch upstairs as well as the count goes to 2-1. And Johnson could walk and bring that run home. That all of a sudden starts to enter the mind up in the count. Well, you still got to be aggressive at the plate right now. You have it in your hands. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 7th. Tie game, and now it is a 3-1 count, and that walk would do wonders for the Cardinals. Johnson's already got 3 of them in the game. Can he make it 4 Davis repair walks and bring home that winning run in this first game against the West Jefferson Panthers this afternoon in Idaho Falls? The right-handed Johnson looks out. Robbins winds, fires. This pitch down in the dirt and outside. That'll do it, and the Cardinals will win on a walk-off walk by Jaron Johnson to bring it home. That walk brought to you by Davis Repair, and the winning run in Case Griffiths coming across the plate is brought to you by Ricky Wood and Gate City Real Estate. Cardinals win it 12-11 on a walk-off walk with the bases full. We'll have your post-game show coming up next, and also we'll be bringing you the second game of today's doubleheader as well, and all that coming up after this break on KBRV The Bear and online with live video streaming at mylocalradio.com.
This broadcast of high school sports is being made possible by the Mound Valley Cattle Company in Thatcher, Idaho, serving Utah, Idaho, and Wyoming.
Hi, I'm Todd Hunziker. Most dealers focus on the experience you have just a few moments that you're in their store. At Hunziker Ford, we want to keep you happy forever. And to prove it, we offer warranty forever at no cost to you. So here's the deal. All you have to do is follow the maintenance schedule on virtually anything you buy from us. And the expensive powertrain components are covered forever. That's Todd Hunziker Ford, just east of Lava Hot Springs on Highway 30. It's just that simple.
Imagine a mining company that respects the quality of the environment and health of natural ecosystems. At Monsanto, we don't begin mining unless we can ensure every safeguard is in place to respect the environment. And if they're not, then we don't mine. Simple as that. That's why we take steps before, during, and after mining to reach our goal of leaving the land even better than we found it. Monsanto. Imagine.
Here's a look at some of your Lalaton's food specials for the week of March 29th through April 4th in Soda Springs. Crab beef London broil steaks for $2.49 a pound. Honeysuckle white frozen turkey breasts are just $1.49 a pound. Also, grab yourself some fresh fruit with whole pineapples at 99 cents a pound. Pears are just 89 cents a pound, and 2-pound packages of fresh strawberries are $2.88 each. Wrap your shopping trip up with their big bake sale, as they have flour, sugar, eggs, chocolate chips, cake mixes, and brownie mixes all on sale throughout the store. All at Lalaton's in Soda Springs.
This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by Troy Young Plumbing and Heating. Call 208-221-0581 for all your plumbing needs, including new installs and remodels, repairs, furnace installation, and more.
Welcome back into your post-game show on KBRV, The Bear, and online at mylocalradio.com as the Soda Springs Cardinals escape with a victory over the West Jefferson Panthers, 12-11 to move to 2-2 on the season. We'll do a quick post-game wrap-up, then send it back to regular programming before coming back for game number 2 of our doubleheader coverage between the Cardinals and the West Jefferson Panthers, as we will have a quick break between those pair of games, and we'll let you know as soon as possible when we will be coming back. First of all, got to go over the final numbers from this game, obviously, West Jefferson only 4 hits in the game, but no errors. They did end up giving up 11 hits to the Cardinals, but the Cardinals made 4 errors in their own, and that was one of the biggest damaging pieces for the Soda Springs Cardinals in today's game. The other damaging piece for the Cardinals, 6 hit batsmen and 6 walks. When you give up 12 runners without forcing them to swing the bat, that is always going to be a problem in the game. The biggest bright spots for the Cardinals, the 2 leadoff batters. Zach Housley going 4 for 4, reached base 5 times, had 2 doubles, a triple, a single, 3 RBIs, 3 runs, 3 stolen bases as well, and a walk. Taylor Adams went 3 for 4, 2 runs, 2 RBIs. He had 2 stolen bases. All 3 of his hits were singles, and those 2 RBIs being split up between the second inning and the 5th inning. As for the other Cardinals, Jaron Johnson went 0 for 1, did have 4 walks, had a run, and the final RBI as he walked in that final run. Kyle Dursteller went 1 for 3 in the game, 0 for 4 for Dylan Downs. Mason Smith went 0 for 3 with a walk and a run scored. Peyton Lish went 1 for 2 with a run before he was replaced by Caleb Peterson in the 4th inning. He went 0 for 2 in the game with a line out and a ground out to shortstop. Jacob Housley went 1 for 4 with a run. Case Griffiths went 1 for 2 with 2 walks, 3 runs, and an RBI as well. Pitching in the game for the Cardinals, Peyton Lish went 3 innings, struck out 7, walked 2, gave up 2 hits, one of those a home run, and hit 3 batsmen as well. 3 earned runs against him on 72 pitches. Caleb Peterson went 3 innings. He had 4 strikeouts in the game, 1 walk, and 1 run. That was an unearned run. Zach Housley did not record an out, but gave up 2 walks, hit a batter, and gave up 1 hit. All 4 of his runs came around to score. Kyle Dursteller finished the action, gets the win. With 1 inning pitched, he had 2 strikeouts, 1 walk, 1 hit, 2 hit batsmen, and 3 runs. One of those runs ended up being an earned run in the game for the Soda Springs Cardinals. That wraps things up for us in this broadcast. Again, we'll send it back. Thanks to Val Cook for running the board for this one. We're going to be back for game number 2 in just about 20 minutes or so, and we hope that you'll be joining us for that game as well. We'll also get our camera fixed and get the live video back up and streaming once again. Thanks again for tuning in to KBRV The Bear and online with live video streaming at mylocalradio.com.
The sounds and smells of spring are in the air. For Soda Springs, the birds are breaking out of their nest and taking to the field for some good old baseball and softball. If you listen close, you can hear it. Baseball and softball in the Idaho Rocky Mountains can be as unpredictable as the weather, but the hopes of a strong season are high for the Cardinals of Soda Springs as they pursue a trip to the state championship later this spring. KBRV is bringing you every step of that trip. Every diving catch, every line drive to the gap, every run of the season can be heard right here on your home for Cardinal Sports. Live local sports are brought to you on the Bear by Monsanto, Silver Star Communications, and by MyLocalRadio.com. We're about 20 minutes away from the first pitch, so hold on to your seats and turn your radios loud as we send you to the field for all the action with the voice of Caribou County Sports, Caleb Burgraff, on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at MyLocalRadio.com.
After a short break, the two teams, the West Jefferson Panthers and the Soda Springs Cardinals, getting set to return to the field, and we have our video back, which means that you can watch it back again online at mylocalradio.com as the second game of our doubleheader getting set to take place. The two sides will trade home and away, and the Soda Springs Cardinals will be batting first in this one, as it'll be a mix-up of new lineups, a mix-up of JV and varsity players. The Cardinals also switching their uniforms, going to their new red uniforms with the Cardinal logo on the front and white numbers printed across the back. West Jefferson sticking with the dark blue uniforms they had before, and with the Cardinals only bringing 14 players, there's not going to be as much of a shift in their lineup as there is on the West Jefferson lineup, but there is still quite a few changes for the Soda Springs Cardinals as well, and we'll get to those as we move along as I continue to jot down my lineups here, and the West Jefferson Panthers continue to prepare to take to the field in their own right. First game was a 12-11 victory for the Soda Springs Cardinals, winning it on a walk-off walk after the West Jefferson Panthers almost came back to win that game. Cardinals will be starting on offense, as I said. For the West Jefferson Panthers, we'll get over their lineup first. Jose Mendoza will be in center field. The shortstop is number 19, Creed Calder. Number 59, once again, is the catcher, Riley Cottle. Number 13 is left fielder, Arvel Ashcroft. Number 44 is right fielder, Clay Roundy. Number 11 is the first baseman, Jed Torgeson. Number 24 is the pitcher, Dugan Grimes. And number 9 is the third baseman, Cash Sullivan. Wrapping it all up is the second baseman, number 42, Doug Allen. That's the lineup for the West Jefferson Panthers. On the other side for the Soda Springs Cardinals, leading things off will be number 9, Easton Pendlebury. He'll be playing second base and wearing the number 9 in today's game. Todd Hunsaker wears the number 3 and will be doing the catching for the Soda Springs Cardinals. Jaron Johnson plays at third base once again in today's game, wearing the number 22 after doing the exact same in the first game today. Mason Smith will be doing the pitching and will be wearing the number 19 for the Cardinals today in game number 2. Caleb Peterson wears number 21, getting the start at shortstop for the Soda Springs Cardinal. Kyle Dursteller will be in center field for the Cardinals, once again wearing the number 14 as the West Jefferson Panthers. You can see on your video screens at mylocalradio.com taking to the diamond for the first time in the top of the first inning. Cardinals getting set to hit. Wrapping up the rest of the Cardinals lineup, number 30, Peyton Lish, will be out in left field for today's ball game. Logan Mumford will be playing at first base, wearing the number 7, and wrapping it up is Brian Atterbury in right field, wearing the number 4 for the Soda Springs Cardinals, as they will look to try and sweep the West Jefferson Panthers in today's doubleheader action. And we'll see what they can get going and what they can get started as the two sides take their positions on either side, right or left of us here. And Easton Pendlebury, a transfer from Texas, who actually has his extended family up here watching today's game. is going to lead things off for the Soda Springs Cardinals. The freshman will be playing second base in this first game of the doubleheader, or second game, I should say, of the doubleheader. Again, the first game of the doubleheader ended up being a victory for the Cardinals, finding a way to walk off against the Panthers, and a pitch taken up and away is a ball to Easton Pendlebury to get things started here in game number 2. Happy to have you with us. Nothing as we get underway on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard, and another pitch missing upstairs from the pitcher, Dugan Grimes, as the count goes to 2-0 to Easton Pendlebury. Grimes, a sophomore pitcher for the West Jefferson Panthers, winds again and fires a pitch off the outside, and the count goes to 3-0. And Pendlebury in a very good count for the hitter. Will look out from the right-handed batter's box once again, and the pitch inside will miss, and he earns a leadoff walk. Brought to you by Davis Repair, your equipment and diesel specialist in Soda Springs. Give them a call at 208-221-9403. Brent brings up Todd Hunsaker doing the catching for the Soda Springs Cardinals today. Right-handed batter with a closed stance. Pendlebury will take off, pitches upstairs and away, though will not throw, and a stolen base brought to you by MySpace Storage makes its way up to second for the Soda Springs Cardinals as the count goes to 1-0 to Todd Hunsaker. Soda Springs looking to have that success once again that they had in the early innings against the West Jefferson Panthers, as it's strike taken by Todd Hunsaker, called out by the umpire behind home plate, moves the count to 1-1. Panthers playing straight up, shallow in the infield, and outfield I should say. Double play depth on the infield. A pitch upstairs and inside to Todd Hunsaker moves the count to 2-1. Pendlebury leads off second base after stealing the bag on the first pitch to Hunsaker. Now a 2-1 delivery to Hunsaker from Grimes is outside and away, and the count goes to 3-1 as Todd Hunsaker, and a good hitter's count as well. See if he can drive one into one of the gaps. A big gap in left center field as the outfield shaded up the middle towards right field. Hunsaker again will look, wait, and this pitch upstairs for ball 4, and back-to-back Davis Repair walks have the Cardinals with runners on first and second, and Dugan Grimes unable to find the strike zone with any consistency here in this first inning. To the first two batters at least, as that brings up Jaron Johnson, who's playing third base for the Cardinals in game number 2, just like he did in game number 1. With the bat, Johnson 0 for 1, but had 4 walks in the first game of today's doubleheader. So he crouches, right-handed batter's box, shows bunt, pulls it back as the pitch well upstairs, and 9 of the first 10 pitches from Dugan Grimes have missed the zone as Johnson gets ahead in the count, 1-0. Crouch down again, see if he shows bunt. He does, as that one is going to be bunted foul down the third base side, and the count goes to 1-1. Had to reach out of the zone to try and get the bunt down and ends up missing it. And we'll try and do the 1-1 count with runners on first and second for the Cardinals. Good speed on the base paths. We'll see how that plays out for the Cardinals' hands on a beautiful day in Idaho Falls. Neutral site field for these two teams. And what is a beautifully manicured field as well in terms of high schools. Another pitch misses. Easton Pendlebury trying to move up to third base will do so on a ball that went down into the dirt. Jaron Johnson gets to another hitter's count, 2-1. You'd assume that he's going to show bunt once again unless he can't get the bunt down. And with runners on the corners, a bunt could bring home a run. So we'll see if the bunt remains in play. Waves the bat through the zone. Right-handed batter for the Soda Springs Cardinals. Again, a junior for Soda Springs. Todd Hunsaker on first. No bunt shown this time with runners on the corners, and Jaron Johnson takes that pitch upstairs. Another runner goes as Hunsaker gets a stolen base, brought to you by MySpace Storage. Jogs into second base, and with a 3-1 count, Jaron Johnson, an opportunity to push another couple of runs across early. Pinch runner will come out for the Soda Springs Cardinals, as Case Griffiths will move out to second base to pinch run for Todd Hunsaker, the catcher. Of course, you're allowed to pinch run for the catcher and pitcher as much as you want in Idaho baseball. Pitch to the plate on the outside corner, and the count goes full to Jaron Johnson. 3-2. First base is open, so a walk would not hurt the West Jefferson Panthers. Coach Uskoski working with Easton Pendlebury over at third base. Case Griffiths leads off of second, and Johnson hacks at one. That's going to be fair inside the third base bag and gets through the legs of the third baseman. Case Griffiths into third base standing. It's going to be an RBI for Jaron Johnson, but it goes as an E5 into the books on how he got on base. And everybody moves up one bag. The Soda Springs Cardinals get their first run, brought to you by Ricky Wood and Gate City Real Estate. Call Ricky at 208-547-7012 and let her see if she can find you a way home today. Mason Smith will come to the plate now. Nobody out here. Top of the first inning, Cardinals looking to explode for some runs as Mason stands in to the right-handed box. Quick jump off pick move to first base will not see the ball thrown, but does see Jaron Johnson dive back to the bag. And they are actually going to call a balk on the pitcher, so the balk will move in another run, and Johnson moves up. Case Griffiths comes home for Todd Hunsaker, and Mason Smith will see a runner move up to second base with still nobody out. On the balk by the pitcher, Dugan Grimes didn't take his back foot off as he deceived the runner, despite the fact Johnson went back to the bag and was not out. As a line up the middle, Mason Smith will flare this one to center field, a softly hit ball, and the Cardinals are going to hold up Jaron Johnson, as playing it back in from center field is Jose Mendoza. It's a single for Mason Smith, the first base knock of the game for the Soda Springs Cardinals, and it keeps runners on the corners. First base knock, as I said. On the first pitch, Mason Smith sees. 16 pitches for Dugan Grimes here in this first inning. Still nobody out as Caleb Peterson will step to the plate, the shortstop for the Cardinals. Right-handed batter. Waves the arms out. Holds the bat over the right shoulder and takes a soft pitch that just misses upstairs. And the count goes to 1-0. Looked like a pretty good pitch from my vantage point, but of course I don't have the angle of the umpire as the count goes to 1-0. Caleb Peterson showing patience there, will step in. Did not show a lot of patience in the first game in the 2 at-bats that he had. Another pitch takes the outside corner by command, and count goes to 1-1. Game number 2 of our doubleheader today as Caleb Peterson steps into the right-handed batter's box with a 1-1 count. Nobody out. 2-0. Cardinals already up in the first inning over the West Jefferson Panthers JV team. And another pitch off the outside corner. Going on the play is making it to second base standing is Mason Smith as he gets a MySpace Storage stolen base. And the Cardinals will put runners on to second and third in scoring position with nobody out. Pitch to the plate again. Caleb Peterson bounces one up the middle. Goes off of Dugan Grimes' glove. Mishandled at second base. The throw goes on to first, but it's too late. Caleb Peterson with the infield single and an RBI as well, as that brings home Jaron Johnson. And Mason Smith makes his way up to third on the play, and I don't think that's Mason Smith, as Jacob Housley is in pinch running for Mason Smith. Smith, the pitcher, once again one of those players that you're allowed to sub in and out as much as you want. Brings up Kyle Dursteller, the center fielder, for game 2. And Kyle will foul one back behind us, and the count goes to 0-1. Cardinals 2 hits, 2 walks, an error on the West Jefferson Panthers. As 2 of the runs have been earned, 1 unearned. Although with no outs, plenty of chances still for the Cardinals to bring home a few more. 3-0 they lead on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. Another ball bounces off of the tuft of grass in front of home plate, and another mishandle at second base will allow for another infield single. This time Kyle Dursteller getting the advantage of the infield single. No throw attempt was made. He gets the RBI as Housley comes home to score. Moving up to second base is Caleb Peterson, and it brings up Peyton Lish with nobody out. As we continue to move through this top of the first inning. Make it 4-0 Cardinals. As another run comes home. Dugan Grimes looks behind him. Steps to the mound. Has not given up any major contact as Peyton Lish swings and fouls the ball off at the plate. Has given up 3 hits, but 2 of those infield singles. Just tough bounces for some of the infielders to get. The first one went off of Dugan Grimes' glove up the middle and was slowed down because of that. The second one went off of the tufts of grass that round home plate and kicked high into the air. That slowed the ball down and allowed Dursteller to make it to first base with a single. Peyton now flares one to second. That gets over the second baseman's leaping glove, and everybody goes up one more base, station to station. Peyton Lish with a weak infield single loads the bases for the Soda Springs Cardinals, and Logan Mumford, as that's the Cardinals' 4th hit here in the top of the first inning. Logan Mumford, another right-hander. No left-handers left for the Cardinals as Taylor Adams sits to my left doing the books for the Cardinals for the second game. As Mumford looks out, the right-hander awaits. Dugan Grimes strides to the plate, and this one punched over towards second again. Big hop. An out will be made as the second baseman, Doug Allen, able to make the play over to first, where Jed Torgeson makes the out and receives it. It's an RBI ground out for Logan Mumford. Another run comes across, brought to you by Gate City Real Estate and Ricky Wood, as that makes it a 5-0 game here in the top of the first inning on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. Runners still on second and third for the Soda Springs Cardinals, and Grimes comes to the plate and misses down low to Ryan Atterbury, who's in for his first at bat, and he gets ahead in the count, 1-0. Ryan is a junior for the Cardinals, swings and misses as he gets to a 1-1 count himself. Looking to try and keep this first inning rally alive with another ball batted into the field somewhere. Ball in play should score a run as this pitch upstairs misses and the count goes to 2-1. Long first inning, but a lot of early swings from the Cardinals, bottom half of the order. In fact, 2 1-pitch at-bats, 2 2-pitch at-bats, and a 3-pitch at-bat in the last 5 batters. Ryan's the longest at-bat that we've had since then, as this is the 4th pitch, and that's taken for a strike. And the count again goes to 2-2. Softball won their first game 16-10. Not sure what the score of game number 2 for softball is. There's another pitch in the dirt. Sends the count to a full 3-2 count as Dugan Grimes continues to work his way through this first inning. And Ryan looks out from the right-handed box. 3-2 count. Grimes to the plate. Misses with this one. It's going to get past the catcher. And coming home sliding safely is Kyle Dursteller. And Kyle will score the run on the wild pitch. That sends Ryan down to first base with another Davis repair base on balls. He will not get the RBI as the bases were not loaded. But, as I said, another run will come home. That's 5 earned runs given up, 6 runs total in the Cardinals, with runners standing at first and third on the corners, will send the top of their lineup back. Easton Pendlebury, who led the game off with a 4-pitch walk, will swing and miss at the first pitch to him and take it for a strike. 0-1. 3 walks, 4 hits, allowing the Cardinals to keep this inning going. 1 error on West Jefferson. This ball flared over into right field. That's going to find some grass in front of the right fielder as Clay Roundy will get it in quickly, but it's an RBI single for Easton Pendlebury. And it keeps this inning moving along as Peyton Lish comes across to score the 7th run for the Soda Springs Cardinals here in the first inning. And again, 6 of these earned with only 1 out in the frame. Brings up Todd Hunsaker. He also walked his first time up with a Davis repair walk. And the first pitch to him is laced down the right field line, but that's well foul. And the count goes to 0-1. 9 players have reached base so far for the Cardinals. 2 of them stand on base. 7 of them have come across to score. Another pitch from Grimes, swung on. This one fouled off and spoiled behind home plate. It'll land in the grass inside of a grove of 3 trees triangled behind us. And with an 0-2 count, Todd Hunsaker will have to battle. Walked his first time up on 5 pitches, being more aggressive this time around. As Grimes will set, strides to the plate, and that pitch misses low. Hunsaker backing away as was on his way in, saw that one early and decided not to swing early as well. Moves the count to 1-2. 1 out, top of the first inning, 7-0. Cardinals already showing promise in this first inning of work as Hunsaker grounds another one foul past Coach Jeff Yuskoski over on the left side. Cade Mumford coaching over at first base with Coach Joe Rice inside of the dugout. The 3 coaches for the Cardinals baseball team this year. As Todd Hunsaker waits for the ball to be returned back into play, as does Grimes. Now the ball returned to the umpire, and we can get back to action. 1-2 count. 5th pitch of this at-bat. Todd Hunsaker awaiting it as Grimes sets, strides, fires, and this ball in the dirt as well. Gets behind the catcher, Riley Cottle. And the count goes to 2-2. And the Cardinals will look to keep this push alive. Runners on first and second. Grimes again will step to the plate. This one swung on and missed, and Hunsaker goes down on strikes. First strikeout for for Grimes, as Cottle's able to secure that one. And it brings up Jaron Johnson with runners once again on first and second. First strikeout for Grimes, a big one, is now none of the other runs that come across will be earned if there are any more runs that come across. 2 outs, Johnson at the plate. Had him bunting his first time up in a similar situation, but with 2 outs, you don't expect that as the ball gets away from the catcher. And on ball 1, both Easton Pendlebury and Ryan Atterbury move up. Ryan makes his way up to third base. Easton stands at second, and Jaron Johnson a golden opportunity for a couple more runs for the Soda Springs Cardinals. The right-handed Johnson awaits. And the pitch to the plate is swung on, grounded softly over towards second base, fielded cleanly, and a good throw onto first will retire the side as Doug Allen makes the play, and the Cardinals are set down. But they score 7, and we head into the bottom of the first inning. West Jefferson coming up to the plate, 7-0 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. The Cardinals on top.
This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by Arctic Circle of Soda Springs, where you can get burgers made from premium Black Angus beef, as well as fries and onion rings with their delicious fry sauce. Be sure to top it all off with a soft serve cone piled high and dipped with their delicious chocolate topping.
Whether it's warm outside and you need an air conditioning system, or cold outside and you need a new natural gas furnace, Reed's Plumbing and Heating has what you need to keep your family comfortable, and there's never been a better time to convert to natural gas. With great service and expertise, Reed's is your all-weather friend in southeastern Idaho. Call us today, 208-547-4466, and we'll get right to work making your home comfortable and cozy. That's Reed's Plumbing and Heating at 208-547-4466. Natural gas, it's worth asking for.
Welcome once more out to the home of today's games between the Soda Springs Cardinals and the West Jefferson Panthers. Game 2 of our doubleheader coverage as the Soda Springs Cardinals up 7-0 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard after the first inning of play. Remind you that this game and your post-game show will be brought to you by Bear Lake Drug in Montpelier, Idaho, the small-town pharmacy with world-class service. Your post-game highlights and numbers brought to you by them. Also, our interview, as we'll be sitting down and chatting with Connor Veely, a sophomore for BPA at Soda Springs, who is going to be heading to the national competitions. That'll be going on later this year. He'll be joining us to talk about making it to nationals for the first time as a sophomore. Speaking of the first time, Jose Mendoza will step up to the plate for his first appearance as Mason Smith on the mound. Worked 3 innings on Thursday at American Falls. First pitch off the plate outside for a 1-0 count. Mason Smith, rave reviews from the coaching staff and fellow players on the way that he pitched in that game. As a softly grounded ball will make it to second base. Easton Pendlebury barehands it, throws on to first, and just in time gets the out. He thought about using the glove, and at the last moment just picked it up and barehanded it onto first base. And Mendoza, despite making it a close play at the bag, is retired for out number 1. As that'll bring up Creed Calder. And the shortstop for West Jefferson takes a pitch upstairs for ball 1. Dugan Grimes threw 40 pitches in that first inning. And the West Jefferson Panthers most likely will be hoping that is not the case in the second inning, as a strike makes it across the plate from Mason Smith to move it to a 1-1 count. Mason so far, only 4 pitches, but he's only into a second batter. Does have an out as this pitch well upstairs, and Creed Calder gets back ahead in the count 2-1 to the Cardinals starter for game number 2. Cardinals switching to their red uniforms. And I got to say, I am a fan of the red as this pitch swung on and missed by Creed Calder. Logo looks fantastic on the front. The white numbers with the white pants and the white and black hats. Fantastic look for the Soda Springs Cardinals on the field at these roads as this pitch, a bending curveball that somehow snaps off and takes down Creed Calder, looking for the first punch out for Mason Smith in the game. And it's out number 2. Gets it on 5 pitches. Riley Caudle, will step up now. And Riley, who had a decent game the first time around, will foul a pitch off, spoils it. Back behind us. That'll go against the fence, I believe. Behind us. Caudle ended up going 0 for 2. Did score a run. Reached on an error and 2 hit by pitch at bats. As this pitch skied way up into the air. Several stories forward and making the play. Falling backwards to make the play is, I believe, Jaron Johnson, who puts it away for out number 3. And that will do it. The pop out is going to send the Cardinals back to the dugout. They can get the offense back rolling again as inning number 2 approaches here on KBRV The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com. Cardinals leading it 7-0 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard.
Caribou County Athletics on KBRV are brought to you by Bear Lake Dental, where their commitment is to provide you with the highest standard of personalized dental care in a gentle, efficient, and professional manner. Call 208-847-0153 to schedule your appointment with Bear Lake Dental.
Get it to go at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs and Patterson Easy Way in Grace, Idaho. From pizza to potato wedges, from burritos to the jalapeno flavored corn dogs, from candy, clothing, car accessories, and fountain drinks, convenience is fun. And Patterson Quick Stop and Patterson Easy Way help to fill your needs conveniently. They have something for everyone: food, fuel, and fun at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs and Patterson Easy Way in Grace. Right here, right now.
This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by Mountain States Insurance Company. Stop in for help with all of your insurance needs at 30 East, 2nd South next to Caribou Jackson, Soda Springs, or call 208-547-2141 and talk to an agent today. Welcome back out to the field at Topfus Park. Soda Springs Cardinals leading 7-0 as we head to the top of the second inning. And Cade Mumford will wander over towards the third base coach's box And the Cardinals will get set for the middle of their order. Mason Smith, Caleb Peterson, and Kyle Dursteller, all three singled their first time up, as the Cardinals were able to push across 7 runs in that first inning of play. RBIs belonging to Logan Mumford, Kyle Dursteller, Caleb Peterson, and Easton Pendlebury. Also some passed balls allowed other runs to come across as well. But as I said, it will be Caleb Peterson to lead things off. Should be Mason Smith, according to my book, leading off. As Caleb will take the swings, and the first pitch bounces in the dirt for a ball. As the Cardinals out of order, Mason Smith in the dugout with the helmet on, now takes it off. Caleb Peterson ahead in the count 1-0. Not sure again what's going on. There's a pitch upstairs for a ball, and the count goes to 2-0. Unless the Cardinals just taking it out early. Is that a strike on the inside? Despite rolling away from the catcher, Caleb Peterson goes ahead 2-1 in the count now. Strides once more to the right-handed side. Cloud starting to overtake the sun a little bit as this ball laced up the middle by Peterson goes off of the second baseman's leg and into center field as Doug Allen got to the ball but overran it a little bit, and it's another single for Caleb Peterson as he leads it off the second inning the same way the Cardinals led off the last frame, and gives themselves an advantage and an opportunity to try and keep things moving along. Kyle Dursteller will step to the plate now, right-handed batter. Waits for the pitch from Grimes. That's on the outside corner, taken for a strike. Late signal from the umpire behind home plate, but gave it nonetheless, and the count goes to 0-1 against Dursteller. Kyle waits for this pitch. That's taken upstairs, and it goes to 1-1. Grimes already showing a little bit more command than he had in that first inning, although looks over to first base with a runner dancing over there after the leadoff single. Another pitch down in the dirt makes it a second straight 2-1 count to Dursteller. Kyle, as I said, singled his last time up. In the first game, Dursteller went 1 for 3. This time he'll pound one into left field. That's going to fly all the way to the fence. Coming around second and heading home is going to be Caleb Peterson. All the way up to third base with a stand-up triple is Kyle Dursteller, tattooing a ball and putting his name on it as he brings the Cardinals' lead to 8-0 in the top of this second inning. Brings up Peyton Lish, who will look out as Grimes will fire to the plate and bounces one forward as the count goes in favor of Peyton Lish, 1-0. 10th pitch of this inning coming up, 50th overall for Grimes as he's been a workhorse out there on the mound already, and Lish will foul one up and ends up dropping beyond the bleachers by about 10 feet. Count goes back to 1-1. Lish also singled his first time up, ended up coming around to score. He was the last of the Cardinals to score in that first inning, last of the 7 straight as well, as he just about takes Dursteller's head off down the third base line, drawing some ire from Dursteller, who says, hey, inside the lines next time, not at me. One more chance. 1-2 pitch coming to the plate well outside, but speared by Cottle behind the plate, somehow keeping it from going to the backstop and keeping Dursteller back at third. Cardinal batters using a wood bat right now. Trying to get used to it for a wood bat tournament coming up this next weekend. In the second game, as Lish will bounce one over towards third, gets through the glove of the third baseman, and while it's an error, it does bring home a run, and it's an RBI for Peyton Lish. Second error on West Jefferson, and the inning will continue without any outs. And the Cardinals lead it 9-0 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard over the West Jefferson Panthers. Right-handed bat of Logan Mumford now steps up. He will still be using the metal bat as a JV player. So I'm assuming the agreement, since the Cardinals didn't have enough JV players brought to field a full JV team, is the varsity players will use a wood bat. The JV players will be using the metal bats. To the plate. Grimes missing down low. Sees the count go 1-0. Logan Mumford grounded out to second his last time up. It was an RBI ground out as it ended up bringing home Peyton Lish. And now a swing will flare one to the right side, shallow. It's going to end up dropping in fair territory. Lish was standing on first base, makes his way to second just in time. And the ball squirts away from the second baseman, but Lish, after sliding into the bag, did not have the ability to get up and make his way to third. I don't know if he would have made it anyways. It ends up being an infield single for Logan Mumford. No infield fly was called by the umpires, and it ends up dropping onto the dust in the middle of the field. Inning continues with nobody out. Top of the second, 9-0 Cardinals on top, and the wind to the plate. We'll see if Ryan Atterbury taking a strike, and he goes down to the count 0-1. Again, Grimes has been pounding the zone. He's been getting the ball around the strike zone, just has not been able to fool many of the Cardinal batters. So again set, stretches, winds, fires a strike on the outside, and gets ahead of Atterbury 0-2. Atterbury walked his first time up on a full count. Now he'll try and keep himself alive at the plate. Has to battle, down 0-2 in the count. Nobody out. Top of the second inning, 9-0. Pickoff move to first base just sees Logan Mumford getting back to the bag in time. And Atterbury will again step in. Bright and shiny red cleats, black tops, pants down around the top of the cleats. Stretching to the plate, and the ball well upstairs will miss. And Atterbury gets back within the count, 1-2. 9-0. Cardinals using a lot of early success and a few mistakes made by the West Jefferson Panthers to put some runs on the board early. And the ball misses upstairs and away. 2-2. The count now to Ryan Atterbury. Nobody out. And Ryan will once more step to the right side. And this one swung and fouled to the right side. And it'll stay a 2-2 count. Still a 2-2 count, as I said. Peyton Lish will wander his way off second base. Logan Mumford stumbling off first base. Neither one of them necessarily going to steal. Lish not a ton of speed over at second, so not a threat to try and take third as another pitch misses inside. And back-to-back full counts for Brian Atterbury. Third full count of the game. Jaron Johnson also had a full count before he reached on an error. Brian walked his last time with a full count. Here, takes a pitch just off of the plate. And Ryan Atterbury called out on strikes as the umpire says it caught enough of the plate, worthy of a strikeout. And the backwards K goes to Dugan Grimes for his second strikeout of the game. As Brian heads to the dugout, and Easton Pendlebury will step up. He's 1 for 1, reached base twice, a walk and a single, as well as an RBI as he takes the first pitch on the outside corner. And much like the umpire in our first game, this umpire also is calling pitches on the outside of the corner, which means that players got to be wary of that outside. Grimes again to the plate, upstairs, snared by Creed Calder, or excuse me, by Riley Cottle. Misread my own notes. Can't even read my own writing. And the count goes to 1-1. Pendlebury, as I said, a freshman transfer to Soda Springs, Texas, as he'll pop one up foul to the left side. That's going to leave the field of play and bounce into the grass, kick off the fence, and roll back towards us a little ways. Moves the count to 1-2. One out already. Runners off first and second base. 2 runs already across here in the top of the second inning. 9-0. The Cardinals lead on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard in game number 2. Another pitch grounded on the first base line. And Torgerson picks it up, takes it to the bag himself for a 3 unassisted. Both runners will move up, but nobody able to come around and score. And on the bright side now for Grimes, no more runs that come across can be counted as earned runs against him as Todd Hunsaker steps to the plate. He struck out swinging his last time up. First strikeout of the game for Grimes. He's also walked. And that walk led to a stolen base as well as Hunsaker swings and misses at the first pitch. And it goes down to the count 0-1. The freshman looking to try and build a repertoire, give himself opportunities moving forward in this game. He will not be going with the team to Glens Ferry. As this ball down to the dirt skips to the plate and the count goes to 1-1 to Todd Hunsaker. Jacob Housley will be the #1 catcher for the Cardinals during that entire tournament. We'll be over there at that tournament, by the way, as well. So if you can't make it out to Glens Thursday, Friday, or Saturday, be sure to tune in as we'll be broadcasting those games from the home of the Pilots. Another pitch misses upstairs, and the count goes to 2-1. Mumford and Lish still out on the base paths. Outfield playing straight up and shallow. As Todd Hunsaker awaits a 2-1 pitch. That's behind him. Catches the bat for a foul ball. And the count goes to 2-2. And from the dugout, you can hear Coach Yuskoski saying, turn around and take the pitch the right ways. If he'd turned his shoulder, taken the bat down, would not have been a foul ball. At the very least, just would have been ball 3. Instead, 2-2 count as Grimes will fire to the plate. And that one is going to be strike 3 on a drop third strike, though. Todd Hunsaker makes it to first base safely, and coming home on the pass ball, Peyton Lish also crosses the plate. It's the 10th run to come across, and on a backward strikeout, Todd Hunsaker makes it to first base. And it brings up Jaron Johnson. 3 strikeouts for Dugan Grimes, and by all accounts should be out of the inning. But it brings up Jaron Johnson, who reached on an error his first time up, grounded out to second a second time up, and with the wood bat, he's going to splay one out to center field. That's going to turn the numbers towards us of the center fielder, Jose Mendoza. 1 run will score. Johnson plugging up to second base will cruise in with an RBI double, and the Cardinals make it an 11-0 game on an RBI shot to center field by Jaron Johnson. Didn't think it had a ton of carry to it, but Johnson proved me wrong and brings home a 11th Gate City Real Estate run of this game. And again, no more earned runs coming across after the errors, and now the drop third strike. Brings up Mason Smith, who I thought was going to lead off this inning, but instead will be getting his first plate appearance here as he's going to splay one out to right center field. Moving over, Mendoza ends up making the grab. I believe it was Mendoza. Might have been the right fielder, Clay Roundy. Either way, it is a fly out to the West Jefferson Panthers for the out, and the Cardinals will have to settle with just scoring 4 runs in the frame. They still lead at 11-0 as we head to the bottom of the second inning. Mason Smith will be returning to the mound after throwing only 9 pitches in the first. We'll see what he does in inning number 2 on KBRV, the Co-op, and online at mylocalradio.com.
This production of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by London Drug and Grace, your good neighbor pharmacy, locally owned, locally loved.
If you're looking for live local sports, local news,
Athletics on KBRV are brought to you by Bear Lake Dental, where their commitment is to provide you with the highest standard of personalized dental care in a gentle, efficient, and professional manner. Call 208-847-0153 to schedule your appointment with Bear Lake Dental.
Get it to go at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs and Patterson Easy Way in Grace, Idaho. From pizza to potato wedges, from burritos to the jalapeno flavored corn dogs, from candy, clothing, car accessories, and fountain drinks, convenience is fun. And Patterson Quick Stop and Patterson Easy Way help to fill your needs conveniently. They have something for everyone: food, fuel, and fun at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs and Patterson Easy Way in Grace. Right here, right now.
Welcome back out to the home of the Cardinals and the West Jefferson Panthers for at least the afternoon here on April 1st. Happy April Fool's Day to you. I already got gotten once by Coach Joe. She was able to pull a good one over my eyes. Cade Mumford got fooled on it too, so the traditional April Fools always goes over well in the first one. You got to get fooled once on April Fools. If you're not, then it just doesn't work out. As another frozen camera, we apologize for that one, and we'll have to finish this game up with the frozen camera. Hopefully you'll stick around with us as the Cardinals leading this one 11-0 over the West Jefferson Panthers. Mason Smith to the plate, winds, fires, and bounces one to the plate once again. And the count goes to 1-0 to the first battery season, inning number 2. Arvel Ashcraft, the left fielder for the Panthers, will take another pitch downstairs, and the count goes to 2-0. Smith will step to the right again, and the right-handed pitcher delivers a strike on the outside, paints the glove, and paints the corner as well, as Todd Hunsaker didn't even have to move his mitt, as the Cardinals pitcher gets ahead in the count, or back into the count I should say, 2-1, and now 2-2 as he throws a fastball past Ashcraft. Cloud moving in front of the sun, now fading its way away, and to the plate once again. The pitch taken, and that I thought was just ball 3, but apparently was ball 4 to Ashcraft, as he gets a Davis repair walk. First walk of the game for Mason Smith. So he will now greet Clay Roundy to the plate. First, he'll try a pickoff move over to first, as Logan Mumford able to stab the ball, keep it from getting past him, and the count remains 0-0 to Clay Roundy. Roundy caught the last ball of that last inning. Now a pitch catches the outside corner, and the count goes to 0-1. 0-1 count. Pitch taken for, swung on for a strike. The throw down to second base gets away from everybody, as a stolen base is going to be credited to the runner in Ashcraft. That's another MySpace storage stolen base, and the throw into the outfield allows him to move up to third with nobody out. And the mistakes mount for the Soda Springs Cardinals, but with an 11-0 lead, it's a comfortable spot to be in nonetheless, as Roundy will have to battle with an 0-2 count against him. Mason Smith, arms stretched out wide, fires another one past Roundy. That's strike 3, and he gets his second strikeout of the game today and gets the first out of the second inning. And it brings up Jed Torgerson. Torgerson got one at bat in the first game today. Now he'll bat for the second time. And the first pitch to him is upstairs for a ball. Ashcraft again dances around over at third base. And once more, setting at the chest is Mason Smith, and getting a strike call. Quick snap throw down to third base comes from the catcher Todd Hunsaker, but it's not going to catch the runner leading off. And with that, once again, Torgerson will step to the bag. He's been responsible for one of the putouts so far today, as he had a ground ball straight to him. Here he flies one out to right center field, making a long run in, and not able to field it is the right fielder for the Cardinals, Ryan Atterbury. Didn't get a good read on it. Throw comes in, but it's an RBI single for Jed Torgerson. Just flared one out there, made contact with the bat, and was able to make his way on to base. That single Makes it 11-1 now on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard and brings up Dugan Grimes as the pitcher, after giving up those 11 runs, will look to try and make up for some of those problems as the first pitch to him is taken for a strike. We'll see if Grimes goes back out for another inning of work as he's already thrown 72 pitches. See if they allow him to go out. I know the JV rule is not the same as the varsity rules for pitch count, and he gets hit on the helmet. And that had so much momentum behind it. Not only does it hit off the helmet, but bounces all the way out of the field. So that's the first hit batsman by Mason Smith. And it brings up Cash Sullivan, playing third base for the West Jefferson Panthers. Had some pinch running opportunities in game number 1. And the first pitch to him is bounced up to the plate in the dirt for ball 1. Mason Smith struggling a little bit. 1 out. 1 run already across for the Panthers here in our bottom of the second inning. And a swing and a miss by Sullivan evens the count back up at 1-1. Sullivan, wobbly in his stance, swings at a pitch above his head, and the tomahawk swing moves the count to 1-2, and Mason Smith on the verge of maybe his third strikeout. Fires a pitch that's bounced up to the plate. Hunsaker can't block it, and having to stay back at second base is Jed Torgerson with the count going to 2-2. We'll say it politely, Jed Torgerson is not a stolen base threat. Sullivan's 2-2 pitch taken once again, and he sees the count go full. Mason Smith will have to make a payoff pitch. Leading off of first, Dugan Grimes. He was hit by a pitch. The payoff pitch, Sullivan just catches a piece and unable to hold on to it behind the plate is Todd Hunsaker, and the count stays at 3-2 on the foul tip. Just need to hold on to that if you're Hunsaker. Is the 3-2 again, missing a low and away, and it's another walk, the second of the inning. And the third base runner, without courtesy of a hit, will load the bases. And the West Jefferson Panthers all of a sudden showing like the tendencies that they showed in that first game of having some rallies put together without necessarily getting hits, just working out runs. Brings up the number 9 batter, Doug Allen, the second baseman. And the first pitch to him is a strike on the inside, and the count goes to 0-1. Mason Smith's worked ahead in the count so far to most of his batters today, although he's not been able to finish them off in this second inning. Gets ahead now 0-2 in the count, trying to only give up the 1 run here in the bottom of the second inning. 11-1 the score sits. Another pitch to the plate, bounced over towards first. It's going to be picked up by Mumford. Throw home is going to pull Hunsaker off of the home plate bag, and coming home safely is Jed Torgerson. It's an RBI ground out by Doug Allen. And it moves everybody else up and makes it an 11-2 game. And that run is an earned run against Mason Smith, and it flips the lineup over as well. Jose Mendoza will come back up to the plate. He grounded out to second on a fantastic play by Easton Pendlebury, and this time Easton won't get the chance at the play as this ball fouled off down the right field line, just to the right side of the chalk line down towards the foul poles. Home plate umpire making the calls. That one is his, especially when the first base umpire, the umpire in the field, I should say, is back by second. Mendoza grounds another pitch. That one's going to be caught up in the grass. Coming up is Peterson, and not in time is the throw. No, they do say in time. Misinterpreted the call by the umpire, and Caleb Peterson makes the out, as that will retire the side. 2 runs do come across for the West Jefferson Panthers. It's 11-2 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard, and we come back with more on KBRV The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com, your home for Cardinal Athletics.
This broadcast of high school sports is being made possible by the Mountain Valley Cattle Company in Thatcher, Idaho, serving Utah, Idaho, and Wyoming.
Hi, I'm Todd Hunsaker. Most dealers focus on the experience you have, just a few moments that you're in their store. At Hunsaker Ford, we want to keep you happy forever, and to prove it, We offer warranty forever at no cost to you. So here's the deal. All you have to do is follow the maintenance schedule on virtually anything you buy from us. And the expensive powertrain components are covered forever. That's Todd Hunziker Ford, just east of Lava Hot Springs on Highway 30. It's just that simple.
New pitcher for the West Jefferson Panthers, as coming out onto the mound is going to be Kyler Albertson. He'll replace Dugan Grimes. I don't believe Dugan is still in the field, although it actually does look like Grimes is going to be shifted over to play third base. So he will move to third base. Cash Sullivan, I believe, will be pulled from the field as far as I can see right now. And that, I believe, is where we will see Kyler Albertson moving in. Until I can tell differently, Albertson will be batting in the 8th spot for the West Jefferson Panthers. Unless they keep in Cash Sullivan as a designated hitter. Cardinals will be coming up with Caleb Peterson to lead things off. Last time up, he singled. He's 2 for 2 with 2 RBIs and 2 runs scored in the game so far, as he'll look to do the job of flipping the lineup and getting things started once again. 11-2, the Cardinals on top by 9 runs over the West Jefferson Panthers here in inning number 3. The top of the 3rd inning brought to you by Sanders Furniture and Appliance in Soda Springs, where they carry all of the best brands, including Lazy Boy, Amanda, Maytag, Crosley, GE, and more. Sanders Furniture and Appliance, making your house a home. Peterson wearing the white helmet, the red uniform, and the white pants below it. We'll wait for the first pitch, and it's bounced up to the plate and beyond the catcher. Is unable to get it close as Kyler Albertson. Peterson gets ahead in the count, 1-0. As soon as we get a moment, we'll give you the numbers for Dugan Grimes. As another pitch misses, and the count goes to 2-0. 2 innings for Dugan Grimes, 3 strikeouts. The video's frozen. Yeah. As another pitch. Winding. And upstairs misses, and the count goes to 4-0, and Caleb Peterson earns the walk. So we'll see what the Cardinals do with the leadoff walk on base. Kyler Albertson walking the first man he sees on 4 pitches. And a pitch now to Kyle Dursteller will miss as well. So Albertson coming in, expected to try and tame things down, unable to do so yet. A 1-0 count faces Kyle Dursteller. And the runner will go as Caleb Peterson, taken off for second base, will be given the base without a throw. Another stolen base, and Kyle Dursteller is ahead in the count now, 2-0 in his own right. See if he can come across with a few more runs. And the right-hander holds the bat. And a pitch comes to the plate, swung on and missed to Kyle Dursteller, and he goes down to a 2-1 count now. Dursteller's 2-1 pitch. This one grounded over to the right side. That's going to allow Peterson to advance on the play. And Dursteller's safe as it died in the grass and makes his way to first base with an infield single. That's his third base knock. Caleb Peterson makes his way up to third on the play. And Peyton Lish will get a chance to come up to the plate now. The right-handed batter awaits the pitch. And a quick pickoff move goes back over to first as Dursteller dives back to the bag. Lish has a single and has reached on an error, has 2 runs scored, to his credit so far. As leading off over at first base, Dursteller. Peterson leads off third. And a pitch to the plate upstairs, and the count goes to 1-0 to Peyton Lish. Albertson has given up a hit and a walk to the two batters he's faced. Has not been able to find the outs yet, as Dursteller is going to take off on the pitch inside. They're going to allow the runner to go, and once more another stolen base brought to you by MySpace Storage gives the Cardinals 2 runners in scoring position for Peyton Lish. Get the ball in play, you get one of those 2 runs you surrendered in the bottom of the second inning back. And excuse me, the count actually 1-1. As Lish called for timeout, asked for what the count was. Umpire does him the justice of calling it 1-1. Now it is 2-1 as this pitch gets past the catcher. And everyone stays where they're at, but the count does go to 2-1 and corrects my book for me. So with a 2-1 count, Peyton Lish again steps back into the right-handed batter's box. Dursteller will once more wander off second. Peterson off of third. With nobody out, a pitch well upstairs makes it a 3-1 count. Peyton steps once more to the right-handed side. Holds the bat loosely, the wooden bat in his hands, and he's going to rip one foul, and that's going to make the count a 3-2 count. Full count, open base, so it wouldn't hurt, but Logan Mumford stands on deck. He's got a single in his last at-bat, is 1 for 2 with an RBI. Cardinals up 11-2, a 9-point advantage. 2 more runs sitting out there on the base paths, and Lish can't bring him home as he cuts through a strike from Kyler Albertson. And Albertson gets his first punch out of the game. Lish goes down on 6 pitches. 14 pitches for Albertson so far, and it brings up Logan Mumford. As I said, 1 for 2. And a first pitch curveball misses upstairs, but a big bender. High up into the air, almost an eephus pitch. You see in the majors sometimes where it just takes forever to get to the plate and you don't know what to do as a batter, as Mumford tries to catch up to a fastball after seeing that pitch come to the plate, and the count goes to 1-1. Lollipop pitches can sometimes be the tougher ones to hit, as he tries for another one and gets too much of it with the finger and ends up missing upstairs, and the count goes to 2-1. 1 out. Top of the third inning, Cardinals already up big, and another pitch lofts its way to the plate, bounces on the plate, and the count goes to 3-2. You saw Logan Mumford dropping down and watching that one all the way, as you were afraid almost that his head was going to drop to the ground as well as he followed that pitch so closely. Albertson again winds, 3-1 pitch, bounces past, coming home. Caleb Peterson crosses the plate with a run, and up to first base on a 5-pitch walk is Logan Mumford. Pass ball does score a run, as I said. And the Soda Springs Cardinals make it a 12-2 game. Scoring in every inning so far. So brings up Ryan Atterbury. Ryan so far 0 for 1, has walked and struck out both times on 3-2 counts. Now grounds one over towards second base softly. Picking it up and making a clean throw on is Doug Allen. But it's another RBI ground out for the Cardinals. Ryan Atterbury doing the job and bringing home another run for Soda Springs. That will make it a 13-2 ball game, and back up by 11 go the Soda Springs Cardinals. As Kyler Albertson will try and recover with the top of the order coming up to face him now, and Easton Pendlebury. Pendlebury, the right-hander, so far is 1 for 2, as he fouls off the first pitch he sees. Has reached base twice, has a walk and a run scored. Down to the count 0-1 to Albertson. Wearing the number 69, the junior. Right-handed Pendlebury, short in the box, small strike zone, will swing at another pitch, just catches the top of the screen, and the count will go to 0-2. Sun still playing tag with some clouds up above, but right now shining down brightly. We remain in the third inning of play, brought to you by Sanders Furniture and Appliance. Another pitch to the plate, high up in the air over the head of Pendlebury, and the count goes to 1-2. And Easton again steps up to the plate. The right-hander. Bat level across his shoulders. Again, fouls one off. Firing a little bit early right now, and the count stays at 1-2 as that ball once more finds its way into the grass, back behind us at our vantage point above home plate. Pendlebury again looks out. 1-2 pitch. Another high arcing curveball that moves in for a 2-2 count. Couldn't find the strike zone. You can see that Albertson, whenever he's throwing that curveball, really focusing and really doubling down on what he's trying to throw. Runner will take a big lead, and a foul tip by Pendlebury just keeps himself alive at the plate. And the count stays at 3-2, and we'll have a 7th pitch in this at-bat coming up. Long inning once again. Kyler Albertson trying to fight his way through this frame. Second batter for the West Jefferson Panthers. Still dancing off of second base, Logan Mumford. Just dances off even further as this ball faded into right field. Falling down, trying to get to it is the right fielder, Clay Roundy, and it's going to be a single for Pendlebury as he gets another RBI to his credit and brings home Logan Mumford. And the Cardinals score another run in this inning as that makes it a 14-2 ball game. A 12-point edge with 2 outs, and it brings up Todd Hunsaker to the plate. And Todd, who is 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts and a run scored, will try and put the ball in play. He's walked in his only other plate appearance. This is 4th time to the plate here in the 3rd inning, as the Cardinals have definitely been taking advantage of any opportunities they've gotten to keep themselves moving along the base paths. Pitch to the plate. This one's going to be laced by Todd over the glove of the shortstop. Creed Calder reached up, but it's a single for Todd Hunsaker that gives him his first base knock. And the Soda Springs Cardinals keep the carousel moving around. And it brings up Jaron Johnson, another right-handed batter for Soda Springs. Jaron so far has a double, has reached base twice, 2 RBIs, and a run scored. This is his 4th at bat as well. And that will allow Mason Smith to start taking some swings in the on-deck circle as Jaron takes the first pitch inside for ball 1. Another big inning coming up for the Soda Springs Cardinals, so it seems. Softball looks like they might have wrapped up their games as buses starting to make their way over from the softball fields. There's a pitch to Jaron Johnson, upstairs, taken for a ball, and it goes to 2-0. At least one of the buses, I should say, making its way from the softball fields. And a pitch to the plate. This one flared into right field again, and making a bad read on it and seeing it go over his head is is the right fielder Clay Roundy. 1 run will score. Johnson jogs into second base with another double, and Soda Springs adds a 15th run onto the board as Todd Hunsaker moves to 3rd, and coming around to score another run is Easton Pendlebury. That's his 2nd of the game that he's been able to strike for, and another base knock for the Soda Springs Cardinals. Give him 4 against Kyler and Albertson. Brings up Mason Smith, and the first pitch to Mason gets beyond the catcher, but the runners will not move forward and score, and everyone stays put. Johnson at second base and Todd Hunsaker off of 3rd. Mason Smith looking to try and get a second base hit. He's got 1 already and a run scored as well, and this pitch taken for a ball upstairs. Count goes to 2-0. Albertson just trying to fight his way through this inning. It's been a long inning for him, and the pitch count already up. Just got to tough it out and get through it, not give up any more than you have to, as another pitch misses upstairs, and the count goes 3-0. Count. 2. And another foul ball on a 3-0 count. Mason Smith getting the opportunity to swing is going to miss on that one and foul it back behind us. 15-2 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. Top of the 3rd inning. Smith trying to bring home a couple more runs. 3-1 pitch from Albertson. This one inside and called a strike. Just caught the corner. And it brings the count full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and the open base over at first. Johnson leads off of second. Todd Hunsaker off of third. And this pitch bounces up to the plate. And Mason Smith is going to be allowed to go to first, but tagged out sliding into the plate is Cade Griffiths, as he was in as a pinch runner, tried to go, and despite getting the walk for Mason Smith, Griffiths cut down trying to score, and the Cardinals will have to suffice for just the 4 runs in the inning. We'll take a break, come back. Bottom of the third coming up, 15-2. The score sits as the Cardinals bat around once again, and we head to the bottom of the third as we'll see if Mason Smith comes out for another inning of work.
Caribou County Athletics are being brought to you by Bear River Head Start, where they are now accepting applications for preschool. Call 435-755-0181 and enroll your 3- or 4-year-old children today.
Here's a look at some of your Lalaton's food specials for the week of March 29th through April 4th in Soda Springs. Crab beef London broil steaks for $2.49 a pound. Honeysuckle white frozen turkey breasts are just $1.49 a pound. Also, grab yourself some fresh fruit with whole pineapples at 99 cents a pound. Pears are just 89 cents a pound, and 2-pound packages of fresh strawberries are $2.88 each. Wrap your shopping trip up with their big bake sale, as they have flour, sugar, eggs, chocolate chips, cake mixes, and brownie mixes all on sale throughout the store. All at Lalaton's in Soda Springs. This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by Ricky Wood and Gate City Real Estate. Call Ricky today at 208-547-7012 and let her help you find your way home. Welcome back out to the home of the ball games today. Keep wanting to say home of the Cardinals or home of the West Jefferson Panthers, but a neutral site for today's ball game here at Toffus Park in Idaho Falls. And the Cardinals, after winning the first game 12-11 on a walk-off walk by Jaron Johnson, hold a 15-2 lead over the West Jefferson Panthers. Here in inning number 3 is Mason Smith back out onto the mound for a 3rd inning of work, as he will set and fire as he continues to work his warm-up pitches across. For the West Jefferson Panthers, Creed Calder, Riley Cottle, and Arvel Ashcroft will be the scheduled 3. And we will make sure that that is the 3 that actually come up to the plate here in this frame of the game. As soon as we can figure it out, we'll try and get you a score from the softball field and find out how the softball girls did. Haven't gotten any updates from that second game there. As it will be Creed Calder stepping up. He struck out looking his last time up. One of 2 strikeouts that Mason Smith has been able to record. As Mason will come set again, and to the plate misses with his first pitch, and the count goes to 1-0. Smith is throwing 36 pitches. Number 37 misses off the outside, and the count goes to 2-2. Before he stares back in once again and fires the 2-0 pitch. That catches the inside corner. And the bottom of the 3rd inning gets its first strike. 3rd inning again brought to you by Sanders Furniture and Appliance in Soda Springs, carrying only the best brands including Lazy Boy, Amanda Maytag, Crosley, GE, and more. Trying to make your house a home. All you got to do is trust them. Sanders Furniture and Appliance in Soda Springs. 3-1 count as another pitch misses inside. Mason Smith struggling to find his command and gets bailed out on a 3-1 pitch by Creed Calder, who goes chasing one up above the eyes. Got greedy on a 3-1 count, thought he had to go for it, and ends up swinging and missing. 3-2 count, chance to get out of this one. And the pitch to the plate, upstairs, ball 4, and Calder will make his way on base with the Davis repair, base on balls on 6 pitches. It's the 3rd walk by Mason Smith. Again, all walks brought to you by Davis Repair, home of the equipment and diesel specialist. Call them at 208-221-9403 or stop by 600 West Highway 30 in Soda Springs. Pitch fouled off by Riley Cottle, catcher for the West Jefferson Panthers. And excuse me, this is Kyler Alberson who is batting right now. And a rather confusing turn of events, as was Albertson, batting in the place where Cottle was. Although Albertson was the pitcher who came in for Dugan Grimes. So Albertson waits in the right-handed batter's box. A pitch from Smith, taken for a strike. The count goes to 1-2. Runner does take second base. There's another MySpace storage stolen base. We'll see Creed Calder bouncing off, and a swing and a miss by Albertson. We'll see him going down swinging. That's strikeout number 3 for Mason Smith in the game, and it gets the first out of this inning recorded. Brings up Arvel Ashcraft, I believe. Although the way lineups have been working so far today in this game number 2, I'm not sure what to believe much anymore, as my lineup has been wrong more often than it's been right. Ashcraft, it is Ashcraft, takes the first pitch strike. Mason Smith starting to find that groove once again out there on the rubber. Steps towards the mound, or towards the plate, and this ball flared foul. That's going to make it over towards the parking lot and bounces just shy of the cars. Parking lot here dangerously close to the field for any people who were gutsy enough to park there. I tried to be smart with mine, park behind a tree. So far that has helped me out. But strike 3 called. Arvel Ashcroft goes down looking. I did get plunked with the ball during batting practice as Mason Smith was fouling balls away. But that was a fluke, I'm going to call it, and didn't leave a dent, so Mason's lucky. Although he's pitching well today, so that actually helps out his case even more, as the count goes to a new count to Clay Roundy. 2 back-to-back punch-outs for Mason Smith. He's got 4 in the game now. Strides to the plate, and this pitch on the outside corner. He's starting to throw some darts as Mason Smith. Starting to really find that groove, and Clay Roundy struck out his last time up, and this could keep it at a 15-2 game. Keep that lead at 13 for the Cardinals, as a pitch back to second base is going to, or a throwback to second base is going to allow the runner to move up to third. Throw to third, gets past Jaron Johnson, and the Panthers are just going to hold Creed Calder at third base. An error on the pickoff move. See how costly that is to Mason Smith. Getting set to throw his 15th pitch. Of this inning. Be his 50th overall. Strides to the plate. This one swung and fouled back to the screen once again. And the count goes to 0-2 to Clay Roundy. And Roundy, as I said, struck out his last time. It was an 0-2 count as well. We'll see how Mason Smith and Todd Hunsaker decide to go with this one. See how they play it. And Mason once again steps up to the rubber, working from the middle of the rubber. In fact, almost from the right side of the rubber from his point of view. Bends a curveball in, dirty, nasty, and filthy all at once. Back-to-back backward strikeouts, and after giving up a leadoff walk, Mason Smith strikes out the side on the next 3 batters for his 3rd, 4th, and 5th strikeouts of the game. We head to the top of the 4th inning. The Cardinals leading this one by a score of 15-2 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard on KBRV The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com.
Caribou County Athletics are being brought to you by Bear River Head Start, where they are now accepting applications for preschool. Call 435-755-0181 and enroll your 3- or 4-year-old children today.
Here's a look at some of your Lalaton's food specials for the week of March 29th through April 4th in Soda Springs. Crab beef London broiled steaks for $2.49 a pound. Honeysuckle white frozen turkey breasts are just $1.49 a pound. Also, grab yourself some fresh fruit with whole pineapples at 99 cents a pound. Pears are just 89 cents a pound, and 2-pound packages of fresh strawberries are $2.88 each. Wrap your shopping trip up with their big bake sale, as they have flour, sugar, eggs, chocolate chips, cake mixes, and brownie mixes all on sale throughout the store. All at Lalaton's in Soda Springs. This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by Ricky Wood and Gate City Real Estate. Call Ricky today at 208-547-7012 and let her help you find your way home. Welcome back out to the home of the games between the Cardinals and the West Jefferson Panthers. Soda Springs up 15-2 as Caleb Peterson strides in to the home plate area. The freshman leading things off for a third straight inning. Has walked his last time up and is 2 for 2 overall. Takes the pitch up and tight. Once again working against Kyler Alberson, who's out for his second inning of work in relief of Dugan Grimes. Alberson winds, fires one past the glove of Cottle behind home plate. Caleb Peterson ahead in the count 2-0. As I said, last time he walked on 4 straight pitches. Albertson trying not to see that same fate come against him. And the pitch to the plate, grounded over towards third. Peterson being aggressive. It was a slow roller. Peterson hustling down the line. Out! As coming up and making the play at third base is Cash Sullivan, or excuse me, that is Dugan Grimes, who comes up to make the play, and a very strong throw records the first out. And that is the first time in the game that West Jefferson has recorded the leadoff out. Brings up Kyle Dursteller, working with the wooden bat. Pitch inside to him, just missed. I don't know how he didn't get tagged with that one. And the count goes to 1-0, hearing chants of "wear it" from the dugout. As the Cardinals, a team that loves to try and get people on base any way possible, including hit by pitch. As the pitch inside and tight, misses for ball 2. Count goes to 2-0 to the second straight batter. Dursteller, 3 for 3 so far, 2 singles and a triple. Awaits the pitch, and to the plate it comes. That's laced down the left field line, a fair ball. It's a long run for the left fielder. Dursteller cooking on his way into second. He's going to make the turn and head for third. Throw coming in, and Dursteller slides head first safely with his second triple of the game. Moves to 4 for 4. Lost his elbow guard back around second base as he had 3 on his mind as soon as he saw where that ball ended up. Had no intentions of slowing up and stopping, and puts himself in scoring position with 1 out. Brings up Peyton Lish. Peyton, 1 for 3 so far, has reached on an error. This time he slaps one over towards short. Backhanded on the play by Creed Calder. Makes the throw on to first. It's an RBI ground out, but another strong throw by West Jefferson. A run does come across for the Soda Springs Cardinals. Another Gate City Real Estate run brought to you by Ricky Wood and Gate City Real Estate. Call Ricky at 208-547-7012. So the hit turns into a run for the Cardinals, as Albertson will wind and fire again, and this pitch swung on and missed. Logan Mumford fooled on an off-speed pitch off the plate, and the count now moves to 0-1. Logan awaits pitch number 2 of this at-bat, upstairs, way up above. And that explains a little bit more, as Albertson is in for Cottle. And the new catcher is Cash Sullivan. So that explains my confusions before, as Cottle was pulled in that last inning. So I apologize for the confusion there. I was wondering why I didn't see the number 9 out there on the field anymore. It's because he was behind the umpire. Another pitch from Albertson, upstairs, misses. And the count, I believe, goes to 2-1. 2-1 delivery upstairs, make it 3-1. And Albertson trying to work with the bases clear and get out of this inning by giving up only the 1 run. Be the least runs they've given up in an inning so far here in the top of the 4th. That's ball 4. Gets away. Logan Mumford chugs on down to first base. He'll make the look back, but even though the ball got past the catcher, can't advance. That's another Davis repair walk. And Mumford gets the 4th walk surrendered by Kyler Albertson. And that'll set up Brian Atterbury. Atterbury 0 for 2, has walked and scored, and has walked and has an RBI, has not scored, was left at third base on that walk. Looks out, takes a pitch off the plate. Long wait for the signal from the umpire. The count goes to 1-0. Pitch over to first base, or throw over to first base to send the runner back has Logan Mumford diving, but he's back safely and easily underneath the tag of Jed Torgerson. Brings another attention to Brian Atterbury, who waits and swings and gets one over the head of the second baseman. That's another base knock. Logan Mumford makes the turn. He's going to make his way up to third base. Good base rounding skills and running skills after the single by Brian Atterbury for his first base hit of the game. Puts runners on the corners for the Cardinals and is this 18th hit, or excuse me, is the 13th hit for the Cardinals in the game so far. Easton Pendlebury, who is 2 for 3 in his own right. And a pitch to the plate is upstairs. And Pendlebury gets ahead in the count, 1-0. Delivery. Gets past the catcher. Mumford's going to try and score on the play and slides underneath the tag as the count goes to 2-0 to Pendlebury, and another run comes across the plate for the Soda Springs Cardinals. The 6th run surrendered by Kyler Anderson and the 17th of the game for the Cardinals, giving them a 15-run advantage with 2 outs here in the top of the 4th inning. 17-2. As Pendlebury bats, 2-0 count in his favor. Off-speed curveball upstairs, misses again. The count goes to 3-0 to the Cardinals' second baseman. The right-handed batter looks out, see if he has the green light here with a 3-0 count. See if he decides to swing, and he won't get an opportunity to as that pitch well upstairs. Another Davis repair walk. And that is the 8th walk, and that's going to bring on a pitching change. And with that pitching change, we are also going to make a change as well, as Albertson will move out to the shortstop position, and moving in to do the pitching will be the shortstop Creed Calder, as that will be the newest substitution in this game. We will take a break to give Creed Calder the opportunity for his warm-up pitches on
Caribou County Athletics on KB
and online at mylocalradio.com.
This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by Troy Young Plumbing and Heating. Call 208-221-0581 for all your plumbing needs, including new installs and remodels, repairs, furnace installation, and more.
Imagine a mining company who nurtures butterflies. At Monsanto, we plant wildflower seeds on recently mined land. The flowers support a thriving butterfly population, which then feeds small birds, who are in turn hunted by eagles and hawks. By paying attention to nature's detail, Monsanto sustains a broader ecosystem. That's one reason why 6 federal and state agencies have honored us with their highest award for excellence in annual operations. Monsanto. Imagine.
Welcome back out to Topfus Park in Idaho Falls. New pitcher for the Panthers will be Creed Calder, coming in from the shortstop position as he works his way through his warm-up pitches. He'll be replacing Kyler Albertson, who goes 1 2/3 innings, strikes out 1, walks 5, gives up 6 hits and 6 runs in this inning and 2/3 of work, and he is responsible for 2 more runners out there on the base paths in Ryan Atterbury and Easton Pendlebury. Todd Hunsaker will come up to the plate, as he will be the first batter to face Calder. And Calder, the right-handed pitcher, winds, fires, and this ball lifted out into left field by Hunsaker, but it's right into the glove of the left fielder, Arvel Ashcraft, and Ashcraft puts it away for the out. The inning is over, but the Cardinals do strike for another pair of runs as they end up taking a 17-2 lead into the bottom of the 4th inning. We'll be back with that bottom of the 4th after this on KBRV The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com.
Presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by State Farm Insurance of Montpelier, Idaho. State Farm is here to help life go right. Call Scott at 208-847-0141 for personal service.
Let technology make life a little easier and give you peace of mind about your home. With affordable security and smart home options, SilverStar makes it easy to take the first step. Keep an eye on what's important to you and be able to act before an incident becomes an emergency. You're in good hands when you choose SilverStar. We've been bringing cutting-edge technology and star treatment customer service to Eastern Idaho and Western Wyoming for nearly 70 years. Call us today and ask about our starter security and smart home packages.
The day is over for Mason Smith as Dylan Downs comes in to replace the Cardinal starter in game number 2. Downs will be taking over a 17-2 lead here in the bottom of the 4th inning and trying to close this one out strong for the Soda Springs Cardinals. Just get himself some work as well, as this is the last time that any of these players have before they head to the Glens Ferry tournament to get into some real action. Of course, they will have a red and black scrimmage coming up on Tuesday. 17-2. As they will have a scrimmage coming up. In the bottom of the 4th inning, Downs will be facing Jed Torgeson, Dugan Grimes, and Cash Sullivan as the scheduled 3 in the order. Downs, one of the senior leaders for the Cardinals and one of their expected leaders when it comes to pitching this season. Of course, he'll be rotating duties alongside Peyton Lish and Kyle Dursteller in his action. Jed Torgeson will be the first man he faced. He's 1 for 1 with an RBI and a run scored in the game, all part of that 2-run 2nd inning that the Panthers were able to put across the Cardinals' radar. As Downs will set up once again on the mound. Downs, we've mentioned it, not a ton of speed behind the throws that he has, but can really locate well throughout his career and has some good off-speed pitches to change speeds well. Torgeson steps in, the right-handed batter. Grips the bat high above his head, and the first pitch misses away, and the count goes to 1-0. Starting off the 4th inning. By the way, the rest of the line for Mason Smith, 5 strikeouts, 3 walks, 1 hit batsman, and 2 runs, both of them earned on 51 pitches. A very good line score for Mason Smith. Pitch off the outside corner, just catches the plate, in fact, and the count goes to 1-1 as Dylan Downs fires his first strike of the game across the plate. So comes set once again, winds to the plate. This ball bounced over towards short. Peterson grabs it with one hand. Good long throw, picked up on the play by Logan Mumford at first base. And the out is recorded 6-3 on 3 pitches for Dylan Downs, with Dugan Grimes coming up to the plate. Dugan, playing third base right now, was hit by a pitch his last time up. And will await the deliveries of Dylan Downs. Outfield playing fairly shallow, but straight up all around as the first pitch downstairs in the dirt to Dugan Grimes moves the count to 1-0. 4th inning. Going to give this one to Bear Lake Drug in case we don't have more opportunities to do so. Downs fires one off the outside corner, and the count goes to 1-1. 5th inning coming up, also brought to you by Bear Lake Drug, where they have everything you need to get better quick and carry durable medical equipment for purchase or rent. Pitch down in the dirt makes it a 2-1 count. Downs working quickly. He's back up onto the rubber. Working from the stretch. He'll stride to the plate. Swing and a miss by Dugan Grimes on a fastball off the outside corner. And the count goes to 2-2. Downs wears the number 23 on the back of his jersey. Strides to the plate once again and paints the outside corner for strike 3 looking. Between Mason Smith and Dylan Downs, the Cardinals have had some very active pitches on those outside corners and some very good movement and location for some of their pitches as well. Pitch fouled off, and Todd Hunsaker loses it. It bounces a foot from his feet, but it drops harmlessly for just a foul ball, as Cash Sullivan luckily will have more at-bats, or more swings in this at-bat, I should say. Downs once more will stride up to the plate, or stride up to the mound, wides in and fires one on the outside, getting a very handsome call from the umpire on that one. That one looked like it was just off of the plate. Another pitch swung on, and that is strike 3. That'll do it. The Cardinals work a very quick bottom of the 4th inning as Dylan Downs able to retire the side in order, and we head to the top of the 5th with one more swing of the bat left for the Cardinals and one more gasp for the West Jefferson Panthers on KBRV The Bear and MyLocalRadio.com, where it is a 17-2 lead for Soda Springs.
Presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by State Farm Insurance of Montpelier, Idaho. State Farm is here to help life go right. Call Scott at 208-847-0141 for personal service.
Let technology make life a little easier and give you peace of mind about your home. With affordable security and smart home options, SilverStar makes it easy to take the first step. Keep an eye on what's important to you and be able to act before an incident becomes an emergency. You're in good hands when you choose SilverStar. We've been bringing cutting-edge technology and star treatment customer service to Eastern Idaho and Western Wyoming for nearly 70 years. Call us today and ask about our starter security and smart home packages.
Welcome back out to the home of today's ball games in Idaho Falls, Topfus Park, as the West Jefferson Panthers will be sending once again Creed Calder out to the mound. He worked the final batter of the top of the 4th inning. That's 1/3 of an inning pitched so far, replacing Kyler Anderson, who in his turn replaced Dugan Grimes. It'll be Jaron Johnson, Mason Smith, and Caleb Peterson to lead things off for the Cardinals. And excuse me, it should be Dylan Downs actually instead of Mason Smith coming up on the on-deck circle, as Johnson will step in, and the first pitch from Calder swung on and missed. And Johnson behind the count 0-1, got greedy going after a pitch up in the zone. Johnson crouches down once again, and slaps this pitch into left field. That's a foul ball, just missing the line. And Johnson will have to retreat the 90 feet back to home plate and try and do it again with an 0-2 count against him. Johnson so far in the game has a pair of doubles, a pair of RBIs, and a run scored on an error. Here in a 17-2 affair in favor of the Soda Springs Cardinals. Waves the bat through the zone deftly. Now holds it above his right shoulder as he crouches down. Pitch from Calder, high arcing curveball off the outside, just missing, and the count goes to 1-2. Again, that outside corner, if I'm a pitcher today, I've been living off of that one with the way the umpires have been calling things today. And the pitch from Calder, inside, that's strike 3, and I was waiting for him to ring it up. The pitch looked good, but it was, again, that delayed ring up, and the first strikeout for Calder sets Jaron Johnson down onto the bench. That's the 5th time the Cardinals have struck out in this game here in the top of the 5th inning. 17-2 they lead. Looking to close out West Jefferson and sweep them on the day is inside. A pitch to Dylan Downs taken as he backs out of the way. He'll now stride back into the right-handed box, waits for Calder's deliveries, who winds, fires, another off-speed pitch upstairs, and the count goes to 2-0. One out, top of the 5th. 2-0 pitch, slapped inside of the bag, down the third base line. Dylan Downs is going to make the turn at first. He's heading for second base, and he'll stand in with a one-out double. His first hit of the game on 3 pitches. Is able to make his way up to second base and put another runner in scoring position with Caleb Peterson stepping up to the plate. Caleb Peterson is 2 for 3 so far in the game with a walk and 3 runs scored. Jacob Housley will wander off of second base to allow Dylan Downs back into the dugout. Peterson awaits the pitch, and the first one to him taken for a strike. The curveball starting to really work for Creed Calder. Peterson again stands waiting. And the pitch to him is going to be flared into center field off the end of the wood bat, and the center fielder able to track it down as Jose Mendoza puts it away for out number 2. And Calder 1 out away from finishing this off as Kyle Dursteller, who's got 2 triples and 2 singles to his credit, will step into the plate for one more opportunity. Right-handed batter. Again, 4 for 4 today so far. Takes the first pitch off of the plate. Excuse me, they call that a strike. And that goes as an 0-1 count. Calder looks back, checks the runner, and Housley at second. Pitch upstairs to Dursteller, moves it to a 1-1 count. Now steps to the plate. This pitch laced back up the middle, but right to the shortstop, and up with it, but misplaying the throw and getting into first base cleanly is Kyle Dursteller on the error by the shortstop, Kyler Albertson, excuse me. And the E6 keeps the inning going and moves Housley up to third base. Peyton Lish will step up now with an opportunity to try and do some more damage for the Cardinals. And the first pitch to him is taken for a strike. Oh, 1 count to Peyton Lish right now. And the pitch to the plate, fouled off just to our left as it makes it to the tree and does end up onto the ground. Wasn't sure if it was going to get caught up in the branches, and the count goes to 0-2. Delivery to the plate, off of the plate, and it skips over to the right, and the count goes to 1-2. Remind you, stick around after this. We'll have our post-game show coming up for you. Bring you the final numbers from today's game as a pitch inside to Peyton Lish turns on it well, but too well, as that slaps off of the chain link fence to our left and drops to the ground. And Lish will again stride to the plate with an 0-1-2 count against him. 5th pitch of this at-bat set to come. Ball to the plate. Popped up on the infield, should be playable, and Calder calls it himself, and the pitcher puts it away for out number 3. We head now to the bottom of the 5th inning. One last chance for West Jefferson and the Panthers as Calder makes it through an inning and a third without giving up any extra damage. Does give up a hit, but keeps the score right where it's at 17-2. Back with more on KBRV The Bear and MyLocalRadio.com as Dylan Downs tries to close it out on your home for Cardinal baseball.
Caribou County Athletics on KBRV are brought to you by Bear Lake Dental, where their commitment is to provide you with the highest standard of personalized dental care in a gentle, efficient, and professional manner. Call 208-847-0153 to schedule your appointment with Bear Lake Dental.
Get it to go at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs and Patterson Easy Way in Grace, Idaho. From pizza to potato wedges, from burritos to the jalapeno flavored corn dogs, from candy, clothing, car accessories, and fountain drinks, convenience is fun. And Patterson Quick Stop and Patterson Easy Way help to fill your needs conveniently. They have something for everyone: food, fuel, and fun at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs and Patterson Easy Way in Grace. Right here, right now.
Welcome. This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by Mountain States Insurance Company. Stop in for help with all of your insurance needs at 30 East, 2nd South next to Caribou Jacks in Soda Springs, or call 208-547-2141 and talk to an agent today. Welcome back out to the home of Topfus Park and Topfus Field as the Soda Springs Cardinals hoping to wrap up today's game with the West Jefferson Panthers. After being held scoreless in the top of the frame, Dylan Downs starts things out with a swing and a miss from Doug Allen who will be the bottom batter in the order to the West Jefferson Panthers, and now gets back even as he takes a pitch off of the plate for a 1-1 count. 1-1 count. Caleb Peterson shuffles behind home plate. He'll be doing the catching for the rest of this one. Todd Hunsaker, it looks like, has been shifted to right or second base. And at shortstop is Easton Pendlebury. There's another pitch misses for a ball. The count goes to 2-1. Dylan Downs trying to close it out for the Cardinals. Had trouble with this in game number 1, but it wasn't Downs pitching in that game as the ball fouled off. Makes it a 2-2 count. Downs gets the ball back from Peterson. Excuse me, it's a 1-2 count as Doug Allen, fighting to keep himself alive, waits for another pitch. The pitch is swung on and missed, and Downs gets his 3rd straight strikeout to begin inning number 9 and flips the order over to Jose Mendoza. Mendoza grounded out his first 2 at-bats in the 1st and 2nd inning, has not seen the plate since then, so here in the 5th inning he'll try and keep it from being an 0 for a day for himself as the pitch misses off the plate for a ball. The count goes to 1-0. Downs not starting off with a lot of leadoff strikes. He has not been working from ahead very often, as that pitch upstairs makes it 2-0, an off-speed curveball they tried to bend over the plate. With the count at 2-0, he'll try and get back into this count. Gets a swing and a miss from Mendoza. Excuse me, it's actually number 22, Oliver Grimes, who's at the plate for his first at-bat. Grimes making the switch. Pitch to the plate, fouled back to the backstop, and the count goes to 2-2 to Grimes. Grimes, a freshman, wearing the old Panther uniforms, the dark blue. 22 across his back. Waits for another pitch, and this one a curveball upstairs, and that one misses to make it a 3-2 count. Downs in danger of walking the first batter in his tallies of the game, and he'll instead come with a fastball that's cut on and missed and make it 4 straight punch-outs for Dylan Downs. And Downs gets it to the final possible out, and now Jose Mendoza, another different member, I believe, of the West Jefferson Panthers will step up to get his lone plate appearance. And the first pitch taken outside for a ball. Not sure who this one is. Gets you the number and name as soon as possible. Was a pitch taken upstairs again. That one goes to a 2-0 count. Believe this one is Eddie Montevlon, and that is exactly who it is. There's a swing and a miss from Eddie. We'll make it a 2-1 count. Eddie will try and fight himself back in as he takes another pitch for a strike, and the count goes to 2-2, and West Jefferson finds themselves down to their final strike of this game. Pitch to the plate by Downs. Just misses low, and the count once again goes full, 3-2. 3-2 delivery from Downs. Strides, fires, and this one high, and Montevlon gets the walk. And Eddie makes his way on base with another Davis repair base on balls, and it will extend the inning long enough for Kyler Albertson to come to the plate and try and pester Dylan Downs a little bit more with another chance to get on base. Wind starting to pick up a little bit here at Topfus Park as the first pitch down low for ball 1. Eddie takes his lead off of first. Downs working with a little bit more deliberate pace. Will fire one upstairs and in. Can't quite find the location. And the count will go to 2-0. Trying to finish this game off with a win for the Soda Springs Cardinals and finish it with a convincing win as the ball fouled off towards the Cars. That's actually going to make it over the Cars. Great contact on the ball by Albertson, but just couldn't keep it in the field of play. And we'll see where the 2-1 count goes. 2-1 delivery on the outside corner, strike 2, and it's a 2-2 count to Albertson. And Kyler down to the last strike once again for the West Jefferson Panthers. 17-2 the score, Cardinals up, and that is going to be the final, as for the 5th time in Dylan Downs' appearance today, he fans a West Jefferson Panther, and that will wrap this game up with the Cardinals coming away with a very, very solid 17-2 victory over the West Jefferson Panthers. We're going to wrap things up, and our post-game show will also have our sports update, where we'll sit down and we'll talk with sophomore Connor Veely, all coming up on KBRV The Bear and MyLocalRadio.com.
Caribou County Athletics are being brought to you by Bear River Head Start, where they are now accepting applications for preschool. Call 435-755-0181 and enroll your 3- or 4-year-old children today.
Let technology make life a little easier and give you peace of mind about your home. With affordable security and smart home options, SilverStar makes it easy to take the first step. Keep an eye on what's important to you and be able to act before an incident becomes an emergency. You're in good hands when you choose SilverStar. We've been bringing cutting-edge technology and star treatment customer service to Eastern Idaho and Western Wyoming for nearly 70 years. Call us today and ask about our starter security and smart home packages.
If you're looking for live local sports, local news, weather, live classifieds, and free photo downloads, search no more. MyLocalRadio.com has what you want. Watch your teams live or browse the tens of thousands of photographs of Wyoming, Utah, and Idaho high school events, from speech and drama competitions, rodeo, an array of different athletics, activities, community events, and so much more. Visit MyLocalRadio.com today and find what you're looking for.
Welcome back into the post-game show on KBRV The Bear and MyLocalRadio.com. The Soda Springs Cardinals closing it out with a 17-2 win after winning the first game today, 12-11. We'll have full post-game wrap-ups online at MyLocalRadio.com by Monday, and we hope that you'll check that out. The Lady Cardinals win in their first softball game today by a 16-10 score. We don't know what the final of that one was. As far as the numbers for the Cardinals in this second game, Kyle Dursteller was the leader of the way, 4 for 5, 2 triples, 2 singles, 4 runs, and 2 RBIs, using the wooden bat against the majority JV players for the West Jefferson Panthers. 2 for 5 for Jaron Johnson with 3 RBIs, 2 for 3 for Easton Pendlebury, 2 runs, an RBI, and was only put out 1 time as he walked another 2 times. Todd Hunsaker went 1 for 4 with a run. That was back in the first inning. He got a single in the 4th inning as well. 1 for 3 for Mason Smith before being replaced by Dylan Downs, who went 1 for 1 with a double. That was his only hit of the day between the 2 games. Caleb Peterson went 2 for 4 with 3 runs and 2 RBIs. Both of his hits were singles that brought home runs. Peyton Lish went 1 for 5 with 2 runs and an RBI. Logan Mumford went 1 for 2, had 2 walks as well, 2 runs and an RBI. And Brian Atterbury 1 for 3 with an RBI to his credit. Mason Smith pitched 3 innings of beautiful ball. Had 5 strikeouts, walked 3, gave up a hit 1 batter, but only gave up 2 runs in 51 innings or 51 pitches in his 3 innings. Dylan Downs came in and worked a clean 2 innings, did not give up any hits, walked 1 batter, and struck out 5 on 31 pitches for himself. Dugan Grimes ended up with 2 innings pitched, 3 strikeouts, 3 walks, 7 hits against him, gave up 11 runs, 8 of those were earned. Kyler Albertson had 1 2/3 innings pitched. He had 1 strikeout, 5 walks, 6 hits against him, and 6 runs that came across. And Creed Calder pitched the final inning for the West Jefferson Panthers with 1 1/3 innings pitched, 1 strikeout, and 1 hit against him. He threw 18 pitches and was definitely the more impressive of the 2. That wraps up that for us. We're going to jump into our sports update and talk with BPA's sophomore Connor Veely, who's heading to Nationals for the first time. He joins us now on our postgame show on KBRV The Bear and MyLocalRadio.com.
Graff joined here with Connor Veely, who is a sophomore at Soda Springs High School and also one of the BPA members who's going to be heading off to Nationals. First of all, Connor, what got you into BPA? What made you want to be a part of this club this year?
I did it last year, and I had a lot of fun with it. I went to state last year, and we ended up doing pretty well. We had fun with it. It was just a good thing to do.
I know the club's grown quite a bit this year as well. Has it been fun to see a lot more kids involved in the program?
Oh, yeah. it allows more people to experience the going to state and going to nationals and experiencing what it's all about.
For yourself, last year you didn't qualify for nationals, but this year you're one of 4 kids that's actually going to be going to nationals with a competition in mind. Are you excited about that since you weren't able to go last year?
I'm very excited. We didn't do our extreme best at state last year, but I think I did pretty well this year. I hope I can do well at nationals.
What event are you going in, and what did it require when you were at the state competition? Walk us through what a competition is like.
So I'm going in intermediate word processing. You sit down, you have what we call the BPA Bible, which is just a booklet with all the formatting for all these different examples that you have to type up. You have to do a report or a letter or a memo or like an agenda or something like that, and just do 4 or 5 of those and see how well you do with no mistakes.
When you were done, did you expect to be going off to nationals, or was it something you were confident in the work that you put forward?
I was confident I did well, not necessarily that I was going to nationals, but I thought I did decent.
What are some of the expectations you have for nationals now that you're on the way going? Have you been asking people that went last year what they experienced and what you can expect?
Yeah, I've been doing that. One of my good friends went last year, so I've been asking him what I can expect. I've been asking what I need to prepare for, how I can, what I can write down and all that.
What are some of the things that you've really picked up from BPA? What has this club really done for you as far as helping you along either through high school or getting you ready for the next steps?
I know a lot more about computer skills like typing and all that stuff. I know more about presentation because that's what I did last year. I did a presentation on the national debt. I learned a lot about the economy through that, and I learned a lot through PowerPoint and Access and all those Microsoft products.
Definitely things that will help you along in the future and even help you in high school as well and being able to be more productive. And we'll wrap it up with this. Going to nationals, are there any goals that you've set for yourself there of how you want to place, how you and how you want to do, or maybe not nationals this year, but the next couple of years after this?
Not necessarily nationals this year. I hope to go to nationals again next year if I do BPA, but besides that, that's about it.
Well, Connor, we appreciate you coming on and chatting with us about this. Good luck as you do get ready for that trip. And again, congratulations on making it over.
Thank you.
Big thanks to Connor Veely for joining us, and also congratulations once more to him for making it over to that national competition. And to the rest of the Cardinals going. 4 different Cardinals will be competing. Next week we'll be talking with Reagan Yamauchi in our Coach's Corner. She is the final Cardinal we have not talked to yet that is going to be competing at nationals in BPA. Cardinals once again wrap up a doubleheader victory as they come away with a sweep of the West Jefferson Panthers 12-11 in game number 1, 17-2 in game number 2, and strong performances all around. Again, check out mylocalradio.com for a full recap on Monday, as that will be up over the weekend. And until next Thursday morning, when the Cardinals softball team will be taken to Glens Ferry for their opening game at 9 o'clock in the Glens Ferry annual wood bat and softball tournament, we will be over there as well. So 9 o'clock, the first game for us then, and we hope you'll be joining us if you cannot make it over to Glens Ferry for that early morning on Thursday. Thanks to Val Cook back in the studio for running the board for us, and until next time, let's go Cardinals and let's go Caribou County.